Alright, so we're going to pick up where we left off on our single-player run. Project Zomboid stuff. Okay. And then we got Sniper Spice under 70 stream streak. Thanks so much for that. But we're going to be picking up where we left off in Project Zomboid. We started doing a solo run because I'm kind of waiting for doing more multiplayer on the server until we get like a hotfix or anything like that. Right now, multiplayer I would say is an okay state. If you're just kind of, you know, going to hop on with some friends and play for a couple of hours, maybe a session or two, I think it's perfectly fine for that. But right now, the unstable branch is a little bit unstabler than normal, where any type of long run in multiplayer, just accept it's going to be a bad time because there are unfortunately some bugs that make the long-term runs not non-viable, but you're liable to lose lots of progress to just unfun kind of things, not like play skill things, but you know, the game glitching out kind of things like animals breaking and whatnot. But anyway, so we started a solo run yesterday that we have been working on. So we're very early on, as you can tell by the fact that we still have power and all these things. But we have actually got some pretty solid loot going on in our run so far. Make sure all my bottles and everything are filled before we go anywhere. So like we look at it, we've actually got a duffel bag. I've got a fishing pole that's good. I've got a sleeping bag that's solid. So we're actually doing, we got some canteens. So we're actually not doing terrible from the stuff in our possession kind of side of things. But when it comes to like actually progressing our skills are not making the progress I'd like them to. And a big part of that was just some like pretty rough meta events, that kind of thing. Really just not, like, literally yesterday I was foraging the bulk of the time and I found one piece of flint the entire time. And grab that and put that inside. Iron Wire with Electri? Yeah, they'll probably drop soon. We've already had our first helicopter. We are set to sometimes. But yeah, so just generally speaking, we've not had the best of luck with the meta events and all that. But because of that, I haven't been able to, like, sit in one place and really spend time fighting, which is necessary in these runs for making any real progress. Let's see. Gas container. We've gotten, like, a bunch of good books and all that sort of stuff. You having fun? Time live? Get some Z's for me? No problem. Oh, I don't know when I broke the knife, but apparently I broke the knife. That means I don't have a knife. But yeah, so it's like our foraging, like we're leveling up fast because foraging is like broken fast leveling right now. But as far as like finding flint on any real level, even walking along the roads, we're just not finding. We had a lot of rough times with our foraging and food. Just where I was foraging, I wasn't really getting what I needed. But in the meantime, we are just kind of going around. We're going to keep clearing out this area. Trying to basically get ourselves a foothold, a place we can sit there and start from and just chip away at the zombies. Now, we did start 0 to hero, so we do have, like, minimal strength and minimal fitness and no combat skills and everything to start. So, if it seems like I'm pulling the zombies one by one away from things and slowly chipping away, that's pretty much what we're working on. But there used to be a refrigerator mechanic. If you burn one of those no longer available, thank the gods, refrigerants, like with soldering and copying, it would create post-gene mustard gas. It is not a fun time. Yeah. Yeah, no, it can be surprising, like, how dangerous things can get just with stuff you're interacting with day to day. That, like, the wrong combinations of things goes from, oh, you've got this perfectly tame cleaner to, wait a second, you've got a nerve gas now. Maybe Amazon is changing their strategy on tablets. Anyways, you're gonna go, but refer to the best, worst tablets in media. I have no idea. But that's part of why we're using all these hammers, is I'm just not finding flint. We did read the electrical book 1, so I'm just taking apart any watches I see as a way of kind of, you know, pausing between muscle strain. Give me more time. Alright. I start ripping some clothes as well, so I can hopefully get some more clean cloth. I can wash them if I need to. Actually, this will probably be not the best way of approaching it. Start chucking a bunch of the cloth on the ground. That way when I get low, I could just pick it up and start rinsing it. I thought I... Jump scare sound. Okay, that's more than like 2 or whatever. Yeah, because unfortunately these hammers are very heavy for a one-handed weapon. Okay, so you're gonna break that door down eventually. I was actually expecting them to get around that. There we go. So this will probably be rough, that I might end up having to really struggle on the last 2 as muscle strain and exertion becomes a problem. Like I said, we are playing on pretty high pops. We haven't done anything to make the zombies... Well, I mean, we've taken away where they can get pinpoint hearing. Hey, maintenance 2. It's at least something. What I need is short blood skill. Okay. Making sure we're clear before I back up into another group. Oh, stacking penalties, you are so bad. Nope, see the hang? That's how I know I became a crawler. Did you die already? I need him to fall over so I could stomp on the crawler without... Thank you. So I definitely way overextended anything I wanted to do there. Let's see. They sell those refurbished ones in good condition and new battery for like $20-30 depending inside. Not even old ones, just a couple years old. Gotcha. I mean, that one surprised me. It's probably not Amazon itself. It's probably just, you know, individuals like using Amazon as the reseller or whatever. It's also probably a thing where they get lots of returns. You know, so they sell like an old model, they get a return on it, and rather than have that just go into being garbage, because that doesn't help anyone, it's better that they actually take the time to get those, like, sort of cleaned up and everything. Oh, their own brands? Yeah, but it could very well still be, like, you know, returns, that kind of thing. That, you know, they either didn't sell or sold, like, you know, underperformed or whatever, and then, you know, discount them to get rid of them. There's lots of reasons they might do that. A lot of retailers will do stuff. They'll have, like, their clearance discount, all that kind of stuff, refurb. Because especially, like, there's a lot of countries where you get certain guarantees as a consumer. So say, like, they deliver it and then it just does not meet what those, you know, requirements were, and they get the refund and all that. You know, they still have this old unit that's, you know, it's usable, it's not bad or whatever. It just whatever the valid reason for refund was applied. So problem we have now is we did break all of our handy weapons. Now, good news, there's been a decent number of branches around here. The bad news is until I find flint, you know, I could use flint to chop down trees or whatever. It's not going to help us too much. Now, the question is, can I sit and watch stuff at the same time? There's a lot of that kind of stuff you can do that type of thing. I know you used to be able to. You'd start washing, and then you'd choose to sit. Okay, so you still can. So that way I'm recovering my endurance while cleaning these rags. Now, granted, as far as we pushed, it's very, very likely my muscle strain is going to take a long time to recover. Yeah, so we've already recovered from our endurance loss, at least mostly. It'll take a little while longer before we actually fully clean up. Okay. We started a new run yesterday, but yeah, it's a relatively new run. We had the helicopter like 2 in-game days ago, so pretty fresh. Yes, that's a log. We need branches. Those are sticks. That's a branch. Repeating. I always run repeating. It's annoying how you just have to know which graphics are and are not real stones. Yeah, no, you're all good. Okay, so that'll be... let's see, crafting. Oh, right. Right. Weirdly, it now requires knives to make that, so I can't even make the stones until I find myself a replacement knife. We haven't been able to find, like, any flint, really. So problem I have now is I can make the wooden... well, no, I can't, because I need a knife for that. Or no, I don't need a knife, I just need a piece of flint. And I've been having horrific luck with the flint. So the question, though, is do I keep moving on? Because we've got... oh, what did I put in the shelf here? I put the empty gas can. I don't feel a need to carry the empty gas can with me. The empty gas cans are not that rare. And worst case, if I do find a car that I would want to potentially have the gas can for, I did mark on my map that it's here. I'm leaning towards just moving on. Because I think what's happening is this style of road isn't getting much of a bonus for flint spawning. Whereas the style of road that's like asphalt does. So I'm going to move on towards that, see if we can't find anything. That's a big rock. We don't want to try and move that. But rather than get back here again and again and struggle, we're just going to keep moving forward. But instead of going up towards Riverside, I think I am leaning towards potentially, curious that guy had a hammer. It does not appear to be the case. But with the sleeping bag and all, I can sleep just about anywhere. We've got 2 canteens on me. That's fine, I got like 20 or so. Alright. Yeah, no, I kind of used the... was it this character or the other character? I ended up using a club hammer for a while. I remember the club hammer was always the whole thing. The muscle strain? Yeah. What's another part where I was like, okay, I could sit here and just wait for the muscle strain to go away, but I'd rather just keep working on foraging and at least try and make some kind of progress. And I got a soda, I got a bunch of things we can eat. Got our backpack, we got our bottles of, our canteens. Yeah, because we've only killed 152 zombies, which is not... Have I ever played a game Star Valor? It sounds very familiar. Like, it sounds like one I've played. If I haven't played it, it's something I definitely saw in the past. Yeah, so you're pretty close to leveling Carving 1. Spaceship's top down. I mean, you've just described, like, half of space games. It's one I'd have to look up. Hey, we actually found a piece of flint. It's amazing. When we find another rock, I can make an axe. Or actually, I wonder if that'll count as a knife and I can make hammers with it. It's unseen, lots of ships, different achievements, different ways to play. You have a ton of hours. Yeah, let me actually check. Like I said, it sounds familiar, like I may have played it. Star Valor, I already own it. I have not played much. It looks like I have just 1 hour. Maybe. We'll see. It's one of those games that feels like it's kind of a pretty big departure from the types of games I play on the channel. I'm not saying no. But it's a little bit trickier when it comes to playing games that are very different from what I normally play. The kind of the classic, you know, people come to have a certain expectation of what you're doing here. Not that you can't deviate from it, I obviously do. But it need to be something that, like, there has to be, you know, the community showing interest kind of thing. I'm gonna stop picking up bugs right now. But yeah, as far as me playing it on my own time, like, very genuinely, I almost always find myself with not time. Oh, I thought you could craft in the dashboard of the car. It's fine. Let's not smash the window without using a tool or something. Because if we do that, then we got a problem. Okay. Why does it have mayo in its tummy? Because Drongo. Next question. Alright. So. This is one we're not going to be wanting to fight with. We're just going to be passing through this area. Because again, I'm still basically without weapons on a real aspect. Now, if I were to go north, that would take us to Riverside. This might skirt around the south edge of Riverside. I don't remember exactly where this lines up. Okay, that's sheep. We probably don't want to go out of our way and get ourselves killed over sheep. If it was cows, there might be more of a conversation to be had about it. Okay, so we do want to double back. There was a decent magazine in that first mailbox. Those sheep sound like they're in distress. Can you keep him? I mean, the sheep is definitely very unhappy with what's going on here. Trying to wait for them to get away from those mailboxes. Come on. Oh, can I make this work? Maybe. Alright, get across this fence now. Go, 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 go. There's no time. He's got a hatchet in his back, and I would really like that hatchet. I don't think it's worth trying to, like, do the laps and, like, single them out. Stop going up to that corner. Just get away from the corner so I can actually do this. Nope. But I want, like, they're continuing to climb across that corner even after I leave. That's kind of the problem we're running into right now. Is it's how long they're spending there popping back and forth. Let's go ahead and eat the cat treats. Because they make us super sad and we're already at maximum sadness, so I mean, there's no real consequence for that. See, why are you going up there? Got it. Eating cat treats, sobbing while speed walking away from zombies. Yep. Yeah, that reduced their carry weight a little bit. What did I grab that's got so much more weight on us before that? Drop the stone. I want to keep one. The rest is fine, because I don't want to be very overburned. That's one way to spend your Wednesday. Fact. Alright, so the panic is starting to go back down, so we're going to go back to foraging. And I believe the hunter gives me some trap recipes. We can make a crate trap and a stick trap. Nice. Okay, now I believe if I follow this road to the north, it takes me to the south side of Riverside. If I take this to the south, it'll take me towards Lake Fallis. If we go in the direction of Lake Fallis, I know there's a lake on the north side. I could potentially put the fishing stuff to use. Obviously, Riverside is Riverside. Yeah, Twigs, I don't care about that. But I'm leaning more towards checking out some random farmhouses, doing that kind of stuff, exploring that way. So that hopefully I can hit like some quiet farm towns here and there, or farmhouses here and there. And that maybe we can get ourselves off the ground so far as being able to just sit in an area and work on fighting some. Okay, so that's a spare screwdriver, so I can actually use that for fighting. And then the hope here is now I'm on asphalt road. Let's see, does 0 here entail every skill to 10? Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, like, if you're looking from 0 to hero being like, what's the end of it? There isn't one. Like, that's just, ignore the end thing. There's not an achievable end goal, because, like, your end goals would end up being something like, you know, maxing out skills, killing all zombies, all those, and none of those are realistic results. Because even, like, hey, I just want to max out my skills kind of thing, is completely not realistic. To give you an idea, I've got a character who's killed 300,000 zombies or so, Venus Orozco, which was at the end of build 41. And even with that, I think she was only at, like, Nimble 5? So, like, maxing out all your skills without changing the rate you gain XP is just not really plausible. I think she was at, like... I think she was 9 or 10 strength and, like, 8 or 9 fitness. But yeah, no, it's just basically going as long as you care to play, or until you die. Usually most of the people will base their success around how many zombies they killed as the metric. Because most other things, like even strength and fitness, the strategy and how you would max those out safely is just to give yourself a ridiculous amount of food, be way out in the boonies, and then just slam burpees until they're maxed out, which would be horrifically boring to play that way, but that'd be how you'd approach it. That big rock I can craft on. Didn't they change how fast you acquire fitness or strength? Are you referring to in build 42 at large or build 42 multiplayer? Because right now, multiplayer, the XP is all sorts of scuffed and all over the place, where you start taking on boosts that different character classes and all that have. But unless something's changed, my understanding with gaining strength and fitness and that kind of stuff is every time you thwack a zombie, you get 1 point of fitness XP, and roughly a point to 2 points of strength XP. It actually has a variability to it, based on a couple different things. You also slowly acquire strength XP for just walking around with, I think it's like 0.6 of your max carry weight, so 60% of your max carry weight. So I can slice ham if we wanted. We can use that to make the hammer. Let's plan to make hammers for now. I'm not gonna stop it. I'm tired of stopping it from using the duct tape. I really wish it was smarter about not using harder to get materials, unless there's like some big reason to do so. Okay, so gave ourselves a weapon. But yeah, so it's possible they've changed it. All in all, I usually don't worry too much about the specifics of how you gain strength or fitness or whatever in Project Zomboid or any of those types of things. Because the reality is, if you just play with the intent of surviving over time, you will gradually... Oh, that's just an Angler magazine laying on the ground. Okay. Sure. But yeah, if you just play to survive, you will gradually accrue all the stats. But yeah, no, you could definitely, like, min-max leveling them. As I mentioned, you could sit there and just slam out exercises safely inside your, like, you know, your forest home, where you've got a bunch of crops and all that going. Maybe you got a lake right there you can fish and all that. Just survive forever and do that kind of stuff. That doesn't particularly interest me. But yeah. Greg is 2 years in game time. Well, right, but there's a difference between maxing out your stats and just getting what you need to survive. Like, there are people who are like, oh no, I need to have Mechanic 7 so I can repair the engine in your car. It's like, well, sure, But I think more realistically, you don't need that. That's something you'd like to have. You know, runs never last so long. Right. I still think, though, it's a mistake, though. Like, early game, like, there are things I feel people do that are kind of a trap. Put this in our bag because we're getting too much carry weight. Like, the whole thing about, you know, starting the game, turning on, what is it, oh, Life and whatever, the TV program that plays, like, the TV programs that play, like, every 3 hours. I know there's a lot of people who they drop everything to make sure they catch their TV programs. And the reality is, my argument, yeah, Life and Living, it's like, my argument is, if it's convenient, like, it's sitting right there anyways, and it's kind of one of those things that it's like, okay, you can catch that, but I would actually argue most of the time, stopping to catch that TV program, your chances of surviving are better to not do that, and just to get to the next house, get your next weapon, like, do those kind of things. That time you're just sitting there stationary watching the television is time that could be better used. Especially since a lot of those skills you're not going to need. Okay, 0 strength is okay, but fitness all the time, 9. Like, don't get me wrong, high fitness, high strength makes your builds a lot easier. My comment is more about the idea is, like, you're playing your character, and you can be working on getting the things to help you survive. You know, your food, your weapons, your books, your all these other things. Or you could sit at your home and choose burpees and fast forward, and then have your person in crippling pain so they can't fight. So you eat, you rest, and then you do another round of burpees until you're in crippling pain. And repeating that until you hit, like, strength 4 or 5 or whatever your goal is. And my argument is more, for your character's survival, rather than grinding out your burpees, you should be trying to find, like, better weapons. You should be trying to find your generator, your magazines, your all that stuff. In Build 41, in long run, it took you 1 year, 3 months to make fitness 10 from 9, and you managed to level up strength from 0 to 10 first. Oh yeah, no, strength almost always goes first. Because when you're fighting, you get more strength XP typically than you get fitness XP. And unless you're, like, actively trying to avoid any and all fights, it's just going to be a thing that the strength outpaces your fitness. Because every time you hit something with a weapon, I believe you get about 1 fitness XP. And then, like I said, strength is variable between, I think it's just slightly less than 1 to 2 per time you hit something with a weapon. And then you also passively get strength for just carrying things. As long as you're hitting, like, what is it, like, point, you know, like, again, 60% of your carry weight or something like that. I don't remember the exact amount. So strength, outside of, like, some extreme outlier circumstances, should always level up faster than fitness by a pretty respectable margin. The thing that's convenient is fence screed zombies earlier, so weapons are not mandatory to have. Yeah, but you won't get any of, like, your maintenance or any of those things if you're not actually using weapons. I also don't like using the fence cheese and windows cheese. There's just a lot of times that things can behave weirdly around them, where, like, a zombie goes to jump to the window, and it kind of, instead of lunges, like, goes sideways and acts up. I actually discourage that. I personally feel like leaning on the fence abuse and all that kind of stuff, while you can get a lot more kills in less time, I do find it as a little bit more, what's the word I want to use? A little bit less reliable of a way of fighting that adds a little bit extra risk for not a whole lot of benefit. And again, if you're stomping, you don't gain your weapon or maintenance XP and that kind of thing. Yeah, now my whole thing I'm saying basically here, though, is you're best off spending your time just working broadly on just surviving in general. Again, versus like, I'm gonna grind skill with X and then just starting the grind. I just personally find it to be a lot more sustainable, reliable, whatever you want to go with. To just be like, where's my next meal coming from? Where am I getting more weapons? Do I have the generator magazine? Do I have this? Clearing out the zombies in the neighborhood, being proactive on all of those things. I just personally feel get way more mileage than just kind of sitting there and locking yourself in your room and grinding out fitness. I'm also someone of the mindset if you start 0 to hero and you go to the grocery store and clean it out, dump it all in your freezer and spend like the first 3 weeks of the game just doing nothing but slamming out burpees or whatever. It's like, just give yourself the strength and fitness, man. You're kind of not playing the game till you get those stats anyways, and you're just gonna get pissed off when you put in all that time and then die in your first fight. It's quite high risk reward. Right, in my opinion, if you want to live a long time in Project Zomboid, it's all around risk mitigation. That obviously, if you're going to fight the zombies, there is a certain inherent risk you cannot avoid. But, you know, using like the spear charge is something you're not normally going to do because it adds a whole lot of risk for no reason. You know, whether you're going to push like this place or that place, there is a, you know, method to the madness. Like, you're not just going to go into an area and start slamming against the zombies, like running into a building first and just killing the zombies inside. You're going to make noise outside. I believe that leads to the country club. And I believe this will take us down towards Lake Fallis. Yeah, no, I've never gotten fitness to 10, I don't believe. I think I've gotten it to like 8 or 9. Well, no. I don't remember where Venus left off. She was at about 300,000 kills. But, you know, and that's with like no points I give anything to anything. It's quite useful early game to fasten things up. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You can absolutely take the time to like grind out early game fitness and all that. It's not a bad strategy. But it's always just been one of those things in my head, like, okay, well, if you're kind of delaying doing stuff in the game, you, like I said, you get yourself your early food secured, and then you just exercise for your first couple of weeks. Like, at my point, it's like, okay, but you've just kind of delayed your starting the game, because surviving in Project Zomboid as in just not starving to death is very easy. I mentioned it earlier in the stream that I do find the survival side of Project Zomboid, so far as, you know, food, water, shelter, that part of the game, Project Zomboid's just okay. It's not bad, but it's not particularly noteworthy either. Like, getting yourself food, water, shelter, you can just wander around and just take care of things. Yeah, no, I'm on 16 right now. I've literally been playing nothing but 16 times pop since, you know, the multiplayer dropped. That's what I'm known for. As far as chunks not loading in multiplayer when riding in a car, there's always been issues around that, especially if someone's driving really fast. I haven't personally run into it, but yeah, if someone's got decent latency, so you have like two people have different, like one of them's got a bad connection to the other kind of thing, there's always been funkiness of like, you know, chunks not loading in a timely manner, that kind of nonsense. As far as it being better, worse, or otherwise, I didn't run into it with what I've played, but I've been playing on 16 times pop, so we're not just cruising around the map at speed, because we just really can't. Did I turn too early? I feel like this track went farther abroad. Let's say I'm kind of hoping to score some of these things. Yep, Project Zomboid multiplayer dropped, I believe, just under a week ago. I will say it's in a perfectly fine place if you're looking at just kind of hanging out doing short stuff with friends. It's fine for that. If you are looking at doing kind of a long run that you and your friends are going to do, you know, some extended anything, whatever, I would say it is not, it's a bit too unstable for that. There's a lot of bugs going on. Like if you log out and log in an area, the entire cell is no longer forageable so far as the generated areas. At least I believe it's a log out, log in. I'm not sure if that's 100% the cause, but you will have areas that you were able to forage, suddenly you can't. I'm gonna take a sip of the water here. So like that's a pretty bad situation. Okay, we're tired and we're way overburdened. We will want to push that, but not while we're sleeping. I do have the caffeine tablets, but I did find that those do kind of give you like full energy, like you've just woken up fresh. So it really screws up your sleep schedule. That's part of why our sleep schedule screwed up today. Is the last in-game day I ended up using a caffeine tablet. If there was a traits command, it's not up to date. We're basically doing 0 to hero. 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 skills of any kind. And working our way up. So not all negative traits, but starting with no stats. I'm probably not going to bother making a traits command or the settings command because I'm not planning on playing it a pretty long-term thing. I don't have a 0 to hero command either. I haven't been playing Product Zomboid enough for a long time to really have those commands sitting around. I used to play tons and tons back in the day, but when I worked on the world record and then I got it, I burned myself out pretty hard. Even Nimble, yep, literally no stats. Not a single point in anything when I start. Back in the day, I mean, it's been a couple years. That record I set was what now, like 2.5 years ago or something like that? It'll take ages to need 4 Nimble? Yeah, but they buffed Nimble, so you don't even really need 2 Nimble anymore. Yeah, no, but think about, Build 41 is, you know, as far as the unstable version, has been around for almost 5 years. Back when it was the I will back up my save build.
Oh.
What do you think about PvP in this game? It's terrible. Like, I'm not gonna even, like, cage the word, it's bad. Basically it comes in 2 flavors. Either one, you've got stun turned on, which the person who hits first wins. Because you just stun lock the other person. Or 2, you turn off stun and then both people wail on each other for a couple of seconds until one dies, and then usually the other one dies shortly after as they try desperately to patch up all their bleeding holes. If you're looking for a PvP game, that is one thing that Product Zomboid does especially bad. It's just not designed for it. Yep, Nimble got buffed a long time ago. But yeah, so it's almost like you get Nimble 1 and you're at level Nimble 2, and you get Nimble 2 and you're like Nimble 4. I think what they did is they tried to like squish it so that the lower level Nimble was stronger and the higher level Nimble was weaker. What game do you think is harder, Tekken or League of Legends? Probably League of Legends, because I have to question myself after I play it as to why I'm playing League of Legends. For the record, I actually don't really care. I don't play either game. Neither game particularly interests me. But yeah, like very, very genuinely, Nimble is like, you've only really, to fight zombies reliably, you only ever really needed Nimble 2, even in Build 41. As soon as you're not sufficiently slower than the zombies while nimble, then it was kind of more of a luxury stat than a necessary stat. It's one of the reasons I always found it weird. People are like, man, it's so hard to get Nimble 5. Is like, okay, but did you need it? My character's sleep schedule being utterly destroyed is a big inconvenience. Man, I'm not a big fan of like League of Legends. Like again, Tekken I don't have an opinion. But like a lot of the microtransaction games where you have to like either grind for a long time to unlock your next hero or buy a bunch of the in-game currency. I think like it's fine when it's a free game and all that, like League is. I don't think it's like morally repugnant or anything. But I don't like games that depend on microtransactions. I would much rather buy a game and I own the game. That is the end of the story. Is it still the same person as yesterday? Yeah. We did take a really dumb death yesterday on a character. I wasn't paying attention to my moodles, and I poisoned my character. And I'll eat a lot of poison berries, they're perfectly fine. But I wasn't paying attention, and I chased being sick with more poison berries, and that doesn't work out for you. The worst thing is, like, even as, like, the bar finished, I had realized what I'd done before it even, like, kicked in, killing me. I was like, ah, crap. You know, tried to salvage it by overeating to get the food buff, but no. Poisoned. And that's, like, only the second time I think I've poisoned myself since I started playing Project Zomboid years ago. Just one dumb moment of inattention. Yeah, very, very genuinely, like, you start not having to worry about just survival. It's like how fast you can kill stuff. Nowadays I'd say it's even Nimble 1, but it used to be like around Nimble 2. And then I'd say it's around like 2 or 3 strength and fitness. And then choose a weapon type and have like 3 or 4. Once you hit that, you can just reliably pull groups and fight your way through them without too much of an issue. You'll have to back off and break a little bit more than if you're at much higher stats. But usually after that point, getting an extra point in fitness or an extra point in strength or an extra point in whatever combat skill you're using, the only real difference there is, okay, instead of killing 200 zombies in a day reliably, you kill 300 zombies in a day reliably. And that's if killing the zombies is your primary motivator. If not, all that goes out the window because then those stats matter even less. It's just the convenience of carry weight then. Alright, grab our sleeping bag. Yeah, no, I deliberately set my stats low as well because to me, Project Zomboid, the early game is where the magic happens. As your run goes on, it gets easier and easier and easier until it stops being fun, and then it becomes just kind of going through the motions. Okay. So I'm definitely a fan of like the slow burn kind of games. I'm still more overloaded than I'd like. Alright, let's drop our bag in the ground for a moment. Easier to fight, the higher burn effect? Right, because fighting stops being interesting after a while. When you get to the point you just walk up to a crowd and just slap your weapon a couple of times and they all fall over kind of deal. The combat gets way easier. That it literally just kind of becomes, you backpedal, the horde falls down. Repeat. Not a whole lot of variance or interest there. It's weird because, like, it's kind of like when you're playing, like, Path of Exile, for example. There's a lot of fun as you, like, slowly get your build together, and it gradually gets stronger and stronger. And there's a lot of fun in that early chase, but there's definitely a point where you're starting to reach level 100, and, you know, you're not getting very many upgrades anymore. Like, progression is really slowed down, that, you know, you're fighting and fighting and fighting to maybe get a very minor buff on a rare item that has a slightly better stamina roll or something like that. That, you know, that lack of feeling of progression starts to kind of undermine the enjoyment of it. And it's not that you should be able to increase forever and ever necessarily or anything like that. It's just, you know, you've gotten your progress and there's not that much more to chase. So, like, when you're playing Product Zomboid, the early game where, like, everything you do, gain that one extra point in strength, that one extra point in maintenance, that one extra point in, you know, your short blunt skill, where it's a very meaningful impact, it means a whole lot. They're like, oh man, I'm hitting so much harder now, and all that. But once you're getting to, like, level 8 and 9, If they get to the kinks out, would you start another multiplayer server? I probably wouldn't start another server. We'd probably just pick up where we left off on the previous one. I'll probably play a bit more, because I have been enjoying the multiplayer. I'm not exactly sure when I'm going to stop playing Product Zomboid again. I'm not intending on this being something where I'm going to be jumping in for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds more hours again. I've already got 4,000 plus hours in the game. But it's kind of nice to pop back in. It's just, you know, over the years as I played more and more, the amount of time it takes to go from I'm enjoying it to I'm burnt out gets shorter and shorter. Because at the end of the day, it still is the same game. I'm trying to put my friendship bracelet. Do you mind? I just want to have a friend in this world. That's so much to ask. And that's not even a Project Zomboid thing. That's just any game you've played a sufficient amount. You can go back, have your little nostalgia trip or whatever, and then you're like, you know what? That bug that's been a bug forever and ever, you're just kind of, eh. Okay. Well, new stuff, new struggle. Well, that's kind of what I actually counter my argument is new stuff in Product Zomboid. Most of it doesn't really change the struggle. In a lot of ways, some of the changes have made the struggle easier because you have more options. Now, granted, yeah, like the keeping your calories up is a little bit harder in build 42 versus build 41, so there's certainly that there. But outside of that specific thing, water's no harder to get a hold of. We've actually got a couple more options there. Food in general, if you're not talking about your caloric uptake, we've got more options with, you know, the various animals and all that on the map, that getting just any food in general is easier. I would say foraging has actually gotten stronger than it's ever been in the game for just keeping hunger and all that up and getting a hold of valuable things. Again, the calories being up is a different thing. Never had a problem like this. Yeah, early game's the most fun, but late game, even when things become too easy, you just start to become impudent. The game punishes you. You start a new run. Well, that's the thing. When you're looking at, like, the late game, I don't have a tendency to get careless, and I just keep surviving. Like, I mean, that's not actually true, but, like, I keep surviving for a long time. There's a reason I was able to get a world record at one point, and there's a reason I still have a character alive that's got over 300,000, or around 300,000 kills. I don't remember exactly where it left off. Because that doesn't happen to me. And so, on that character, I've cleared out almost all of Louisville on 16 times pop. And all that. And it is something that it literally just becomes, wake up, start slaying zombies, you know, whatever, and you go, oh, we'll build something. And you try, but there's just no draw. You don't need any of it. That's one of the things I actually feel you end up becoming aware of as you play Project Zomboid, is how little so many of the game's mechanics actually matter. Like, you can build stuff for the creative side, and there's nothing wrong with that. But broadly speaking, you don't need to build anything. And if you like fighting, the unfortunate reality is you do have to kind of, like, keep moving and keep relocating and all that to seek out the zombies. New options for water. So we've got some things that make carrying water easier. We got the new backpack that has the water bottle built into it. There's a lot of the water containers that become more efficient on carrying water. You could still drink directly from the rivers and lakes, and that's all fine. We've got more options for being able to create like fires and storage things that you can craft your own stuff out in the world now to make things to make water in versus you used to have to get a saucepan and a cooking pan. There are far more wells than we've ever had around the world. Like that whole west side of the world where Echo Creek, there's like half a dozen wells over there. So like finding fresh water and even just drinking from contaminated water, you can get away with so much now. I wouldn't say that was ever a big issue though. It's not like in all the time I played Project Zomboid, I think I've dehydrated like once, maybe twice. And I don't think I've ever starved to death. And like for me, the only thing that Build 42 is interesting. Well, there's the evidence I needed, because I think it was Drongo mentioned the other day that we're supposedly not supposed to get short blunt weapon or maintenance weapon skill from like hitting things with sticks and all that. Like that had gotten taken away as like a balance decision. And I know the maintenance we don't get. But yeah, there's the confirmation that the short blunt applies. I don't know if that's a bug or it's just that's changed, because I know that's something that had been discussed. And it was mostly the devs weren't really thrilled about the fact that a whole lot of people were grabbing up big piles of rocks and then slapping zombies with rocks until they had high skill levels. Because rocks were readily available. Yeah, no, the maintenance XP being gone, like it's very specifically on the actual weapons. So if you actually go to the stone and all that, it'll say right down there, does not generate maintenance XP when used as a weapon. But yeah, no, I was under the impression it wasn't supposed to give short blunt either, but that's fine. Okay, so we need another tree branch. There we go. I kind of wish when you were foraging it'd show these ones as well. Yeah, no, literally no skills. Literally no skills. Not sure I could describe that, like, literally 0 skill points in anything whatsoever. Because it really doesn't take long to get your first few points and stuff. But yeah, so with that, we're now sitting at 2.5 maintenance, 1 axe, 1 short blunt, 1 carving. Electrical and napping are coming along. We're about to hit 2 strength. Nimble's about to hit 1. Fitness is about to hit 1. Our foraging is about to hit 8. Fishing 1, all that. But yeah, no, for me, because the early game, like, the faster I get to the late game, the faster the game stops being as much fun. So I do everything I can to extend the early game. Because the way I kind of picture Project Zomboid to a certain extent is it's effectively a big list of checkboxes. That we say, here is my list of all the things I need to do to secure my run. Here's the generator magazine, here's the herbalist magazine, here's finding a good generator, here's getting a good car, you know, here's getting your Nimble 3 or whatever you want to set that bar to. And every day you're playing the game, you're getting a step closer to ticking off another box. And each time you tick off another box, it's gone. That box is ticked off, it's done. You never need to go get Nimble 3 again on that character. So the only ways your list gets longer is if your character dies, which is the most common way it resets, or if Product Zomboid creates ways to effectively take them back. But considering one of the biggest meaningful things that Product Zomboid gives you is a feeling of progression where, you know, you did the thing and you got your next milestone, your next whatever. If they start arbitrarily taking those back, it undermines that feeling of progression since that progression is fleeting. And there's a lot of games who take that strategy, and usually it kind of hurts the long-term enjoyment of the game because all that. Versus, weirdly, having your character die being the way of doing it feels not as bad because most of the time, not counting multiplayer desync and that kind of stuff, the vast majority of the time when you die in Project Zomboid, you can look in the mirror and say, that was my fault. I made the decision that led to that outcome. It's pretty rare that you go and be like, that was truly a BS death. Like, I should not have died there. Like, you know, something glitch, something bug. It's not never, but it's pretty rare. Like, in all my years playing Product Zomboid, I would say deaths I've taken that were truly, like, bugs, scuff kind of thing, maybe 2 or 3 of them. Like, I would argue, you know, utterly scuff hitboxes, you know, that is, to me, that is a game bug flaw, whatever you want to go with your terminology. Like, you know, like the lockers where you'd run up to the locker and they took up a full tile even though the locker took up like a quarter of a tile. You know, obviously you learn the lesson after you've done it once, but also it probably shouldn't work that way. But yeah, so what ends up happening in practicality is as you go along, your to-do list gradually gets smaller and smaller. And that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But you eventually start hitting the point where, instead of everything being something exciting or interesting to pursue, the list starts getting short enough where you're like, you know what? Do I want to do that thing? Like, you know, oh, I want to collect the 100 Spiffo dolls or whatever arbitrary thing, because there's very much in Product Zomboid as a sandbox, it is a game where you have to create your fun. You have to come up with things you want to accomplish and do. And early on, it's very easy. I want to survive a week. I want to survive a month. I want to survive 3 months. I want to survive to my first winter. Like, whatever the next milestone is. That's very easy to come up with those milestones. But there's definitely a point where you're surviving long enough. Once you're surviving, like, 6 months to a year, that just surviving longer stops really being a meaningful milestone anymore. Because the time investment's there, and there's a certain point that just living to live is a whole thing. You remember how Royal Cheese tied to a car crash bug? Oh, died to a car crash bug? Yeah, no, there's been some wild ones. Yeah, like most of the time, it's pretty tame. And it's also one of those things that later on anyways, the longer your character lives, usually the more cautious you're going to be about not doing, like, silly risky stuff. You'll still do risky stuff, because there's just inherent risks with a lot of stuff in the game. Especially when you're, like, clearing random buildings or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, no. You're going to be fighting the zombies in enclosed spaces, like when you're doing the mall. You're not getting them all out of that building. The prison, that kind of thing. So very genuinely, you're going to be facing certain danger, but it is kind of controlling that risk and being like, okay, I can't eliminate the danger, but I can make a bunch of noise outside first and draw the zombies out. That makes it a lot less dangerous for me. We'll put on the work boots. I think we're wearing sneakers right now. Let's still use this as a knife. Alright, so I'm going to have to find another stick to make another weapon. Now, one thing I could do is I could potentially go... As I could potentially go and cut down trees and get a couple of branches here and there. It's kind of a tricky prospect, though. You end up putting a lot of muscle strain yourself on there, and you're using some of your materials to then get other materials. And there's definitely times to do that. But right now, where we're kind of staged here, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for me to go and put my time on all that. Let's get the tree branch. Grab the other one down here. I do wish these showed up on foraging. I know some people would find that a little obnoxious. Man, our sleep schedule's been trash. We have been getting sleepy so early. It almost feels like, because we did the new default of 1.5 hour days. Normally I've been very adamant about running 1 hour days, but I'm like, hey, this is the default. Let's show off the default behavior of the game. It almost feels like Drowsy didn't get properly adjusted for consideration with longer days. Because, like, we got a good night's sleep and everything the night before. And so for being at 2:30, you know what, honestly, 2:30, I'm going to take a caffeine pill. That's just too early. And there is stuff around, like, if you're exerted for more of the day, you more quickly tire, blah, blah, blah. And none of those are wrong. But even then, like, I expect to get that tired of him, like, chopping down trees or whatever. Okay. Okay, so put one in the back, one in the bag. Alright, and that's not too bad. Why does it matter when you sleep? With cat's eyes function at night. So you heard me mention before risk aversion. The darker it gets, and the more foggy it gets, the easier it is to overlook a zombie. And when you're talking long-term survival in Project Zomboid, it's not the zombie like the giant horde in front of you that ever kills you. It's always the one zombie that was chilling back, like my world record run died because it was a bit foggy, and there was a zombie wearing all gray standing perfectly still on a road. So while I was fighting a bunch of other things, I just missed it in the fog. But anything that hurts your visibility is a major concern for your long-term survival in Project Zomboid. So fighting at night, even with cat's eyes on the settings like I've got my stuff set up to, it can be very difficult to make out zombies on like grass and all that. And ideally, you know, you'd keep fighting on stuff like the gravel roads where it's very easy to see the zombies by comparison. Oh. No. Well, that's a toaster. I don't care about that. But, you know, even then, you get like a stormy night or something like that. So generally, I want my character to wake up around 7:50, and that's a very specific time so that I can right away in the morning pull out the radio once I've got one, tune into the like the weather channel kind of thing, see if the helicopter's coming soon, all that kind of stuff. But to reliably wake up around that time where my sleep isn't totally hosed, it means my character needs to go to bed at a time. I don't want my character waking up too early, and I don't want them going to bed too early. It's one of the things that, with Build 41, I used to find while Wakeful is objectively a good trait for getting more done in a day, I used to find it low-key one of the more infuriating traits to deal with as a positive. Because in practice what would end up happening is managing your sleep became very difficult because you just needed so little sleep during part of the day. So I actively tried to avoid Wakeful. Not that I'd go the other way and make your character get sleepy faster. That was also a problem. But I found with like the regular sleep schedule, I could very easily manage being like, I go to bed by midnight, I wake up by 7:50, and as long as I keep that, most of the time my character will have a manageable sleep routine and all that. Okay. And pretty soon I'm going to stop waiting on the muscle strain, because pretty soon it'll be the exertion that's actually the thing holding me back most of the time. Yeah, so I got our first point in Nimble. They're basically set there. We're about to get our first point in Fitness and our second point in Strength. That'll help us out a lot. We're getting relatively close to getting in our level on axes. Generally speaking, my preference weapons-wise has always been short blade because of the endurance efficiency. Okay, so we're out of the water bottles. I'll eat the other lemon for the little bit of water that'll give me. Yeah, I remember this house. We're just north of Lake Fallis. This could be where we drop back to start like leapfrogging our way into town. Give me your weapon. Give me your weapon. Oh, it's garbage. It's fine. I can still hit a zombie with it, which makes it better than not having it. Yeah, it's still the second run from yesterday. It'd be really nice when I get that next point in Strength. Every point in Strength we get helps tremendously with me keeping able to move around because of carry weight issues. That 6 carry weight to start is really rough at the beginning. Okay, broken stick. Take that apart. Did I have 2 screwdrivers? I don't remember. No, I'm down to just the one. Okay, we should be hitting electrical 1 relatively soon. Okay, so we're going to be looking for new branches, for more weapons, and yada yada. We can chuck that on the body so it despawns. Oh, there's a tree branch down there. Okay. Hello, couple zombies over here. Yeah, we don't want to grab that. The big bonk stick, while amusing, is just straight up murders your endurance. And how am I doing with... I've got one piece of worn flint and one worn rock. So I do need to pick up a new rock and all that if we're going to do that. There's one stone here. Okay. It's not great because they're pretty overburdened. Let's put... Not the bag I want to put in. It doesn't have as much carry weight reduction. Get you over here. And after this, I need to rest. And I need to go probably draw the zombies away from the house long enough for me to go and grab water and top off. The thirst is hurting our carry weight enough that I'm now fighting more overburden. That's really necessarily a good idea to do. But this is what we need to do to get better at fighting, is just fight. Well, if you're going to take me next to the magazine, I'll go ahead and dispose of that real fast on your corpse. There's a key to some place. Can we drop the bag long enough to recover? Because if we're carrying weight and we try and recover our stamina, it won't recover as fast. Now, we're not dangerously thirsty or anything yet, but we're going to get there not too long. Like I said, if things get dicey, all I have to do is I will turn around and where we go into that house down there, I will just draw the zombies away for a minute. And then make our next go at it. Yeah, so we're now just overloaded, which is still higher than I like to go. I think it's like slightly overburdened is the lowest level. That's the one I don't mind really fighting in for the most part. Once you go higher than that, it starts to get a bit dodgy because the impacts on your movement speed and all that, making it so the expected turn and burn when a fight starts going south. Yeah, that's where we're just gonna kick us over to the next higher level of overburned. Yeah, it's starting to get dark. Won't be too much longer before we want to make sure we get inside and resting and whatever. Or not inside and resting. Before we make sure we want to get our water and whatnot. There's some more nettles. Keep accidentally putting stuff in this bag, which doesn't have as much weight reductions. Yeah, so you should be able to push in here. There's a fire pit in front. At a minimum, there should be water in, like, the sinks and all that. Don't really care about the loot. Loot's not particularly meaningful. Like, yeah, if I get a good weapon out of there or whatever, like a claw hammer or something, there's something to say about that. Alright, I think for right now, we're going to plan for this to be a water run. I'm going to drop my bag right over here. They're not going to be fighting our way in. We're going to be drawing them away. So that I can manage to get in there, get the water topped off. I can worry about what's next after that once we've got our water sourced. We will want to kill all these zombies, it's just... We're in a manageable state with our dehydration right now, but it won't be too much longer before it starts to become a problem. Okay, so it seems like it's just the zombies over here on this side of the house. I'd rate Project Zomboid 0 out of 10. I usually don't score games in that way. I will say I have 4,000 hours into it, and it's a game I bought, and I don't regret it at any point. So, you know, you can do what you will with that information. Like, it's certainly a game that has its problems, but it definitely has a lot of good stuff under the hood, a lot of charm, a lot of benefit, and whatnot. But it's also got some rough edges. It's not a perfect game, but it's a really good game. I wouldn't say there is a perfect game, but you get the idea. So we're cutting through the trees, so there's at least a little bit of line of sight. I don't expect to properly break them away here. But kind of my hope is I could dump off the biggest part of the group. I'm going to circle back out and around. I don't want to grab that group. Okay, let's jog. The reason I'm jogging is so I'm far enough away. All right. Yep, no, I know. Okay, so we got the important bits. Which is to get the ice cream, which I'm going to eat the whole thing right now, because it will not let the ice cream go to waste. It might actually take longer. Okay. We ate some of the ice cream right now. It's just taking too long to shovel the ice cream into our mouth. We got a little bit of fresh food. We got our water topped off, so we're in good shape there. Now I gotta fish our ice cream. Because once the ice cream goes bad in the world, there'll never be any more ice cream. So clearly I'm gonna reward our character by letting them binge any and all ice cream we see. Is it strategically the right play? No. Am I gonna do it anyways? Absolutely. That's how you feel too? Yeah, there's certain things like the pizza and the ice cream and all that, that like once it's gone from the world, it's gone forever as far as Product Zomboid's concerned. That you're like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get my character to be like, this is the last popsicle. You're gonna go ahead and eat it. This is the last ice cream. You're gonna go ahead and eat it. Because sooner or later, you're going to be living on almost an exclusively fish and berry diet. Do you make pizza now? Yeah, but it's kind of a whole big thing. And you're gonna depend on stuff like farming for your tomatoes and all that, and let's be honest, Build 42 farming is pretty rubbish. Hey, Fitness 1! We're basically an all-star athlete now. We are the fastest runner in all of Knoxville. We're also the slowest runner in all of Knoxville County, but you know, we don't have to look at it on the negative side. But yeah, no, unfortunately, the reality is with like farming in the game right now, it's a bit of a meme. It is an incredible amount of effort, and the payouts may be okay. And it's one of those things. It's one of the places I feel that they leaned too hard into the realism aspect without really consideration of, okay, but what really makes sense for the video game? Because what is like the fastest growing crop is something like 3 months? Or like 90 days or whatever. I think that maybe even I might be underestimating it. Whereas like the longest growing crop is like 270 days or some nonsense. That's gonna be, well... Okay. So it is kind of one of those things you're like, okay, practically, you could put in all this time and all this effort where you're probably going to have to water and weed the crops and check for, like, you know, problems with it and yada yada. And if you put all that time in and you get to the other side, you can harvest this. But even with a freezer, you harvest all these crops and the bulk of them end up rotting before you can get to them if they're anything that gives you any real nutrition. Otherwise, you know, you get where this is going. You put in all the effort, but because of the limited shelf life of the items, it's just not worth it. Compared to you pick up a bug off the ground, you throw it on a hook, and you're just good. Or you trap. Or you just get a big area of, you know, rabbits or chickens or whatever. It's not even about, like, min-maxing, it's more the comment that the farming is such unrewarding for the amount of effort. You kind of do it to be like, hey, I grew something, and that's kind of its only value. It used to not be that way. Like, old farming used to be too easy. Where you could just toss some stuff down, utter neglect, and then come back and have yourself a smorgasbord of a mountain of potatoes. Maybe you'd water it once in a while if you were a good plant parent. It's more than I wanted, but not too many more. Because he didn't rest between pulls. But I got Fitness 1. I'm basically a superhero now. I'm memeing. Fitness 1, like, genuinely Fitness 1 is actually huge for giving us more time in the fight. But, you know, we're still pretty awful. Oh, it's weird, actually, look it. Yeah, so to give you an idea, we're at Nimble 1. And I am barely slower than they are. The reason it felt worse before is because of spending the whole time overburdened. So I was getting the movement penalty from being overburned. Ooh, that was not a turn I wanted to do. I mean, I wanted to turn, it's just... I did the style of turn where you do like the slow and you kind of freeze in space for just a second. Okay, we can go back to our duffel bag. And that's why I dropped the duffel bag, is it's getting to the point where we're just getting over-encumbered. And over-encumbered really does slow us down quite a bit. And burns our endurance quite a bit faster. So it's the thing to not let our stuff stay like that. Then pretty soon we'll back off, we'll put down our sleeping bag and get some rest. Yeah, it's gonna probably be too dark. Yeah, playing on the server, on Ultra server with no cat's eyes, it makes you forget how much cat's eyes does help. It still gets pretty dark to the point you can't really see with cat's eyes, but without it entirely, it's just like, oh, this is pitch black. I can't see crap. There is no way I'm fighting this successfully. Gonna enjoy some graham crackers. Probably want to wake up in the morning and craft a little bit more. And drop off more of these berries that are going stale. How are we doing on our rags, by the way? So I still got 10 weapons worth of rags, so we'll just keep doing that. I want to get back away from the bodies and a little ways back from where the house is, because the zombies will move around a little bit here and there from there. So I want to be careful about sleeping way too close to it. It'd still be manageable, but having the rude awakening in the middle of the night can be pretty rough. The odds I'd actually die from it or take an injury are pretty low. But it sucks to have to, like, run away from my sleeping bag, drag things away, slowly kill them without having the weapons I want. Or need, not really want. We're using Wish.com weapons right now. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like you just need tree branches for more weapons. Yeah, so this is with Cat's Eye. So I can make out the trees and that the road is vaguely here and there's a railroad tracks here. But as you can probably imagine, if I'm fighting in this strip here, in this blackness, and there's a zombie wearing dark colors there, there's a good chance I just don't see it. So while Cat's Eye is strong, it's not something you just fight through the middle of the night. Not unless you're doing like bright nights or you turn up your gamma on your screen a whole lot. My screen, I don't have the gamma turned way up or anything like that. So it does get pretty gnarly dark at like in the middle of the night. So that's the reasons why I make it a point to back off when it starts to get dark. It used to be I'd even be stricter about those times. What do you think they should improve about the game except graphics? Things working the way they're supposed to, and consistently, and not having a bunch of bugs with everything. And like, when you're crafting stuff, it should be consistent where it can take it from any pouch anywhere versus some stuff has to be in your main bag, some stuff could be in your other pouches, some stuff could be in containers nearby you. But it's pretty inconsistent on what requires what. And some of that can be confusing. Like, for example, cleaning rags requires to be in your main pouch. It won't even show you the option otherwise, which leads you to making the incorrect assumption that you can't clean the rags. Like, very genuinely, we've had the comment a couple times during stream today. I'm kind of hoping that the devs, you know, they do this hotfix where they clean up, like, the worst of the worst bugs for multiplayer right now, like the foraging bug, the stuff going on with the animals, that kind of thing, the nimble not leveling literally at all, that they fix those kind of things, and then, you know, they take themselves a nice week or two or whatever vacation, you know, because everyone deserves to be allowed to have a break. And then when they come back, I'm hoping there's like a code freeze for new features. No new features. Straight up strong, no budget policy. We will not be adding new features to the game. And they just spend the next couple of months fixing a bunch of the bugs, getting things to be more consistent, getting things to be more smooth. Specifically fixing where zombies, when they turn into crawlers, they make the entire game lock for a second, which has been in the game since Build 41's earlier days. So that, you know, we stop having these weird constant hitches every time a zombie becomes a crawler. I'm specifically calling out that bug as stop being something that, like, there's a point when you run into a bug, it's like, oh, that's weird, that's kind of annoying, oh, that's pretty frustrating, oh, that's getting awful too. I'm really done with this bug, and I'm kind of in that last stage where it's like, you know what, there's a certain point where after 2.5 years, fix it. With that said, I'm going to be stepping away for just a couple minutes to run downstairs, throw some dinner in the oven real fast, and welcome my wife home, because it's about that time. Then we'll get back, we'll pick up where we left off with Product Zomboid and stuff. Yeah, you always fight with the use of flashing lights, thinking of it. Always use the Restless Sleeper and Wakeful, so your sleep cycle isn't dictated by the sun. Yeah, my problem with 16 times pop and how hard it can be to get around is batteries. Me fighting to the next place to get more batteries, I end up using up my batteries. The flashlight's still good to have in the pocket in a pinch where, you know, you're getting ready to wrap up for the night, you're going in, and then there's a meta event and the entire swarm of zombies comes out and you've lost where your home is and you're like, well, crap, now I'm stuck in the middle of the night figuring out where to go. And so at that point, that's why I keep a flashlight on me, is for those cases where that curveball that's meta events and helicopters throws you off balance. You got to just run with it. With that said, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in a few. Okay, my wife wasn't back yet, so rather than, like, putting the food and all that, I just came back up. You know, just did a quick, like, restroom break and all that. Because, unfortunately, the food we're making tonight isn't something I can just toss in the stove and walk away. I do know tomorrow and all that. Well, actually, Tomb's home tomorrow. We'll figure it out. The plan had been to make chili today, which would have been perfect, because then I could just crock-potted it and whatever, but I got stuck in errands and wouldn't have been enough time to do on the slow cooker. So instead, it's going to be some sausage and some, like, rolls and that kind of thing. Oh, right, weapons. Weapons. That's right. We were out of those things called weapons. Let's drop off the stale berries. So we need, at a minimum, some tree branches. We could also use, like, flint and more rocks and all that, but it's mostly the tree branches right now. Because we do have the limitation of just the fact that my carry weight's so low. These don't eat you. But you rolled damage. It's not my fault. Oh, that was dumb of me. I didn't realize there was going to be zombies up there, and I just walked right up to them. It's fine, I'll deal with it in a moment. Okay, so we do have... Did I just pull a separate group? Well, this is going great. Because, well, it's not technically impossible to take down, like, 4 zombies just by pushing without using fences or doors or whatever. I've done it before in a pinch. It really does depend on getting lucky with the RNG that you end up getting them all to kind of fall over at the appropriate times. Alright, so let's zip on over here. That's a dangerous thing. A rock hidden behind a tree like that, that's a really good way to die in a very upsetting way. I just don't have the time. Alright. I do actually have a spare screwdriver. That's a perfectly serviceable weapon. Well, it's actually the rock that Drongo got caught on was the smaller one. It's the same problem. Like it's not better or worse between them. And both those rocks came out at the same time and have that same problem. And it's not a new problem to Product Zomboid. Most of the other things that had the bad collision boxes got corrected over time, like the lockers in the schools used to block you if you walked on the tile with them. They changed it so you can walk through them now. Because the locker only covered like a third or a fourth of the tile, so it was weird that you get stuck on it. Now, that was probably like the biggest outlier for that specific issue of like the misaligned graphic and hitboxes. But like there's also like there's the round fountains that are about like that big. You get stuck on the corners of them where there wasn't stuff either that, again, just in the moment you would think you can walk around it, and then you realize, oh, this is actually being treated as a solid object, the whole rectangle. Both of those are smaller. Yeah, and that's not the one. If I see the one that he got stuck on, because like I didn't see him get stuck on it, but I did see like where his body was and where the rock was. And yeah, no, it's a classic kind of problem in the game. Like again, not like a player skill or whatever. It's just another one of those things that could be just a pain point in the game. Because, like, I'm willing to bet... Yeah, so if you look here, you would expect me to be able to walk straight down over here because I'm nowhere near that graphic. But the hitbox of that rock goes all the way out to there. And there's a bunch of, like, that one's not as bad, this rock up here. But this one, you look at those two far corners, where there's about a fourth to a third of the space that you would imagine being able to walk through. And yeah, it's solid all the way out there. Like I said, they fixed most of the old things that had that problem, but those rocks are fairly new. Those came out with build 42, and they're all the exact same problem, where the hitbox is just way bigger than you'd anticipate it being. And even if you're aware of it, you can still be caught by surprise, like you're trying to like narrowly get around something, and there's one of those rocks. That's a kind of thing I imagine the devs will get sorted eventually. But it does suck when it catches you by surprise. Well, like I said, there's been a handful of those. There's the new rocks. All of the new rocks have the problem. Every single one of them. The lockers had the problem. That got me killed at one point. The lockers taking up more space, you know, in reality than they appear to. There is the fountains that are round as opposed to being rectangular. Those ones is the exact same problem here, where most of it was fine, but you got to those corners and it really extended out there a lot more than you'd think. That's because ultimately when it comes to it, it's like the tiles in the ground basically say like passable, not passable, that kind of thing. So weird situations like that, do you make it passable or not? And they opted to make it not passable. My argument would be just make it passable. Yeah, it'll be weird because you kind of sort of ish clip through the edge of the rock. But between getting stuck on an invisible ground that you can't really make an informed decision about, because why would you expect to be stuck on the corner of a rock that's invisible? You can make a decision the other way around. Okay. So we got our new weapons. Yeah, it was the one little rock that's behind a tree was the style rock that caught drunk. But like I said, it's the exact same problem. Like, I'd definitely say that big rock there was the worst offender. So far as the new rocks having weird hitbox. But they all have weird hitboxes. And when you got zombies like right behind you that you're trying to maneuver around, that quarter or fraction of a second you get snagged on that, it's just too little. The one grabs you, every one of the other ones right behind it pile on. If you see, there's one clip where you see me like swing like a I think it's a nightstick, like I swing a nightstick at a zombie and I narrowly miss it, like I'm off by like a pixel, and then just like the character instantly gets dragged down. It's that same problem when you've got that many zombies nearby. The moment one gets a hold of you, the rest just dogpiles you, and there's no chance to react after that happens. In his case, he didn't miss the swing, he just snagged on the rock. Like, the hindsight in that one was, that was the lesson learned of I took a swing I shouldn't have taken. Like, if I would have hit it, it would have been fine, it would have carried on and done great, but it was passing a zombie and swinging as I passed off to the side, and there was just no need for it. So when I missed it, the zombie I was swinging at got the grab on me, and then everything 2 inches behind me just got me. That was Clark Burke. That was like my third highest kill count run stream? Or third highest kill count run character. Alright, so let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and enjoy ourselves a little bit of a snack real fast out of the bag. I'm going to grab this last hammer and put it in this bag, so I've got my 3 hammers. Now I've got my weapons to fight for a little bit. And then once I start getting tired or breaking all my weapons, we just come back here and grab that. Okay. And part of the reason, even though I can use the branches, I keep wanting to use the actual hammers, is maintenance skill is very important. It's pretty much how long your weapons last in a fight. Behind the scenes, every time you hit a zombie, it rolls a dice and says, okay, did this weapon get damaged on that hit? And so it rolls that dice roll, and you kind of figure out whether or not it did. Every time you gain a point in maintenance, it gives you slightly better odds of winning that roll. So it's one of the reasons why you can still have, like, fluke, your weapon breaks in 5 hits and it's just done. It's just the odds of that are ridiculously low. Yeah, so that can be very useful there. Okay, so we broke our first hammer already. We also gained a point in strength, which is a pretty big thing so far as helping with the carry weight. It's very genuine that increased my maximum carry weight, because our maximum carry weight, if I wasn't thirsty, should be 8. So it's just shy of a 20% increase in our total amount we can carry. You can see where that'll add up real fast. Now we're getting a little bit queasy from being around all the corpses. So some very, very minor corpse sickness. What's the minor damage from my body? Carrying too much. Carrying too much, and then might also be the queasy contributing as well. Honestly, you don't really worry about this damage unless you have something that's actively killing you. We haven't really been fishing for a bit. We're moving kind of center map towards Lake Fallis, I think. And the idea was there is that I'm hoping I can actually get into some of these farmhouses, maybe get some kind of, like, ability to go, like, get a building taken over, work my way to the next building, that kind of thing. Versus what we've been doing, which is we kind of start working on something, the meta event happens, the neighboring town comes out to say hi, and we get bullied away, mostly because of our lack of weapons. Because they're making good progress for getting into this place. Because we went in there and just quickly did like a grab and go. But pretty soon we'll be able to clear out the area enough that... That's not what you want to open with. But pretty soon I'll probably be able to grab and just kind of hold myself there. There'll probably be some back and forth where... You know, I get in there, the zombies, you know, show up because of a meta event. I get pushed off, and then we clear our way back in. That's normal on 16 times pop. There's almost like a tug-of-war that happens as you go into an area. And it's just a matter of, do you kill more of them before they can kill you kind of thing. That is a dangerous swing I don't want to take. Cool. We're queasy because we're around corpses. We haven't poisoned ourselves, or we're not dealing with anything like that. It's just there's lots of bodies around. Because you can see bad smell. That'll slowly make us sick. We're going to see that a lot if we play this run for any real length of time. It's pretty normal for us to face a lot of corpse sickness as we go through. Especially when we start getting to, like, proper areas that are higher pop areas. There's a clip that comes by on the channel every once in a long while that is me when it's clearing March Ridge. And March Ridge is a small but extremely dense town in Product Zomboid. And it's just like me walking around the corner from, like, some of the houses to the east to, like, going around to the gas station where the entire ground is just, like, literally no gaps, just bodies. Because it was kind of just wake up, full send, kill zombies. Alright. Versus this is actually not that many bodies. I'm honestly surprised that we were getting queasy up there. Just checking one thing real fast. I need to deal with that later. Okay. Just trying to check to see if Tomb's home real fast before I run downstairs again. Nope. Which is why I wanted to check. And we're just waiting on our muscle strain here. What? It's so weird. In, I have, like, a camera in my garage or whatever, and for whatever reason, the angle is just making it reflect off a ladder I have against the wall, so there's, like, this one bright ladder in the side of the garage, where everything else is, like, really dark and hard to see. It always sucks because that one camera, there is a spider who is hell-bent on building a nest there that I've cleared that area out so many times. Never do see the spider itself. And I'll be out and about, and they'll be like, we've detected motion in your garage. And you just see the spider up on there making its web. You're like, cool, man. Guess we get to clean that out again. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't even have a big problem with it, because there's lots of bugs and everything in Florida, and between bugs and spiders, I'll take the spiders. Hey, Poity, thank you so much again for the tier 3 sub. The incredibly generous tier 3, I really do appreciate that. Big deal that you'd, go above and beyond with that. And the fact you've been subbed for 49 months. Over 4 years. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Alright. We're already drowsy again, which is not my favorite. Okay, so you're just repositioning. Okay. So that'll have to be broken into, most likely. And the water is officially off. So most likely that, oh no, I'm surprised the zombies didn't react to that. I was kind of anticipating the light switch to alert the zombies. For those who don't know, maybe it's changed in build 42, but the way light switches worked is it's not that the zombies would see the light. It was effectively when you hit that switch, there'd be a radius around which it would effectively play a noise that you couldn't hear. And so it'd alert the zombies in the immediate surrounding area, whether or not they could see it. It is entirely possible that they have changed mechanically how it works to not be that way, which would be pretty cool if they did. Because it was kind of unintuitive from you at the player thing that people were like, oh no, the zombies they'll be attracted by the light. And it's like, well, no, the light itself being on is fine. It's the act of turning on the light that would sometimes alert the zombies. Okay, so I can get rid of those. We'll eat some of the nettles. There is stuff in the kitchen I'd potentially want. Man, this sleep schedule is rubbish. Okay, now Tomb's home. This will work out pretty okay timing-wise. So I do apologize about like the double break kind of thing. That's the reason I rushed back up when I realized she wasn't there before starting anything. So it's just like a really quick, like 1-2 minute break. But I am going to be going and stepping away for just a couple of minutes to welcome my wife home. Throw some food in the oven and all that, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. Then there won't be a break for a while longer. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Alright, sorry about that. I actually got back up here and then was like, oh crap, I ran out of drink and I don't have a cup. Hang on, I gotta go back downstairs and grab a cup. But yeah, so dinner's all in there and getting done, so I do apologize about, like, the double break. It is a thing that happens from time to time. Just schedule-wise, like, you know, trying to have food going for when my wife gets home. So I usually start it, she usually, you know, finishes plates at that kind of thing. But it is what it is. I hope everyone's been having a lovely evening and all that. Okay. Now, we're back to dealing with this, like, cursed sleep schedule. Now, for the record, that sleep schedule will improve over time. As you gain fitness, it does have the thing that kind of extends how long you're going to be awake during the day. Just broadly speaking. And that's because what ends up happening is the lower your fitness, the faster you get exhausted. The faster you get exhausted, the faster you get sleepy. And the faster you get sleepy, the more, you know, you have to go to sleep. So it can kind of be a thing that when you run stuff like Wakeful, that you have like a nice sleep schedule early game, but once you get to like mid and late game, it kind of becomes a nuisance because while your character needs so much less sleep, it makes it a little bit weirder to work around that sleep schedule. Now, it's a shame I don't have any more books to read. And I am deliberately not exercising right now. You can exercise to help with your strength and fitness. And what I used to tend to do is I'd do sit-ups, because that's not that big a deal. But it's kind of one of those things I sat there and I did the math at one point as like the amount of exercise you have to do to mean anything, and then the muscle strain that comes the next day from it. Because usually I don't have too many nights I just sit around with nothing to work on. It also can make noise, and then you have the chance of like a meta event triggering while your character's exhausted. And then you're just in bad shape. There would be a calorie use to a certain degree. When you run around and do stuff, it does put more wear and tear on that you gotta worry about. Okay, so let's get the screwdriver out to have a weapon. Okay. Let's take a quick peek around while we're in here before we aggro more zombies. It's a bummer we don't have a key to get in the garage, and I will have to like chop my way through that door. Garages tend to be a pretty good place to get yourself some tools and other goodies. Nothing we care about here. Okay. I do appreciate the water bottle. Drop off the rotten mussels in the pan in there. Oh, we got you. And that'll work as a weapon in a pinch. Okay. That's fine. Oh, you can use the beef patty as a fishing bait. That's interesting. Yeah, so to cook this really fast, it'll be some good calories to slow down our weight loss a little bit. It's just gonna rot here soon anyways. We're gonna just scarf these down whole. You know, get some beef, but yeah, some decent calories in there. We'll be able to get like 2,000 calories. That should slow down our weight loss. I believe we're, yeah, we're still a little bit overweight. That's okay. I'm not trying to get down my weight as fast as possible. Because at a certain point I'm gonna have to like stop and start working on fishing. One thing that was interesting was talking to Allison after stream that she found using the like net traps or whatever for fishing. She was getting ridiculous amounts of calories in no time. Whereas like straight up fishing, you know, has been very grindy. Which is definitely a feels weird situation. Now, if we're going in there, we don't want to break in there unless we have something like a an axe or something of that nature. A weapon that can actually carve through a door relatively well. Alright. Rather than trying to clear around that house, let's continue to focus on getting around the block. And just clearing out the zombies we see in the area. Because you never know when I'm going to get into one of these houses and they'll make crossings. Well, I got keys for the house. I didn't get keys for the garage. I should check, though. I think we did find a pair of keys in the house. I don't think those can be the keys to the garage. You know, in real life, it makes sense for them to potentially be that. But, you know, that's real life versus video game. Please die. Thank you. Oh, you know what? They've got the aqua shorts. What about... the miniskirt looks better. Yeah, no, the thing that was affecting that is this muscle strain being so high. Nah. We're just considering our accessories. It's important. All right. Looking at what we got here. Let's go ahead and as soon as we're hungry enough, we could slam some of this. Because that's all going to rot very, very soon. So I'm just trying to take advantage of eating as much as we can of it. What should happen is we might get that to the point where we're not losing weight. Gonna take us a minute because we're in a lot of pain. But little by little we'll get there. Okay, just checking to see if there's anything important there. Alright, so we finished with that, so we're gonna eat basically a pound of ground beef. Unseasoned, kinda stale, kinda dodgy. We're getting bored. Well, that's unfortunate. Because we're still in a lot of muscle strain, because, surprise, surprise, a bowling or a rolling pin is not exactly a great weapon. But till that muscle strain pops off, if we just go and pick another fight, we're just going to kind of not be in a great situation with it, so... Okay, so it's starting to drop off the muscle strain. And that'll eat our stale bologna. Okay. So after eating all that meat, we are still losing weight handily. But it was a decent chunk of meat. I'm willing to bet we probably got ourselves almost to the point of break even. I'm not trying to get to the break even point, not yet. Okay, that should be fine. Can you make weapons yet? Yeah, no, we've been making the occasional axe and hammer and stuff like that. What are you? An iron band. I'm gonna toss it on the ground for now. That's an interesting find. Not gonna worry about picking up bugs. I'm not really that close to someplace I can fish, so that just becomes carry weight I don't need. Okay, so we do have the group way over there. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure it's not a group like tucked back here somewhere. So there was 2. But that's why we checked, because I could have easily gone in there and have those 2 hear me, like, see me from behind. Yeah, when you level up your foraging, it makes the radius a lot bigger. The catch is, if you're tired, if it's dark, any of these other things, they will reduce the size of your visible radius. And so a lot of time, even when you're maxed out, you'll run around, you'll have, like, the really small circle. Just because of all the other things affecting you. It's one of the reasons why in a lot of runs historically, my kind of schedule was wake up first thing in the morning, do a round of foraging if I'm going to do any foraging. But then, like, in the evening, I usually just wouldn't bother. But honestly, with how strong foraging is, I don't really feel a need to do that anymore. Because even when the radius is small, like... it's fine. Alright, that looks okay. There's a couple over there, there's a couple back there, but they should all be far enough away that unless we have a house alarm, it should just not be a big ordeal. Okay. Yeah, a bunch of empty bottles, don't really need them. Already got pens and all that. I already need a bunch of garbage bags. I already have a flashlight. We'll dismantle that and the power bar for some electrical scrap. You can drop those off and we'll keep the battery. I don't need that. There's another power bar to take apart. Got a heavy-duty flashlight. I'm going to dismantle that. I actually prefer the smaller flashlights versus the heavy-duty. The heavy-duty ones are larger and, like, cover more area. But, the unfortunate reality is they also drain the batteries much faster. So overall, I prefer to just... Oh, let's turn that off. Got bolt, worn pair of bolt cutters and all that. We can take a sip of water out of the sink. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
It looks pretty nummy.
It does look pretty nummy.
I love you.
I love you.
Looks like another type of this run. I mean, this is the same one from yesterday. Yeah, no, we're nowhere near keeping our weight up yet. Unless you're thinking the multiplayer run. The multiplayer run, we're still alive. We're just kind of taking a break on it. The current state of Project Zomboid multiplayer, it's perfectly fine if you want to sit down and just have a good time with some buddies for like an evening or whatever. But when it comes to like long-term survival, it's in a pretty rough state for that. Now that said, there's only like 1 or 2 particular bugs that are pretty rough. The foraging bug probably being the biggest one, where people, I think it's when they're logging out or logging in an area, the foraging just doesn't work anymore in that area. It's broken. Like, it just literally, you can't get stuff. No alarm, please. Thank you. And then there's also a bug where you physically can't gain nimble in multiplayer right now at all in any capacity. Like, you just don't get XP for it. So those two are, like, pretty bad bugs. And then there's a bunch of bugs related to the animals and all that. Let's see, what does one do if they are cut in the neck? You bandage yourself. In the game, you bandage yourself. In real life, you go to the hospital. But in Project Zomboid, you get, like, a rag or a band-aid or whatever, and you cover the neck. As long as you leave the bandage there, you should be fine. I do want the bull. The bull is ridiculously powerful. Not even memeing. The bull is just pure power. Another plastic water bottle and some more bologna. The genuine fudge pop? Oh yeah, we ate it immediately. Okay. So let's go here real fast. Because we have looted these houses. I have not looted the garage yet, though. Realistically for that, I'm gonna need an axe or something and just work at the door. Meanwhile, we could go over here. Chuck our stale stuff in there. Chuck the stale stuff in there. Eat our bologna. Yeah, and I, for the most part, will just put a bandage on, and I just won't bother taking it off. It doesn't count against your carry weight. It doesn't do anything negative, really. So you can just put the bandage on. Doesn't matter. Yeah, in Project Zomboid, you got 2 kinds of infection. You've got zombie infection, and literally the moment you take the hit, it's already decided if you're going to die of zombie infection. There's no action you as the player can take after you've gotten hit by a zombie that changes the outcome of what just happened. If you're going to die of zombie infection, it's already a done deal. If you're not, again, it's already sorted. It doesn't matter how much infection and bandaging and cleaning it up, literally nothing makes a difference. When you take hit, it secretly does a little roll behind the scenes that says you just got infected. And that's That's it. It's all said and done. Then there's like regular old, you know, mundane, like bacterial infection kind of infection, like we have in real life. Now, in real life, an infection can be incredibly dangerous. In Project Zomboid, it's mildly inconvenient. Generally just means like you'll heal a little bit slower and you'll have a little bit more pain, but otherwise, pretty big nothing burger. They have made it a little bit more severe here and there, but it's still pretty tame. Well, that's a little annoying. Looks like only one aggroed. But there is the idea that if you keep wearing, you know, dirty bandage and all that, you'll get like the regular infection on the injury until it heals. Disinfect or die is really crazy though. Yeah, but that's mod territory. Like, when it comes to mods, you can say literally anything's possible, so I usually don't even bother mentioning mods. Unless someone's like, hey, is there a mod that does this, then obviously it's not like I'm going to hide the fact the mod exists. But when we're talking the normal Project Zomboid settings, I try to focus on what's actually in the game. Because, yeah, there are mods that make stuff like regular old infection way more dangerous and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I walked in here. I'm trying to kill this group here. Yeah, no, I agreed that... I think for me, I would like to see it where infection slowly, like regular infection, not zombie infection. I'm pretty content with where zombie infection is. I do kind of wish that regular infection would slowly escalate. Unless you start, like, cleaning it up and bandaging it. And it'd kind of be almost like, not quite to the degree of weight management in the back and forth, but along that line, that if you're not treating it, it would progressively get worse until it becomes dangerous. But then you could also, like, gradually treat it, and it would slowly, you know, the infection would subside until you just got over it. Like, it's a juggle. You want it to not be a big chore. Like, you don't want it to be a thing that, like, 2, 3, 4 times a day you have to, like, swap out your bandages constantly, so it just becomes a big maintenance thing. But you want it to be more than you slap a bandage on it, you shrug, and you walk away. Because it's really easy for something to go from, this is kind of a cool mechanic, to, this is tedious and obnoxious and I hate it. Technical medical thing, you bet there's free courses on that, especially if in the EU. But yeah, no, I could go for like regular, not zombie infection. Yep, this is I think our third thing of stale bologna. It was just we got into these houses, then they had a bunch of bologna. Okay. Please die. There you go. Alright. How's multiplayer going? What have you been working on? Oh, I'm not playing multiplayer at the moment. Kind of taking a pause in multiplayer. It's just been too buggy. Like, even by unstable standards, it's just... Like, not being, like, a big complaint, it's like, how dare they, it's so buggy or whatever. It's just a bit buggy that, I think it's totally fine if you're doing, like, a shorter run, like, you know, you're hopping on with a couple of friends and all that kind of stuff for the evening. I think that's perfectly fine where it's at. But trying to do any type of, like, meaningful longer run, multiplayer just needs a little bit more time to cook. I'm hoping with the hotfix they come out with this coming week, like in the next couple days, whenever it actually drops, I don't know the exact date, that we will end up having it where like the bigger bugs get sorted. So just doing a little bit of solo, you know, because Project Zomboid's in kind of a popular thing right now. It's kind of nice to be popping back in for a little bit. You know, and I'll probably do it till either start to burn out again or like just something else grabs my attention, which is probably going to be something else grabs my attention if we're being realistic. There's been so much stuff happening right now in the game industry that you can't go a week without like 4 or 5 other games releasing. I also found it interesting. There was an article I saw the other day, and it was being all doom and gloom, being like, look at these statistics. Only about 20% of games being played right now are new games. No wonder the industry's dying. Like that kind of like doom and gloom kind of article. And when you actually looked at it, I was like, okay, actually, that number's kind of better for new games in a lot of years past. Like, most years it tends to be around the teens of new games. And I can't remember, it was something like 2023 or something like that, that it actually got as bad as only 9%. And you're like, okay, objectively by pretty much every other measure, this really implies that actually it's been a pretty good time game-wise, but it was very much trying to just, you know, get all doom and gloom about it and everything. I believe I already have agriculture one? Yeah, that's the one we just grabbed. But it's also those things, it's like, depending on how you approach the metrics with and everything, it's like, okay, I mean, you're presenting this as like this big negative. But like, how many people do they just, you know, they just play World of Warcraft, or they just play League of Legends, or for that matter, Project Zomboid wouldn't qualify as a new game by pretty much anyone's metrics, because this game is over 10 years old. But it's just people trying to rile everyone up, being like, look how bad everything is. You know, whatever their chip on the shoulder is that they're trying to make their point or whatever. Yeah, I don't think we're going to ever stay in a place long enough for growing stuff to really matter. I got 2 sides that are, like, in bad shape. Probably leave the sides here. Let's see. Boom, add a note. Seeds and size. Yeah, we don't actually care. They're pretty dull or whatever. So put seeds there. Because seeds don't matter until we're going to be staying in the same area long enough for us to do something with them.
Oh.
Let's not aggro that group. Steve is still occupied with Dota 2, Counter-Strike 2. Is it cool? Yes. Is it fun to watch? No. There's a reason why StarCraft 2 died. Yeah. Which is good for last year's publisher. Well, yeah, that was the thing. They had the category of, like, it was new, recent, and classic is the way they split it up. And new, like I said, it was, like, teens to 20s almost every single year. Recent was like 60% of the wheel or whatever, and then classic was like the remainder. You know, and it'll vary a bunch year to year or whatever, depending on what's going on. Yeah, the large and medium handles can if I have the heads to them. It's just, do I want to hold on to them until I can get my hands on the heads of those tools? Probably not. Kind of a shame we didn't find like a hatchet or something here. I could easily get into that door. Because, yeah, we're overburned as is. Yeah, an axe head is hard to come by. Yeah, it's kind of the thought is it's like the handle's not usually the limiter there. Hey, another point in maintenance. Yeah, no, there's a marketing side of things that you're not wrong, that there is a lot of the changes Path of Exile has made has been because it's like, hey, this is rough to watch. So we want to do this. What was it? There was a game recently. Oh, maybe it was Path of Exile. There was one of the games, and when I say recently, we're talking like 4 or 5 years ago, that there was some setting that people did to make it so you could play the game where it would perform better, and the devs took it away because they felt it made the game look less good on stream and on edited YouTube content and everything. But, you know, everyone was turning it on because it made the game run better, you know, which was more important for, like, surviving in the game and all that. But yeah, it's just also those things that, like, when you look at it, I pulled up the statistics at the beginning of stream, because, you know, Steam has its whole, like, your year in review of, like, what you've played on it. And it was like, oh, you've played, I can't remember, it's like 117 games, or because streamer things, you know, I have a lot of games I pop into once because people are curious about watching me stream, but it's not a game I'm going to play for any regularity or whatever. So we pop in, we play at a stream, and then it goes away again. You know, keys that we get from stuff, check out demos, blah, blah, blah. And it was the average Steam account plays, I think it was 4 games was the median. Only 4 games is the median on there. And so when you're taking your statistics from, like, the macro scale like that, you got to consider that the median is 4, which means the sheer volume of people who only ever play 1 or 2 games in the platform, period. And yeah, if you're taking from the raw percentage of new, you know, classic or whatever, recent, that means the bulk of players have that 1 game, maybe 2 games they boot up on Saturday night, and that's entirely what they play. And that's not to say they're any less gamers or whatever, but it does mean you got to be mindful that that is skewing the statistics heavily in that direction. Versus, you know, okay, but what about the people who, like, you know, that's the median, but for people who tend to be, like, gaming as their main hobby or whatever, what does that distribution look like? Are they also primarily playing, you know, older games, or are they playing a lot more recent ones? Like that kind of thing. It's just like the data is like very incomplete and all that it could very much be making things look worse than it was. Because again, the article is very clearly trying to be like, oh no, the gaming industry is dying. It's all doom and gloom. It's all terrible. It's all bad news now. Pack it in, children. Gaming's dead. You know, just get everyone riled up kind of thing. It's like, no. No, it still doesn't even look that bad to me. Because again, this would be considered... I don't even think this would classify as a recent game. I think this would fall under classic. Because it didn't have something between classic and recent. So, is 10 years old classic? Yeah, no, the gaming industry has been growing. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's certainly not recent, but they didn't have, like, an in-between, like, you know, new, recent, you know, like, something in between to be, like, not in those two categories. I'm gonna drain those plastic bottles there. Alright, so I'm gonna need more weapons, because we're running low. The forever problem. There's definitely more zombies in these woods. Yeah, no, there's definitely been kind of a big upset in the gaming industry with like the AI garbage. That you've got a lot of people on the top of the top, like both like AAA as well as like small one team studios that are messing with AI, and then you've got a bunch who are like vehemently opposed to AI. You've got a mix of those. And so you're having a lot of companies who are kind of, you know, dealing with trying to figure out how to navigate that. My personal recommendation is just don't AI. Like, you're not... In a lot of ways, there's groups finding that more and more AI is not really helping things move along. There's been a lot of discussion going on with that in tech that as more and more companies are embracing AI, it ends up being a thing that when you actually look at the productivity, it's actually down a lot. Like, you get the initial part of things out faster, but then you're kind of losing all of that gain and, you know, struggles to maintain and develop and expand because it's just stuff AI's not good at all. It could spit out some code that technically runs reasonably well, but that's not been the problem. You can have some pretty junior devs who can make some code that runs reasonably well, but getting AI to get, you know, scalable, maintainable code is where it kind of really falls off. I saw oh man, what newspaper was it? I saw a thing that was talking about they were doing a bunch of security reviews and audit of AI code that had been produced, and they were like, you know, this is actually worse than we had for some of the worst devs historically. As the real AI issue as regards to gaming is that companies are making our hardware and abandoning us towards AI. Well, there's that. There's a lot of separate things that are issues with that. It's everywhere you work. You write in the tech for a tech company, and they're pushing AI on us so hard that's like, do you have any idea how long it takes to un-AI words? It's so much longer than writing something. Oh yeah, and that's the same thing. Like, for me, it's the dev angle, like software developer angle. The sheer amount of, okay, you did this with AI, where, you know, you vibe coded it or whatever, and I'm gonna spend the next week and a half trying to, you know, get all the ugly side parts out of this. Maybe do face recognition or optical character sign gesture recognition through your game using AI. There is your thing, sure, but you'll have applications off the shelf already for 95% of what you sell as a company. Yeah. Hey, Brutsu, how's it going? But it's just been kind of one of those things that there's been a lot of that kind of going around. That was, I didn't see what the game was. There was one game recently that marketed as being like the first vibe coded game, and it was pretty bad looking. Which they're just going in the marketing being like, it was vibe coded. See, AI works kind of thing. It's like, but it's so bad. No one's saying you can't make it. We're just saying you can't make it well. And essentially, all other applications, neuronal networks will be absolutely useless for you. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, so machine learning is a genuinely useful technology. Like, very, very solid, very useful, you know, technology and all that. And very genuinely, it was a problem that everyone was ramming in everything, and the reality is it was really kind of only appropriate for certain use cases. And it wasn't anything inherently wrong or whatever with the technology. It was just being shoved into everything, and then people going, does this make sense second? Did you really like AI? You think it's fascinating? So, to be clear, when we're talking AI, we're talking generative AI. AI as a concept, like, no problem. But generative AI is where the issues pop in. I don't really want to give up one of these, but I'm going to give up one of those. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop it outside so we can get rainwater in. So one of your PMs, not a coder, gave you a prototype they vibe coded. They meant well, but it was so terrible you just grabbed the API credentials and started from scratch. Oh yeah. No, absolutely. It's like a slightly better than, for anyone who remembers back in the day, there was Front Page, Microsoft Front Page. And it's kind of being like, all right, well, let's go ahead and make our commercially scalable website in Front Page. And, you know, it was kind of the equivalent of generative AI for the day. It's not actual Gen AI, but it was something that you could just kind of see what you're making and just, you know, start putting stuff in. It's what we refer to as a WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. And, like, again, for a very simple website or whatever, it's fine. It was pretty bad, but the moment you needed to maintain it, it had made everything into a table and all that. It was really bad. But I think, so you don't mind the use of Gen AI, you just want AI bros would be more honest about it. You know that it also isn't as simple as things like GPT and Grok make it feel. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty against Gen AI. There are positive and meaningful applications you can have around accessibility and all that. It's just not what it's being used for. It's primarily being used for just not paying people and then just having a thing that spits out thing. Yeah, vibe coding is where you don't really know how to program. You're more being like, make a character that can jump. And, you know, you have it try and spit out some code and it doesn't work. You say, okay, well, make the character that can jump higher. And then you'll, you know, go through that. And you'll get through these, like, really, you know, really like long prompts that describe the entire thing, and then the AI tries to spit out something that works. And eventually you can get something that technically does that. And all that. When you're saying AI is, so again, we're talking Gen AI. To be clear, the subject matter we're talking is generative AI. We're not talking about machine learning. We're not talking about, like, where people are trying to make, you know, intelligent systems. We're talking Gen AI. And all that. So we're talking about, like, AI debugging. That's not applicable because it's not Gen AI at that. You just want to know what AI everyone is using with ChatGPT or Grok Aim It? I mean, I don't use Gen AI. I honestly, half the time I get into something like a search engine will, like, put the AI crap on the top. I'm like, no, I don't want to have to scroll down even farther on the page to find the actual search result, please. You've already got your 6 pages of ads I gotta find my way around. Just give me my search result. Give me the thing I'm looking for. Don't give me your synopsis on the thing I'm looking for. Yeah, no, that's Google. But I haven't used Google in forever. Like, nowadays, like, I'm primarily using stuff like DuckDuckGo. But it's always annoying when you pull up and you got, like, your phone or whatever. And your phone has, like, its default search engine built into it, so you gotta be like, alright, yeah, I gotta circumvent this thing. But yeah, I did see that Microsoft announced that it was gonna be backing down on, a lot of its AI initiatives. That basically they pushed really hard for the AI adoption thing, and they just kind of were like, look, we're just not getting the adoption we need. It's like, yes, stop ramming it in everything. Let us free. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Very much. You know, over here for the next controversy, holograms. Yeah. Well, that's, who remembers how hard they pushed Cortana for a while? Because that was the same kind of thing as Cortana was supposed to be like your digital assistant that helped with everything and all that. Why can I not eat those? Alright, well, I don't care. If I can't eat it, go on this body. Why can't I just slam some poppies and maybe hallucinate a little bit? Okay. Cortana sucks so hard. I mean, so does Copilot. Yeah, no, they never really got any meaningful adoption. They really wanted to get meaningful adoption, but they never quite got there. Isn't it the same? They're different things. The same concept as Copilot and Cortana so far as what they were trying to accomplish, but they are very different implementations using very different underlying technologies. Okay. Yeah, we're still pretty overburned. I'm going to drop my bag here for a minute. For marketing? Oh yeah, no, the marketing opportunity for Cortana was excellent. It's just the actual product underneath it. It's kind of not really what, you know, people were really necessarily looking at. Which it's a surprising thing. So you have, oh, what's Apple's one called? Because it's older than Cortana. I'm blanking on. It's not Siri. Was it Siri? Man, I can't remember. It's been too long. It is Siri? Yeah. And, like, they actually have relatively good adoption on Siri. But, like, by and large, everyone else who's been trying to do those, like, digital assistant kind of things have had really spotty reception at best. And I think a lot of it is because it did feel like Siri was just like, hey, put this on the calendar. And that's about as much as it did. Like those kind of things there, like play my music, put this on the calendar, very simple instructions. And they would parse more, but ultimately it just, you had to have these direct tie-ins that got programmed. Whereas I feel so many of the others with their LLMs are trying to do like the whole, I will interpret literally any kind of instruction you want and try and figure out what you want. Okay, did I have another weapon? Yeah, I had the axe, didn't I? Alright. Yeah, no, Alexa as well. But yeah, like, there's a couple that stuck, but there's a bunch that didn't. I think one of the things working against, like, Microsoft doing it is, like, it always felt that Siri was a very opt-in thing, Alexa was a very opt-in thing, especially where you had to buy hardware just to interact with it. Versus Microsoft is like, hey, you have these things that people are trying to do their job and game or whatever their priorities are. By the way, we're going to kind of push this on you. What kind of happened to you, not with you kind of thing. And those AIs are terrible at interpreting what you want. So you have to correct them and do it yourself, which feeds back to the AI model next time someone asks that question. So not only are you being given a crap system, but you're actively helping them fix it so they can try and sell it later. Yep. I mean, for me, a lot of times it's like, I have something in mind I want to accomplish. A very specific thing I want to accomplish. And then this tool is trying to get in my way. Where if I could just go and do the thing the way I've always done it, I can get it done. And don't get me wrong, I am actually someone who tends to advocate for, you know, improving software and making changes to the UI and using your heuristics and all that to improve things, knowing that there's going to be some people who get frustrated and upset as the software changes, and I tend to advocate for those kind of things. But like with a lot of the AI assistant kind of garbage, it's like, right, but working with this prompt, and if we look at the heuristics around these prompts, it's objectively slower and more frustrating, and can be worse for people who, you know, English isn't their native language and all those kind of things. Like, all in all, start to finish, it's a worse experience, with worse results. You know, and the fact that so much of what you get from those has a whole lot of truthiness. It's not actually true. but it sounds true. You know, it's spoken with a certain level. Did you really just break in 2 hits? You know, it's got the air of truth without actually having any real correction or truth to it. Okay. Those companies don't care if it's worse right now. They want to fix for them so they can sell to you later. Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's even ones that they don't even really care if it ultimately turns out as a thing. If they get that investor money and then they can walk away with the profit, who gives a crap? Like, the bigger ones will give a crap, like, you know, Google and Microsoft at the end of the day when they're still stuck holding the thing and they either made money or they didn't. But there's a lot of like startups and all that that are jumping on these things, getting tons of investor dollars. That's like, yeah, ultimately those businesses will go under when the floor falls out. But in the meantime, a whole lot of people in those companies are going to walk away with a crap ton of money in their pockets. You know, to jump on whatever the next buzzword is. I've worked with companies who just chase the buzzword. And they go, we don't care if this makes sense. It's what the investors are calling for right now. If you are playing in multiplayer, there is a bug where, like, literally some of the areas you'll see question marks over the foraging thing. And you physically cannot forage in those areas. But it is a bug in multiplayer that occasionally an area becomes non-forageable after a while. We're not 100%. I believe it has to do with, like, when people log in and out in an area. But also, I can't say that with any real confidence. Oh, I do have another stone hammer here. Let's get back over here. We can rest for a minute. But yeah, it is. If you're playing multiplayer, there's some pretty rough bugs. If you're playing solo, I have not fun. Yeah, unstable is unstable. Right. To be fair, while I don't disagree with the whole it is the unstable branch, expect unstable stuff, I also do feel that while we can sit there and be like, yeah, the fact that like the foraging is bugged on multiplayer and there's a bunch of those, like that I can just easily ignore. There's been a lot of bugs that have been kind of building up in Build 42 that's been getting worse. And there is a point where you're like, okay, unstable is unstable, but it's getting worse, not better. So far as like unstable's getting more unstable. And I do think it is fair and valid to consider that kind of thing as well. Because yeah, like the foraging being broke in the multiplayer build doesn't bother me at all. That's fine. I mean, I shouldn't say it doesn't bother me. It's completely understandable, acceptable, whatever. They'll get it fixed. But we've had bugs that have been in the game for a very long time, and we're kind of adding more bugs to it over time, not really getting rid of any. That's not fair. That's not fair. I was literally playing for like, the last week, exclusively multiplayer for the most part, Broodsu. Made it difficult to play the game, yeah. Did they fix the deconstructing wall in a basement and falling through it? Oh, I have no idea, because those are the kind of bugs, once you run into it, you just don't do it again. Dude found the fix. Dude found the fix. Sorry, I'm missing what that means. Alright. Like, relative to what? Oh, you're saying I went to solo, and that's how I fixed it, was to, stop playing multiplayer. Yeah, and I've been playing multiplayer with a couple of people for a good, 4 or 5 streams, and it just... The bugs got, just kind of so bad that I was like, you know what, I can't really enjoy this right now. But like I said, for me, if you're just going to be hopping in with your buddies, hanging out, playing the game, I think it's in a perfectly fine state for that, for multiplayer. If you're planning and playing for any real length of time in multiplayer right now, you're probably best served waiting until the hotfix. And then we'll have to kind of reevaluate there once the hotfix is out. I'm needing to find some more flint. Because I need another knife to be able to craft more weapons. How do you sleep at the same time? Sleep is completely optional in multiplayer. It's off by default. You just don't need it. But you can turn on the optional sleep, which is where if everybody goes to sleep at the same time, it fast forwards. And you can make sleep required, which I believe what happens is your screen will go black while you sleep. And you'll have to recover your fatigue by doing that long enough. And it's, again, if everyone goes to sleep at the same time, I believe it will just fast forward. But by default, you just don't have to sleep at all. There's no fatigue mechanic by default in multiplayer. Which, even though that does make the game a lot easier, for all practical reasons, I think is the correct decision to just not have sleep. Because especially if you're starting to get 8, 9, 10 players, getting everyone to start going to sleep at some reasonable time is a whole thing. And also, while they do speed it up so you sleep much faster than you need in single player, it still does kind of suck when, you're sitting there and just waiting to be able to play again. Because there's no fast forward in multiplayer. It's fine. Hopefully the hammer holds up. Be smart about this. Drop that bag, please. Okay. Put that back in her back. Drop those on the bodies. Okay. Yeah, so we're back to needing flint. I can technically sharpen the sticks as a means of getting weapons as well. Not into spears, but into stakes. But the stakes oh, I can't because I don't have a knife. I need flint either way. Let's go kill you. Keep the local zombie pops suppressed. What do I have that's bumped my carry weight so much? Oh, it's the sticks. Yeah, that's fair. Sticks are pretty heavy. Yeah, so we're just gonna walk up the road. We're looking for, we're looking for everything. I'm not too picky. But we like to find flint. And I could go in here and be like, yeah, let's go ahead and set it to stones. Like, just earlier today, we actually found 2 really good magazines, both foraging. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? So I'd rather keep, foraging for everything where I have the chance of finding magazines being, still decent. Because if I switch to stones only, it's going to really undermine that. And I am planning on, continuing to drink from these 2 regular water bottles. And I'm going to probably pitch them as they empty out. Because I've got the 2 flasks. They're a bit more efficient for carry weight for the water. There's antlers. Yeah, the canteens, thank you. Because also, I believe those you can, if you get the bigger bags, you can just clip them onto the bags, and it's just another thing that doesn't have to go in the bag. There we go. We got a piece of flint there. We'll keep on walking this way until we either get another, like some more flint or whatever, or I see a rock I can break them on. Yep, yeah, you could attach them onto the big bags. They don't work with the duffel bag, but if I get... I think the hiking bag can do it. And I know the military and the large backpack can. Yeah, you can put them on your belt spots too. I probably could be doing that. Right now I want to make sure we drain the bottles. I'm not sure which one would... Probably putting in our backpack has the most reduced carry weight, but then the belt would be next. There's a giant tree branch. There's a log. Twigs. As a bag-wise, you think they're only attachable to the Alice belt and suspenders slots? Hiking bag allows the tent sleeping bag slot. Yeah, that could be. You consider the club hammer or the pickaxe the most important item? You can break the big deposits. Oh yeah, no, it takes a while to get a hold of one of those. You gotta get either like lucky loot or I think you can craft them eventually. I believe. I want to see you can craft them eventually. Caterpillar, we don't care about that. I'm deliberately walking along the road now because we did just do a pass there, so we're not going to get flint over here. Yeah, and the XP for foraging is super broken. We're already at, like, level 8. Nothing else is level, like, 4 or higher, whatever. 3 or higher, even that. And while we do end up having to forage fairly regularly in the game. On 16 times pop because, you know, it's very beggars can't be choosers weapons-wise. Alright. I do really appreciate we don't have to pick up the stuff anymore to get the full XP. I mean, I can... do stuff with the animal bone. And hit zombies with it, and it's okay. Or I could turn around and, like, actually make it into a weapon. Hey, Chili Cheese, how's it going? There's a little broccoli. It's a good screen name. Are you participating in the rat race? No. No, very genuinely I have no anticipation of like ever getting into any of the Project Zomboid competitions, milestones, races, any of that anymore. I'm glad to have had, you know, like my time in the sun in the game and all that. But I don't imagine I'm ever going to commit that kind of time to the game again. It's a fun game, but the time commitment needed for all those is pretty substantial. And I am a variety streamer, and I much prefer being able to hop between a bunch of different games without having to worry about it. Like that, I know I've spoken about it before. That's kind of one of the things that I felt around the time I got the record as well. I had always been doing variety. Like, obviously, Project Zomboid had been performing extremely well for me. That in a lot of ways, I started to feel like more and more kind of held captive by the category. That, you know, is going to be ride or die with Project Zomboid. And especially around then was like Build 41 had been out for a really long time with multiplayer and all that. It's like, while they had that big surge of people, that surge had like waned off, and as a category is kind of quiet. Because that is honestly also something you'll see is when something has like a giant wave of hype, it kind of will like sometimes dip below where it ultimately settles for a while, as you know, everyone kind of burns themselves out a little bit. I definitely remember that was real painful. That was around the time I was on the world record run. That, you know, I was burning out. The category at large was kind of just shrinking more and more, and there's a lot of people trying to like kind of hang out in the category because that's all they had ever done on the platform, so they couldn't really easily pivot. And it very much was when the world record run died, like viewership dropped by a third overnight. You know, at that point, my variety content was pulling better numbers than Project Zomboid, so I just went back to variety entirely and pretty much cut from Project Zomboid entirely for a while. It's not all about numbers, but it is how I pay my bills, so it can't not be about numbers. Do you have a YouTube archive of the world record run? I don't have the whole record. I've got like some because that was before we were allowed to multi-stream. And I cannot express how much time it takes to do those kind of world record runs. Like, very genuinely, you're talking months and months and months of streams every single day, 8-9 hours a day, for one attempt. I was really hoping, since I have that longer stumble back, I haven't adjusted to it. But yeah, so I do have like a highlight video that's just a couple things and all that. I do have I have two kind of reels related to the world record. There's one where I just took a bunch of different clips that was part of that run, that, you know, all that, and I edited them into a video. You know, just play some music, edit video, that kind of thing. And then I also made a video called like Journey to a Record or whatever, where I started with like how a bunch of my characters went through like early on, showing like my first couple of deaths in Project Zomboid, and just, you know, as I would say, like new milestones and that. And it was just kind of an idea that people get so disheartened because they watch people like me or Lamprey or Alice or Allison watch one of us play, or Ultra, or anyone else that's got a lot of time in here, Twist on Fire. And then they compare it against their own gameplay, and they're like, I'm so terrible at the game, you know, why do I even bother, kind of thing. And so I did go and went out of my way to show, like, here's me early on, just dying to, like, 1 or 2 zombies because I didn't know how to play yet. Like, it's normal. Like, this is Project Zomboid. It is going to kick you in the balls again and again and again until you eventually start to learn. Like, each death, you learn that one thing, you get that little bit better, until eventually you're genuinely pretty good at the game. But it takes a whole lot of dying to get there. You add your regulars for follows or into variety too, so you can enjoy yourself. Yeah, it's like even genuinely, that gets into like the whole one game strategy or variety strategy that creators go back and forth on. Channels rise and fall much faster with one game. That you can build up from nothing and get an audience way quicker if you're doing a single game, that like you rise or die with that. But just the same, like how fast a channel can fall is also a thing with that. Oh, I just need a rock, so we can just grab one of you. So you have, like, the example I usually give is there's creators who are doing Kerbal Space Program and, like, City Skylines 2 as their main game and had a pretty solid audience and all that, and then the sequel came out and just utterly murdered the category because the sequel landed so badly. It not only kind of took out the old game, but the new game with it. And it's a rough place to be. Yeah, no, I saw that, I think it was 3 days ago, that Twist on Fire broke Lamprey's record and set it to 1 million zombies, and then has retired that character. That the expectation is that that character hit the 1 million. That's fine. And we've got another person. I'm not as familiar with the next person who is likely to be taking that record from Twist on Fire in the near future. I have found, generally speaking, a lot of the people who set records in Project Zomboid are very much of the category of take my record, beat it. It's not here for me to like be on top forever and ever. I genuinely want someone else to like take this spot eventually, kind of thing. Hey, napping 1. So craft. That's a mistake, cancel that. If I make that, I won't be able to make the hammer. We got an order of operations I gotta follow here. But yeah, so it has been one of those things that there's been a lot of people who have like set records and then stopped and been like, okay, I set the new record, someone take it from me. You know, that kind of thing. And there's been a lot of that. I very much appreciated that that's been kind of the way the community has gone, and then we didn't have like, you know, we didn't have people like cheating to get records or, you know, trying to delegitimize other people's records and that kind of stuff that happens in other places where, you know, you have speed running and all that, where kind of the competition gets to be a little out of control. Yeah, still got 3 of those on there. But I used the flint piece I had to make the axe, where if I would have held on to it, I could have made some more weapons. Okay, so the thing I'm going to do in the meantime is I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to drop these tree branches. We can come back for them later, but they're pretty heavy. And I'm lugging them around, and it is not helping. There we go. Gonna work our way back to the house, fight some zombies. It is what it is. There's gonna be a lot of that. So we got the zombies across the street. We're not going to go after them yet. We're going to make sure there's no zombies by the house. Because ultimately, getting to sleep tonight is more important. Alright, that berry was poisonous. Love to see it. If that's supposed to be a habanero plant, that is a big habanero plant. A habanero's growing like what's effectively like a little bush, like a pepper bush. Like around the size you'd see, you know, your typical like little tomato bush kind of thing. So for it to look like a full-on tree, that'd be a pretty wild bush. And our carry weight's being penalized because we're nauseous. Because I went ahead and took my chances with the berry and it was poison, which I figured it probably would be. Oh, you bought blackberries and are moldy 2 days later? Yeah, I have found with, like, when I go to the grocery store and I get, like, doesn't matter what's blackberries, strawberries, raspberries, anything like that. I usually try and use them almost immediately. I've had pretty bad luck with them not holding up. Like, none of those things have particularly long shelf life to begin with, but there's definitely times where it's like, alright, come on, man, that should have lasted longer. I think I'm going to drop the bag. Now, make sure there's not a zombie immediately around here. Looks fine. We're gonna bust this door open. Because if we're lucky, we'll find something like a crowbar inside. Okay, let's back off and recover. We want to maximize our damage with the axe. We don't want to waste hits where we're only doing like a fourth of our damage because of exertion and muscle strain. Ooh, it's gotten worse. Interesting. I'm not around enough corpses that we shouldn't be getting corpse sickness from it. Okay, let's use the hammer, not the axe. Okay, we're no longer sick. Okay, give me your book for a minute. Alright, we're gonna go inside and we're gonna rest for a minute. Yeah, we were making enough noise with that door that we've been attracting zombies. Which I knew was coming, which is why I was deliberately trying to not push too hard. Would you die, please? Seriously, die, please. Okay, so let's go into this window. We're gonna rest, read our book. They'll come back out and bang on that some more. Okay. Yeah, no, usually that's what I'll do. I remember back in the day when I do these runs, I'd end up carrying a bunch of cooking pots and all that with me. And end up chucking those all in the ground, wherever was kind of my midway point or whatever. And just let them pick up a bunch of water. That way later on, if water got to be a problem, I just grab the cooking pots, take them to, a grill or whatever, like put something right next to them, boil all the water. You know, then tuck them inside, and I could just keep coming back to the house and refilling. That way, as the sinks run out, I've still got what I need. Okay. It's looking like that's going to be us for this in-game day. We're probably not going to go back out there in the dark because we're getting sleepy. That's going to undermine our damage. Okay. We rest. Get back to reading. Let's see. No need to pick up stuff for max foraging is a good update, upgrade in your opinion. But do you think it's still a bit broken skill setting? Oh yeah. For the record, the devs had already said the amount of XP you're getting right now from foraging is not intended. It should not be that strong. I think the idea was you were expected to get roughly the XP you'd get for, you know, picking the thing up and all that kind of stuff, and it's just some number is not what it should be. You do the same with pots, but you find you end up just collecting a bunch of pots, you never use them. Well, that's the reason I kind of, like I said, I'd find a way somewhere along the way to drop them. I don't usually bring them with me the whole way. Like, if say there's like a group of like 8 or 9 farmhouses or whatever, or 8 or 9 houses, I might have one of the houses kind of like the house I keep returning to that I drop all my stuff that I don't want to bring with me. Like that kind of thing. Alright, now we go to sleep. Because otherwise, yeah, you'll end up just getting more and more cooking pots until you're finally like, no, really, I need to stop holding on to all these. Okay. So eat a habanero. Lead a berry. It was poison. Do another habanero. Now, problem is we are getting sick from the berry, and we're by enough corpses to escalate corpse sickness. So there's a chance I might get bullied away from here because of our sickness escalating. But we should be able to get in that door relatively soon. Alright, so let's get our axe. Now, if we had something like a fireman's axe or something like that, we'd be able to get in here much faster. The axes do have a bonus against doing damage against doors. There we go. We got propane welding rods. Mechanics 2 is kind of nice. Is this the fruit press? Hand press. Alright, so let's quickly go here. And for you... we're gonna put a circle around that. I don't have the pencil on my person. It's in my bag. Grab the bag. There's road names now? Yep. They added road names. So now we're going to go in here. We pause, circle, and hand press mechanics 2. Okay, so we've officially looted all of these places. Gonna open our mac and cheese and enjoy some of that. So we're not taking our chances with more berries, because we are starting to exhaust the food that we had nearby, which is fine. We'll enjoy ourselves some macaroni. And we'll enjoy ourselves some cheese powder. We'll immediately get extremely thirsty for some reason. I couldn't imagine why. And we can disassemble that watch, move our stuff around there. How do we feel about macaroni and cheese in real life? It's fine. I can enjoy a good mac and cheese. The like the Velveeta cheese, like boxed mac and cheese it's whatever. It's not good, bad, or otherwise, it's fine. Like, I'm not gonna be upset about it. But it is enjoyable. Versus like when you go to you go out to a restaurant, they do like a fancy mac and cheese where they got like little bits of, cracker crumb or whatever all there. Yeah, craft dinner is kind of the same thing. Different names for the same product. Yeah, like the fancy mac and cheese can be a lot of fun. Where it's basically mac and cheese, but instead of like taking like cheap Velveeta cheese, they put like a fancier cheese or whatever. And then they'll do stuff like, they might put like buffalo chicken in it, or lobster, or shrimp, or maybe they add a little bit of like Cajun seasonings or whatever the angle they're kind of going for on theirs is. So I'm going to do a lap around the house, and then we're going to start clearing down the road. If I see any zombies from the house, they got to die. This is home for right now. Oh, hey. I can stab a zombie with a pair of scissors. And they're not even in that terrible condition. I'll probably only kill like 2 zombies before they break, but that's 2 more zombies than to break with or kill without them. Yep, so to kill these 2 zombies, this axe is probably pretty low. We did use it to bust down a garage door. Oh, here. You can have my stale berries. Don't say I didn't give you anything. Oh, wait. No, hey, I didn't mean to give you my fresh ones. Those might only be kind of dangerous. Alright. Yeah, not gonna worry about picking up bugs yet. Okay, so we're looking pretty good so far as the perimeter check goes. So we're going to go ahead and start working our way out towards the road, and we're going to start heading south. Now, I do have a lot more tree branches we found, but I don't have what I need to turn them into any kind of weapons. So we are going to be looking for more flint, or a knife would also be acceptable. Let's also check real fast. So crafting, we got a new level in napping. So we could start making... Oh, no, I can't. I don't have the recipe learned. Yeah, so I can't really do anything new napping. That's what I was checking, because we gained our first level in napping. But I forgot we have to have, like, it's a survival guide or whatever. That then you can learn to make, like, stone knives out of it. And the stone knives are pretty much the same idea as the flint itself, but it's just kind of one of those things, they last a bit longer. So if you're trying to use the stone knives for the purpose of crafting requirements, it can be worth it to take the time to do it. And unfortunately, it did break the flint piece, so we didn't get a worn one, we just got a broken one. So I can grab you, drop off the branch, put that back on. Another group of 5 over here. I didn't really want them all in one go, but that's okay. Chuck you on the ground. Don't screw me by targeting the zombies getting up when there's a crawler on my feet, game. Okay. I don't know if we could use that one for cutting stuff. We'll try. I don't think you can. Okay, so we broke this. Is the stone still good? It's good enough for napping. And grab you again. Okay. So let's not accidentally poison ourselves even more. So we're going to go ahead and open the jar of preserved food. And we'll eat that because it'll stay fresh for a while, but not forever. And it's bell peppers. A pretty good amount of bell peppers, too. So I'm going to go ahead and sneak that a little bit. I'll put the jar lid just in a shelf over here. I've never bothered with the canning. Usually, food is just not that big of an issue to be worth taking the time. Like, I've done the canning like once or twice in all my time playing. It's just one of those things you can do just to be like, hey, I did the thing. But there's never really a good reason to do it. That's honestly the way a lot of mechanics work in Project Zomboid, is objectively there's not really a big reason to do the thing, but it's fine. And we still don't have the hand radio, so we're not going to be able to know when the helicopter's coming or anything like that. Or when bad weather is coming through or anything like that. We did find the emergency channel. I just need to find a radio to go with it. Let's see if any crafting recipes show up here. Nothing I care about. I mean, I can... Oh, actually, let's drop off you. Okay, I'm down to 4, so let's grab the clothes in here. And that's just so I can make a couple more weapons before I gotta get more. Oh, and that tells me that the letter opener does not count as something I can cut with. Which is fine. I figured it was, because I remember the letter opener breaking in like 1 or 2 hits. I guess for right now, I'm going to go ahead and attach the animal bone onto our side. If I made it into a shiv, it would be a bit better. But unfortunately, you know, I need a knife for that. Where is that letter opener? Where did you go? Get out here. Alright, so I got a pair of scissors and a bone. It's probably not enough to fight this group, but we're going to pull what we can, kill what we can, keep on working. Because every little bit helps. How are my skills coming along, by the way? So Nimble's at 1.5. Our foraging is about to hit 9. We're not really worried about those skills. Maintenance is at 4 already. So low-key, those maintenance books I ditched right by the beginning because I just didn't have the means of making the carry weight work. You get a backpack and a satchel? Yep. In the latest multiplayer, like the multiplayer update adds that. You can have the backpack and a satchel. Most backpacks. I think there's like 1 or 2 you can't do it. You can also do, instead of the satchel, you can do like the leather like water pouch thing. Yeah, short blade and short blunt. Well, short blade is getting pretty close to 2. Axes are at 2. Short blunt is at only about 1/3, 1.5. How's our fitness and strength going? Strength is at 2. Fitness is at 1. Neither's particularly close to leveling again. Could you not spread out and kind of consolidate? Okay, so this will break any second now. They got like 1 hit left in them. And thank you for the follow for the stream. But the water pouch is also nice early on with these settings. Not having the strength for a bigger bag made is what downside's not a problem. Yeah. Well, a lot of those things where you can kind of like attach it to your back really do go a long way. It's one of the reasons why one of the best finds you can have in an early game of Zero to Hero is if you can get yourself one of the bigger backpacks, like the big hiking bag or the large bag or whatever. They end up doing so much for the run just because you can mitigate so much of the carry weight. The 85% reduction? Uh-huh. Okay, ditching this bottle. Because I've already got 2 canteens and I don't want to lug around like 4 or 5 bottles. They'll help me get more distance, sure. But they'll also just take up more weight that I don't want to deal with. Alright, let's grab a couple more. That's just what we're doing. And then the hope is we find one that's got like a hatchet or a long knife or something like that. Are you aggroed or you're repositioning? Okay, at least one is aggroed. Okay, solid execution animation. Which is good. That bought me another kill out of this pair of scissors. That's probably good for like 1 more hit. And for the record, the execution animation, it is an animation lock. So where that zombie looked like they solidly bit me, once I queued up the execution animation, you're immune to the hit from that zombie. You can still be hit by other zombies from the side and all that. Now, granted, you can never guarantee the execution. It is a, you set it up and then there's an RNG chance it succeeds. But the higher your short blade skill is, the more likely it is to succeed. Execution animation, the entire reason you hate spears. I definitely don't like the execution animation in spears. It's very dangerous. You have to be like mindful to play around the execution animation, which isn't that hard. I just don't like doing it. It's just another thing you can accidentally mess up. and get yourself in trouble. Alright, let's back off for a minute. We could read our book out in the rain for a couple of minutes. You know, it's collecting everything for an axe, and it breaks after one tree. Eventually, Skier breaks after 6 zombies. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, spears are my least favorite weapon category, and then axes would be my second. Axes are very serviceable, very usable. I just don't like that their whole gimmick is they can have much higher crit chance. There's a much easier chance of getting one-hit kills on axes early on. But they're very, very endurance greedy. Like every swing is just taking it out of the gas tank of your character. Can you read while walking? No. Okay, so that's about to break. There we go. Let's see. Once you get higher maintenance spears, it gets better. The only way you found is worth doing with the spear is just durability fire hardening to reset its durability, which is a bit cheesy. Yeah, there's always been those kind of like things you can do. Like, it used to be a thing that people would take a machete, you know, when it got pretty low durability, they would attach it to a spear, then remove it from the spear, and it would reset its durability. You looked more into those spears recently. It's weird that you have to use saplings to craft them. Why can't you use a plank or a long stick? I believe you can use a long stick. The plank, no. It used to be that with the spears, you could use sticks, planks, all of that stuff. And it became the solid meta because they were just so easy to craft. And it's just kind of one of those things that the devs were getting kind of tired of, like, everyone running spears. That it kind of became like, oh, that's the meta, so it kind of really hurt the game's optics that everyone was running the same weapon kind of thing. You can carve a long stick from a plank. Yeah, no, I thought you'd go from plank to long stick to spear. I could be wrong with that. Might be mistaking long stick for another thing. It's wood sticks. It's supposed to be easy to make. The problem is you're applying realism and not considering game balance. If you have one weapon category that is simply better than the others, you've made a bad game. Unless it's something that you've made the weapon category exceedingly rare, that, you know, becomes its own argument. So it was a balanced decision. Yeah, no, in real life, spears are a solid weapon choice. Not particularly hard to make at least a decent spear. But again, that's realism versus video game. Because then we get into the whole argument of crowbars should last almost forever when fighting zombies. Which they obviously don't. But if that did happen, you'd never have a reason to seek out loot anymore because you'd find your crowbar and you've won the game. So it is a deliberate game balance decision to make that its shortcoming is the durability. And it used to be very easy to craft spears in Product Zomboid, like really easy to craft spears in Product Zomboid. But they did deliberately nerf that pretty hard. Now granted, I do feel like when Build 42 first came out, they kind of nerfed spears a bit too hard. But it did feel like they kind of needed to, you know, get everyone who was just running nothing but spears all the time to kind of like nudge them off to other things. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Is like you used to just absolutely be able to cheese spears, where in the course of a day you could easily turn out a couple hundred spears if you're dedicating a day to spear making. Like it really was silly. And so for anyone doing long runs, it was just you ran spears. Now, granted, you didn't have to. Like I was not one who liked to do the spears because it's just not a weapon I enjoy in Project Zomboid. Between like the execution animation, having to avoid it. It was a relatively endurance greedy weapon. The durability, even at high levels, is pretty garbage even then. But like you could get it to be far less of a nuisance. I was much more a fan of the hunting knives. But in Build 41, once you started getting your maintenance up to like 5, 6, 7, you basically didn't need to make your own weapons at all anymore, or loot weapons. The durability in your weapons was high enough that you could literally just keep fighting the zombies. And the zombies, as long as you looted them when you saw they had a weapon from time to time, they became your source of weapons. They did nerf the amount of weapons that zombies carried a lot in Build 42, though, so it's not really viable anymore. Like, you do kind of have to craft weapons, even at higher levels of maintenance. Yeah, no, that's very much when Build 42 first dropped, the spears were, you know, like I said, they kind of over-nerfed them to the point where they weren't really practical anymore. Yeah, the red Moodle down here is we're soaking wet because we're just out in the rain. Let's see, if someone out there will make a more realistic mod. However, I would make the argument here that it would be less fun. Yeah. Oh, no, there's definitely going to be people who make mods who are like, okay, you know, we've made spears. Like, there's a mod that makes, you know, crowbars realistic, where they're practically indestructible. And it's like, okay, if that's your jam, but it does ultimately be, just like I said, where you find your crowbar and you're set. Like, looting weapons doesn't matter anymore. You've got your crowbar. And that can be fine for, like, little Johns. It's the same thing how I feel about Baristas or whatever it is. The gun mod. It just adds so many guns to the game, you can kind of just, like, do a playthrough that's almost exclusively guns when you turn the settings up really high. And that can be fun as a one-off, being like, you know what? I'm just going to turn up the guns and we're just going to go heckin' blasting. But it tends to be one of those things that, like, I might sit down and do a session of that, get that out of my system, be like, you cool, and then never do it again. You know, it's fun to do that one time. It's like the same thing about, you know, mods where you can adjust the fire spread to make it way more aggressive, and you just kind of burn down everything. It's like, haha, that's fun. Okay, but I'm not going to do that again. It's more fun for the novelty than I think there. You mean, realistically kind of weird anyways. Most people would just die when the zombies happen, not shrug, start bashing skulls. Well, that's, every once in a while we'll have someone who gets kind of like really a chip on their shoulder where they're like, but that's not realistic, and you'll be like, well, you're right, but that's a decision for game balance. You're like, yeah, but it's not realistic. It's like, you're not listening. It's a game balance decision. It's not a realism decision. And they'll be like, well, it should be realistic. And usually then I'm like, cool, let's talk about the most realistic we could ever make Project Zomboid. So you boot up the game, there's no zombies, and it's just rural Kentucky. Just normal old rural Kentucky that no disaster has ever happened. That is the most realistic Project Zomboid. That sounds really boring, so I'm glad that's not what the game is. But, you know, realism for realism's sake, to me, is something I find a lot of games fall into. And in a lot of cases, it makes their games objectively worse. Not that realism is inherently bad, but there should be, like, you should have your realism in support of whatever your game is trying to be. But it shouldn't be the goal within itself. Basically The Sims then. Well, yeah, but rural Kentucky. Even the zombie apocalypse Rural Kentucky wouldn't be very exciting. I don't actually have an opinion on Kentucky. I've very briefly gone through it, like road trip. Like, we didn't even stop. We were on our way to, I believe it was Ohio, from Florida. And just the route we took, they ended up detouring us, and we ended up in Kentucky for just a little bit passing through. So I don't really have an opinion. Yeah, and that's also the other one. If we're also going with the realistic experience or product Zomboid for that, and just saying, well, but let's just pretend for a moment that the zombie apocalypse does happen. Ignoring realism, let's just pretend it happens, but realism past that. Cool, you should have to make about 1,000 characters before you get one that doesn't immediately die and become a zombie from the initial airborne variant. And you're like, you're just being obtuse and difficult. I'm like, no. I'm saying that we do have to draw a line in the sand between realism and non-realism, and we're just disagreeing on where that line is. Usually go from Ohio to Florida. Yeah, so when I was younger, my family lived in Michigan, and we used to drive down here to visit my my mom's side of the family. And then we got down here, and we started, not very often, but driving from down here in Florida up to Ohio to visit my grandmother on my dad's side of the family. Which, granted, the last time I went up there was, you know, my grandmother had passed away and everything, and it's kind of, you know, my parents still have that house up there. And it's just kind of, you know, my wife had never been up to that area. It's like, well, we can go up there. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff there. You heard one could achieve a state of fortuitousness within Kentucky. Is that so? I mean, I feel like you could do that anywhere. It's just a matter of what the odds are. But yeah, so I've gone both directions. Normally Kentucky isn't part of that route between the two. Normally you're a little bit farther west. But it was just one of those things that, man, that was I took this big road trip. It was one of the few times I've done a road trip for travel versus popping on a plane or whatever. And I'm glad I did, but at the same time, if someone's like, oh, so you're gonna do that again? Hell no. That sucked. Not the part being in Ohio or whatever, but the road trip part, because I got detoured, and so I kept getting put along these, like, mountain roads that's, you know, it's 1.5 lane if we're being generous, in the middle of the night, with poor visibility, and, like, semis trying to go the other way, and you're just like, how do they not have people die, like, every third day on these roads? Like, you kind of have to pull off on the shoulder just to let people get by. As an Ohioan, you can just say Ohio sucks. To be clear, my experience with Ohio was the Canton and was the Canton area. I don't have much to complain about it. It's not the lifestyle I would prefer. But it's not like I'm like, oh man, this place is awful. It's like, yeah, it's a place. It's fine. Ooh, not thinking I'm gonna be able to squeeze that many kills out of that screwdriver. We'll see. Because I am only like level 2 short blade. Kill him. Alright, that's at least potentially manageable, because worst case, I shove one of the zombies, and either I stand on the zombie or get the other zombie to stand on it. Or we'll just kill it. No, I did get through all 3. I underestimated it. It's just about done. It's got like one more lost durability roll and it'll break. Okay. You have a theory that most of Twitch is filled with Ohio and Michigan people? I think both Ohio and Michigan as states end up with a lot of people going through them. Whether you're born there and then you move out, or you live somewhere else and go through there, or you stayed there for a while with a friend or a family member or whatever. I do feel like those states do have a decent number of... What's the word I want to use? Like, there's a certain amount of people who pass through. I feel like Florida's the same way, that a lot of people, whether or not they stay in Florida or not, it is a state that a lot of people, again, they're either born here and move out, or, like, they live somewhere else and they move here, that it's got a higher rate than average of, like, fluidity of people in the area. It's a very Florida thing to be born in small-town Florida, live there till your teens, go and move out to the other place and someplace else in the country, and then, you know, once you get properly older, come back to, like, retire. It's becoming a little less of a thing these days, but I'd say it's still a thing. It's like a lot of little town Florida just does not have opportunity for you. Like, most of the big draw to Florida is, like, tourism stuff. Beach town, Disney, that kind of thing. We do have agriculture, but comparatively speaking, it's not that big of the economy. We do have manufacturing, but it's kind of consolidated to just a couple of cities. But, like, tourism's big in pretty much the entire state, with, like, maybe an exception for, like, a little bit of the panhandle, and even that still has its share. Let's see, Little Town, Florida and Little Town, Ohio are weirdly the same experience. You always say Ohio's are just Florida without the sun. I would definitely say there is definitely some cultural similarities from, like, small town Ohio, Michigan, small town Florida. I can't speak outside there because I haven't spent enough time in those. Because I will definitely say, like, small town Oregon is a very different experience. Not a better or worse, just a different experience. The culture's just very different. And we are getting bumkis for Flint. Hey, you're in a small town, Oregon? Yeah, no, it's a very different experience. Not in a bad way. Like, I'm jealous. I go to visit my younger brother. He's not really small town. Like, he was small town, Oregon. Now he's not such small town, but not big city either. More burbs. And I definitely would say I love going over there when it's blackberry season, where you just kind of go on the trails and all that, and it's just, oh, there's just food all around me. Neat. People are generally friendlier there. Like, if you walk up to some random person, you just introduce yourself to some random person in Florida, you're gonna get some proper stink eye of, like, what are you doing? Why are you talking to me? What's your angle? It can be pretty cold in that way. It'd be fun if Twitch broke down the state region of viewers you're in. I would honestly want that, because, like, I know I actually have a lot of people who are West Coast who tune in, and I've got a lot of people, like, scattered all over the U.S. that tune in. But I do know for a fact we've got a number of people in Oregon and California that I'm aware of that tune in. Which, you know, doesn't surprise you. Both are fairly populous states. We do have a decent number of Floridians that tune in as well. Same thing. Pretty solid population. Florida's one of the higher population states in the country. Well, we got our first frog. Allison would be proud. What I'm probably going to do with the frog is I'm going to go to the park bench in front of the house we're staying at. I'm going to put it out on the park bench. The idea being so it can be out in the rain and all that. Also, check out Soulspire. Plays Rimroll and a bunch of stuff like that. So if that is what you are looking for, you can find it there. So the downside is we didn't find any flint whatsoever. So our ability to get new weapons, pretty garbage. Because I very specifically am going to need flint, that way I can make what's effectively a knife. And then with the knife I can carve handles, and I can carve stakes, or, you know, make hammers or whatever. It's weird that the stone hammers require knives to me. Like, it's fine, I don't have an objection to it. It's just a little bit of a head scratcher to me. Washingtonian? Yeah. Yeah, my younger brother's, like, pretty close to the border between the two. But yeah, no, I love that area. I love the Northwest US. It's so beautiful up there. The deep greens. We've got, like, light greens in Florida, but not a lot of deep greens. It is funny, too, when she came over here, she's like, oh yeah, like, the first thing is, like, the big noticeable difference, because she's from Central Valley, California, that she was like, oh yeah, there's, like, no green in Central Valley, California, and then came to Florida, it's, like, all this green all around you for a good chunk of the year, but then you go up Northwest US, and it's, like I said, it's just all those deep, deep greens. Okay. Let's know what you want to see. So I grabbed those tree branches, so I'm carrying way too much, and it's exerting me. And I've got a mostly broken screwdriver as my only weapon. The good news is they're pretty far east of the house right now as they're moving around. So I'm kind of hoping I can just kind of sneak in behind them. Set my stuff up, and then I'm gonna just dump all the tree branches in there. Got more zombies going south. You live in mostly the not green side of Washington? Gotcha. I've only been along the coasts and then, like, Seattle, that kind of area. So are you talking, like, up in the mountains where it's snowy, or is it, like, maybe you go out easter, like, farther east and it's not as green? Because I've never been to the eastern part of Washington State. I may have goofed doing this. Yeah, mostly scrub brush and pine forests. Gotcha. Makes sense. We're not going to place this yet because I have overstayed my walk. Okay, so drop the branches here. Yeah, compared to the West, it's so much drier. Yeah, no, it makes sense, because I know that's a thing with Oregon, is, like, the west half of the state is, like, you know, again, really, like, lush, green, that kind of thing. But then you get to the east side of the state, and it's not, like, full-on desert, to my knowledge, but it's way, way drier as well. And it makes sense, the mountains would block a lot of it. Okay, so we're dropping all of those tree branches, which is why we were overburdened. So that was more dangerous than it should have been. We're lucky we didn't get spotted. I probably wouldn't have died, but it probably would have been me being forced out of the area because I'd be too exhausted to fight, and I would have had to just slowly work my way away until I broke away, and that'd be the whole thing. Yeah, Washington has a ton of biomes. You don't think of the Scablands count as a desert, but they're pretty close. Yeah, so that's kind of one of the big reasons why there's so much that happens in California as well. Is California, of the US states, I think has like the largest variety of different like topographies there. You got like full-on desert, you've got like, you know, more of a dry basin, you've got like your really dense, lush, old growth kind of forest. You've got, you know, your kind of more of plains area thing. You got rolling hills. Like it's even got, if you get like way up in the mountains, it's got, you know, your very snowed over areas as well. So it's one of the reasons why like the movie industries over there is, you know, whatever setting they're going for, it's there somewhere. They might have to like assemble the buildings to make it look like you're in Germany or something, but as far as the nature side of it, it's there. You live in the western part of Oregon, and you just had a hell of a storm last night, wind advisory, thunderstorms, and flood watch. But at least everything is still pretty after the aftermath. Yeah, weather can be a wild thing. Um, that is a very relatable thing considering Florida, where we get our tropical storms and hurricanes and just torrential downpours pretty much every evening during the summer. That's if you don't like weather, don't come to Florida. If you don't like being sweltering hot and humid, don't come to Florida. If you're really into that, I mean, hey, welcome. I thought I heard something. If you don't like weather, don't come to Ohio. We get all of it. I remember, because I'm under the impression that Ohio and Michigan have very similar weather. I mostly remember Michigan being gray, like, all the time. Just gray skies, except the winter. I want to say the winter itself, you get some pretty clear skies. But, you know, just gray weather the vast majority of the year. Like, and you get, like, your tornado warnings and all that kind of stuff. I know Ohio gets that worse than Michigan does. I also remember Michigan being relatively humid as well. Not by comparison to Florida. You hate the humidity, but you'd also want to move into New York City. You'd have to get used to it. Yeah, I mean, the thing with humidity, the way I look at it, is whether it's hot or cold humid, it's basically how much it can just cut through your clothing. Like, when it's very, very dry and hot or very, very dry and cold, you can use clothing to kind of try and protect yourself from it, and it does a relatively good job, depending. But yeah, when it's, like, super humid, it just kind of cuts right through. Like, I've definitely been in some, like, biting cold where it's humid, and you're wearing all your winter gear and all that. It just, again, kind of just slices right through there, and you're just like, well, I feel miserable. Alright, so I got mostly broken screwdriver. You know what? Break that window. I would say, I already have a feeling there's gonna be a lot of you. Oh, sorry. Need to have my weapon out. There. I'm genuinely surprised this thing hasn't broken yet. We're getting some solid durability rolls. But that luck's gotta run out sooner or later. Yeah, no, the RNG has definitely been on my side here. Okay. So I've got a mostly broken screwdriver. What I need is flint. Okay, I aggroed 2 more, so we'll just deal with them. Or for just a zombie to have a knife sticking out of him. A zombie with a knife sticking out of it would also be acceptable. Alright. I believe I can use that as a weapon. Probably shouldn't. But I do have a spare. Well, they all homed in on me pretty easy. Excuse me. Gotta turn on my alarm. Come on, knife. Doesn't even matter what kind. What about those scythes? I mean, I haven't used a scythe in a long time. I remember the last time I used it, I found to be utterly worthless as weapons. That said, that's been a long time. They could have gotten an adjustment. The downside is both the scythes were dull and worn, which is part of why I just left them there. Okay. Yeah, no, it's... I remember as well as things that they were... I remember them being pretty bad. Okay. Yeah, no, because the idea with, like, the whole style of where you kind of reap with a scythe, where it's a big, wide swing, you need something that's not going to give you a ton of resistance that you can cut through easy, which is not what you're dealing with fighting, you know, any kind of animal. Yes and no. There are pros and cons. It used to be just simply the duffel bag was better between the two, but they did give the backpack slightly better weight reduction, if I remember correctly, but a much smaller capacity. So it's kind of one of those things that one's not a distinct upgrade from the other. They're side of a side grade, where there's pros and cons more than one just outright better than the other. But yeah, no, it does have the higher weight reduction. I want to say its total capacity was like 12. Yeah, versus this one's got a capacity of 23. So it's kind of a little bit more tricky. Okay, so it's twigs. Oh, that's not what you want. Don't do that. Yeah, so it's a bit smaller than the duffel bag. It's definitely one of those ones that there's an argument to be made for it either way. And you're probably not wrong that the extra weight reduction would probably be better for me. But that said, like right now we're not too bad, but I have been riding up pretty close against the capacity of the bag. Oh yeah, no, organized is great. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and wait for our muscle strain to die down a little bit. Now kill this group. And something's gotta give with me finding flint or finding a weapon on one of these zombies. Or eventually I'm gonna get bullied away as the zombies move into the area because I won't have anything to fight with. How long has it been since the last helicopter? I have absolutely no idea, because unfortunately, I didn't think to document that, because that's usually the thing I do in these playthroughs, is I usually will take the time to, like, mark on my mapping, like, helicopter on this day. When in doubt, stomp it out. Well, the problem is nowadays, with the way the zombies get pushed, it's a little trickier to make that work. I don't like using the fences to abuse them. It works. It's very effective. But, like, there's a whole thing about how to deal with and all that. Would you not... Oh, is she gonna really walk the whole way around? You suck, zombie. Okay. That mostly worked because I was able to just stand on them. Yeah, because I don't want to get to the point where I'm just kind of sitting there hovering around the fences, dragging them over, killing a handful by stomping on them, repeating. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You can make the fence stuff work, and it is effective. But there is a far more risk of just something not going quite right, like a zombie decides to move a little bit weird, or you know, a zombie lunges, but it lunges a way you don't expect it to. And there's things you can do to mitigate a lot of that, but it's kind of learning like an entire science of how to approach it. And then, you know, an update will happen, and then the zombies will behave just a little bit different. And so I'm very, you know what? If I'm doing sprinter shenanigans, you gotta do what you gotta do. But if I'm not doing sprinter shenanigans, I usually will stay away from fences and windows when it comes to fighting. Outside of, like, if one zombie comes through, yeah, you'll see most of the time when I'm fighting fences, I'll stand way back and just let the zombie do their thing and then deal with it on the other side. Sometimes if I have a window and it's just a zombie or two, I'll turn my back to the window so the zombie crawls through and I'm lined up to, you know, stomp on the zombie on the other side. I'm hoping I can just sneak on in here real fast. And rest here for a minute. Alright, what's going to happen, Chaz? I got to use a restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a second. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. All right, and we are back. So let's pick up where we left off. We're just resting in here a little bit. We're starved for weapons. This is going to be a reoccurring problem for us for a while. I don't think those scythes are going to do very good. The rakes might... The rakes are usually pretty terrible too, but... Oh yeah, that's going to last like one hit there. I'll toss the scythe in the bag. And there's the other scythe. Don't really care about the rest of this. I got a stake. I can technically use that as a weapon. Alright, well, let's go down here and kill this group. That's pretty much what we're doing, just killing the zombies in the area again and again. Trying to buy ourselves more room. Hoping to get lucky and actually find a weapon among them. I mean, honestly, for a worn rake, that didn't do horrible. Okay. Alright, that wore us out a bit on its own. But still, that's 4 more zombies killed. A little bit more XP. I can eat one of these berries. And is it poison? That it is. I'll eat some lemongrass to go with it. I have to wait on the muscle strain here for a minute. And then once that's done, we can see about picking a fight with the next group. I'm really expecting the scythes to be absolutely awful. I remember they were. I'm trying to remember why, though. Like, if the damage just wasn't there, the durability wasn't there. I don't remember what about them made them really bad. Might be swing speed. That'd be the kind of your worst case scenario. A slow swing speed weapon is super dangerous. Let's grab one of you. Oh, we could research it. Let's go ahead and do that before we break it. Because then I can try and build it again later. We're going to sharpen it as best we can. Okay, we've got one zombie. Oh, it's not a weapon at all. I can't use it as a weapon. Ah, that's why it's a terrible weapon. Now I remember. I remembered it not being good. I just thought it was a crap weapon. Not a, it physically doesn't function as a weapon. In that case, they don't really serve any purpose for me if I can't even hit something with them. I'm just going to go ahead and put them back in here. There you go. If that's carry weight, it could do something else. Alright. Let's grab the long handle. I can technically hit zombies with that. It's not useful. Wait. Oh, there's a pipe wrench right here? Alright, never mind. We got ourselves a weapon. Pipe wrench is a legitimately good weapon. Little rough on the old energy, but you know, you could do some bonking. It's durable. It'll at least go through a couple of zombies before it breaks. Alright, rather than fight them way down here, we're going to go ahead and start clearing down the road again. Because that's where I'm going to have to go to get flint and all that kind of stuff. Hello, lime tree. Poor Tommy Lawson. I'm guessing that was the ID on that zombie. Oh, a file? Okay, that way as we wear out our whetstone, I got something else I could sharpen. Oh, now your keys? Yeah. Oh yeah, we should actually be recognizing this character's name finally. Because I don't let my, I don't give my characters the ability to have their name recognized. So yeah, so we're Tommy Lawson. Good old Tommy. But yeah, and that's generally speaking, when I make a new character, we don't let their name be acknowledged until they've survived past the helicopter. Mostly just because I don't have to go through and like deal with all that stuff again and again and again until we get a character off the ground. Though usually these days I pretty much always get past the helicopter. Nothing ever beats Jeremiah Wiener. Yeah, considering we started getting... Man, how far did we go until I even paid attention to the name? Because I remember someone said something about something like Wiener in the channel. I was like, what are you going on about? I was like, that's your character name. You're like, oh, right. And it was just kind of the thing. It's like, of course, of all the characters, we would have an amazing run that lasted almost forever. You know, it was a character with the last name Wiener. Again, randomly generated. I literally just hit next and go, like whatever the character looks like. Is that after you had like 5 or 6 failed starts too? Yeah. Right, because I was using the random spawn mod, wasn't I? And I had some really, really nasty spawns in some of them. I think, didn't we have like one I spawned in a prison cell and it was just like, well, I guess we die because I couldn't get out of the prison cell. There was just like nothing in there to hit the bars with or whatever, and it was locked. Yes, I think it took like a death or two just because I spawned someplace hot. Okay, we're actually getting to the point that the stakes are doing at least okay. They still... Ooh, that is a trowel. That's not going to be something that works as a knife, but still. But what that person has in their leg will... boo, it's a bread knife. It's fine. I thought it was a long knife. I was all excited because, like, alright, long knife, I could work with that. Being trolled by the bread knife. Nothing has ever been truer to normal with Product Zomboid. Okay. Give a moment for that muscle strain to go away. Hey, Foxmouse, how's it going? When the heck are you gonna find time for baking? Yeah, I'm having a lovely time zone. Just one of those things that, yeah, no, just doesn't happen. There's a real tragedy of the zombie apocalypse. There will never be another baked anything, because nobody has time. It's just all spent in just trying to survive. Alright. So again, we're going to wait on the muscle strain and just continue to clear out the zombies, relatively moving down the road. Because, yeah, if you remember from the multiplayer server, we walked up to these houses. Is this a third character? This is the second character from yesterday. We haven't made another character. We're just slowly making progress, little by little. Alright, well, there's a piece of flint. Gonna drop our bag real fast so we're not overburned for the fight. Okay. That whimper every single time is so painful. Where, like, you just walk around and just like, oh, like, I'm so sorry. Is there anything else you want to get rid of right now? Not really. Probably should get rid of the sticks. I got more back there, but I know I'm going to need more, so whatever. Twigs we don't care about. Okay, so a lot of zombies down there. So we can back off a little. Okay, drop her bag in the middle of the road. And go pick another fight. And yeah, and it could be a thing that I deliberately just skip all these and go, but the plan here is to basically work our way down the road from one farmhouse to the next farmhouse. You know, kind of grabbing what we can along the way. Build up our combat skills as we go here and there. Because that's what's going to be necessary to be able to fight more and more, is I just got to keep fighting. Keep gaining stats. The more stats we gain, the more we can fight without having to switch more and more weapons. And the better overall will be for a lot of things. Okay. Let's back off again and have ourselves another sit. How are we doing on weight, by the way? We're still overweight, but we're dropping weight quickly. Okay, let's grab a couple more. Now, all these zombies we're seeing on the road, I think these are mostly just the zombies that were at these sets of these farms here. That they kind of spread out between meta events and all that. And so they're still roughly in the area. And just kind of over time they're being drawn back. Just, you know, I'm kind of making a pocket where there's supposed to be zombies, but I've killed all the local ones. You got something stuck in you. I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe a screwdriver or a hand rake or whatever it is. Probably a hand rake. Or hand fork or whatever. Okay. So pipe wrench is a little greedy. You're trying to learn the new short blades that can be in the zombies. Yeah, I think it's just going to be a harder one. I've kind of found there's just so many different ones now, and they've got like different art variations for each and every one of them, that it just makes it so much harder. Because it used to be you could be like, okay, it's got like the little yellow pommel. Okay, it's a hunting knife. You know, oh, it's kind of a tan color. It's the hand fork. You know, that kind of thing. You know, there's certain positions you would see the machete in, so you could, you know, possibly identify a machete. But now, between having, like, that many more knives and each of them having a couple different models, it's so hard to tell. Like, it used to be to the point you could actually just spot and be like, that's a bread knife with, like, a quick glance. What do you think about the new crafting skills? Do you have a favorite? I don't really have a favorite. I'm actually of the mind, while I do like that there's more depth to crafting, I actually feel like the addition of all that crafting, because the durability of the weapons coming out the other side isn't particularly high, in quite a few ways, it's been a negative to the game. That, like, there's more depth and all that, so it's cool, but, like, once you get past that novelty, to accomplish the same things we before, it's just more time. To, like, give you an idea, the last time I messed with, like, a long playthrough, I was having to spend about a third of my time just crafting weapons. So for every week of fighting, I was spending like 2-3 days crafting weapons. And there's a certain point where it's like, well, I don't want to craft weapons all day. Like, I don't want to stare at bars fill up over my character's heads as like what I'm doing in game so much. So it's kind of one of those things that I do feel like they were cool ideas, but in practice, it's kind of negatively impacted things. But I do like that there's more depth and all that. I think it's just a balance that the more time and effort you put into doing something, the better the reward should be, kind of thing. The green bar fill up is especially rough in multiplayer. Oh, yeah. And you could do stuff like being like, okay, well, we'll speed up the craft time, and that helps, but the underlying problem is just you're spending all your time watching a bar fill up. And you can make it fast, but it's still, you're constantly being like, oh, time to make the bar fill up. Oh, it's time for the bars again. Let's do some more bars. I think it would be way better if they just took, like, the crafted weapons and just made them better, even though, like, for all the people who are hell-bent on realism, they'd be like, but no, you know, if I find a sword, you know, if someone, you know, takes some random scrap and makes a sword, it shouldn't be better. It's like, well, I mean, realism, you right. But video game, it's really easy to just loot a sword. versus spending hours and hours and hours and hours getting everything together to get yourself a forge to smith your own thing and all that garbage. I'm like, yeah, I don't care if it's a scrap weapon. It needs to be strong enough to justify the time investment. Otherwise, it's a gimmick that people do for the, silliness of it. Do you like the idea of the new systems, especially if you're trying to do a primitive start? You never thought you'd say that for Product Zomboid. RimWorld, maybe. Balancing dropping gear versus crafting gear is always difficult. Right. In my opinion, if it's gear that wears out, so it's got a durability to it, then the crafting gear should come out ahead of the dropped gear because of the time investment side. Now, on the other hand, we were talking crafted gear versus dropped gear, and you're talking something like, like an MMORPG where you get the item and you just have it. That very much makes it a big challenge because you want to make sure ultimately that the crafting skill is better. Or not better, you want to make sure it's good. But if you can just craft the best weapon in the game, then you're just going to craft and not get your drops. And usually the workaround there is they will make it so the best items in the game require both. That you have to get special materials, and then you use those materials to craft the really amazing thing. Okay. Let's see, weird how basic blacksmithing is so much more effort and barely more results than Stone Age tech, flint knapping, and carving. Kind of like wielding versus masonry versus carpentry. Yeah. No, it definitely feels like a lot of the guidance for a lot of the stuff is kind of dictated by realism kind of thing. Where they're like, oh yeah, if you make your own weapons from just some like forge you made out of stone in the middle of the woods, using whatever you had on hand, yeah, the weapon's gonna suck. You're like, right, under those circumstances, you're correct. The realistic outcome is it would suck, and it would be far worse than something you could just find on a shelf or whatever. But if you ignore the realism from the gameplay effort versus reward, it should be the opposite of reality. Just going into a place and looting a thing off the shelf is very low effort. There's an RNG behind it, and that's actually one of the reasons why I'm okay with, like, for example, the long blade weapons being so good. Is the long blade weapons historically in Product Zomboid have been amazing, but exceedingly rare. So they could be broken strong because you just couldn't get enough of them to keep going. But we're kind of in a weird thing that if you're playing in any decent zombie population, you're going to have to craft weapons, which is fine. But the crafted weapons just feel bad. But then if you play on lower zombie populations, why are you crafting weapons? There's, like, weapons everywhere. And you craft them because it's fun, but it also, again, it feels real bad to put all that effort in, and then you get your sword out the other side, and you're like, nice. It is objectively worse than most of the other weapons available in the game. So far as, like, category to category kind of thing. So it really feels like, oh, I can get this, but I can just go to town and get a nightstick or something and it's better. Okay. And some of the crafted weapons have really good damage, but it doesn't really matter because damage isn't the limiter. The limiter is your durability. And there is an interplay between damage and durability and all that garbage. But you get the point I'm making there. Alright, so we're probably going to want to start heading back. We did score ourselves a knife, which is really good. Yeah, no, I've mostly eaten. I'm gonna head, like, during this break, I've got a little bit more. I've eaten the main part of it. But I didn't quite finish the side part of it. Yeah, I can't reasonably give up the water for washing these. Yep, no, I know. Like I said, I've had my main part of my dinner. There's just some rolls that were with it that I need to finish. I did that during one of the breaks. It kind of annoys me that we have to clean the rags before we can make an axe with it. It's like, who cares? Oh, sorry. I got some blood on the zombie. How are we doing on rags, by the way? I got about enough for like 6 more weapons. There, 7 more weapons. It's insulting to kill a zombie with the dirty weapon. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to make it like a big personal thing for the zombie or anything. Okay. We got some stale berries. We're going to drop those off on a body. Suspect it's a bug of the dirty rags. Considering for dismantling large implements... Sorry. Considering for dismantling large units, you can dismantle a garden fork, but not a forged garden fork. Well, they have other items, they both forged versions. Gotcha. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, there's a lot of those kind of things with inconsistent behavior where you would expect to be able to do the same interaction with all of them, but some of them it works, some of it doesn't, that kind of thing. But there's a lot of that going on right now in the game. Like the number of items that, you know, this version I can do from my backpack, that version I could do from only my main pouch, this other version I can do from any, like, cabinet or whatever nearby. That there's just a lot of that stuff. And by all means, report that stuff when you see it. Report it as a bug. Because I would certainly argue inconsistent behavior is a bug. Like, if you're supposed to interact with something in a way, and it works differently in one case, clearly that's not intended. Alright, so we actually have a couple of weapons the next in-game day. Okay, so craft. First, let's turn that off so you can see it better. Craft. Alright, so we've got that napped. Okay, so we're going to make a bunch of bonking hammers. Which that gains us maintenance skill. I'm glad they made it so this random crafting gives us maintenance skill. Because there's times where you're like, but why would I take the time to do this? It's fine. Okay. Bonkers amount of bonkers. Yeah, it's going to be more than I can carry with me, because each one of those jokers is 2. So that alone is 12 carry weight, because there's 6. And that's our bag full. Okay. Drop you off. We can go to here and drop off all these watches, the earbuds. And thank you, McLovin, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a lot, so thank you for that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yes, let's go ahead and get the, like, the loose handles out of our inventory. And drop off that. We'll eat the rosemary. And all that. Put this on our back. Grab the spares that you... Don't put those in there. Grab the spares that you put them in here. And we'll see if we can't get our overburdenedness to be a little bit more manageable. Put the crude axe in there. So the crude axe won't fit in there. Is there other things I should drop off for now? Probably. Are there other things I am going to drop off now? No. We gotta take our chances with another berry. Not poison. So I have another berry. Not poison. I'm still gonna eat a lemongrass just because. And still gonna have another berry. You're at 22.6. How much are you? 1.5? 2. Go over here and drink some water. Okay, so what can we move around? I don't really want to give up much. Those all don't weigh enough to matter. I'd probably drop off the salt. Got a lot of hammers. I don't want to give up my bowl. Bowls are amazing. So we drop you off. Do you drop... So that takes another unit of weight off. Okay, so that's a little bit more manageable. That said, we are worn on this one, so let's plan to put you on the right side. We are a bit overloaded, which is not great, but I think that's a manageable amount at least. Because we do have 6 hammers on us, a gardening trowel, a pipe wrench, and a couple other things. And a stone axe and all that. All of that should give me a bit of a bit of leeway so far as our weapons. We have a little bit of food on us and everything. We got some water. All in all, we're doing relatively well. Skills-wise, we're right about to hit Nimble 2, which is really good to see. Combat-wise, we're about to hit Maintenance 5, Short Blunt 2, which is really good to see. Strength and Fitness, we're nowhere near leveling again. We're getting pretty close to maxing out our foraging. Because it's broken right now, it just gives you tons of XP. Alright. And I don't think I want to carve the other handles right now. Okay, so I got a couple down here. Because we're going to do the once around the house. Make sure there's no zombies around here, then we're going to work our way back down the road. Like we've been doing. Six Hammer, if they're the proper dimensions, you could use them as instruments. Stop giving me things to forge to distract me. Alright, we'll kill these 3 zombies. Okay. Nothing we care about on there. No zombies over here. Musical instruments? Oh, yeah. No, I got what you meant when you said instruments. Yeah, that was understood. That wasn't confusing. I'm gonna eat the chives we got. Just a straight up wooden spear. That's what I was afraid of. We're very overloaded now. Okay, so straight up wooden spear. As much as I want to carry it, it's too much weight. I'm gonna chuck it on the ground and we can just come back for it later. Because putting overloaded is already dicey. Very overloaded is just taking things far and I think I can get away with. And just occasionally doing stuff like grabbing the splinters and chucking them on a corpse so it gets deleted so I don't keep finding the same splinters again and again while foraging. That's what I was afraid of. We can come back for those later. Okay. Wait to eat the berries. just in the off chance they poison us, which would reduce our carry weight by 1. We're gonna run up here. We're gonna drop our duffel bag. Oh yeah. No, they've already said that they're going to be fixing the carry weight. I don't know if that'll be in the hot fix, but it was not intended on being as high as it is. Because like it's very clearly like in its outlier, just way out in the weeds. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to push down the road, fight until we get low on weapons, drop back, grab some more stuff out of our duffel bag. That kind of thing. It's what I'm going to have to do for the time being. How goes our foraging XP? We're about 9.5, so we're getting pretty close to maxing out foraging. Way earlier than is reasonable. I'll grab the parsley because we can eat it. Or cilantro, not parsley. We can also eat cilantro seeds, so we'll go ahead and do that. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Another point short blunt. Love to see it. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so again, our group of 5 zombies, it looks like, down over there. Okay. We should be hitting Nimble 2 relatively soon. For a moment I thought I heard the helicopter. I was about to be like, no. Okay, so there's more stuff over there. We'll back off, rest, let ourselves recover, keep the push going. You're just watching someone play Project Zomboid? Yep, it's going good. We're playing in like really sweaty try-hard settings, 16 times pop, all that kind of garbage. Still very early game. This is our like 2.5 stream or whatever. Like, sorry, 1.5 stream or whatever. So we're working on that. But we also started 0 to hero, so we started 0 strength, 0 fitness, all that stuff. You seem pretty experienced. May I ask a question? Sure. Absolutely. I do not mind asking, and most likely, well, I might not have some of the details for things that have changed in the latest version. I could definitely ask thing. Why is the game so unforgiving? That is because that is the deliberate design choice. It's one of those things when people talk about, is a game hard? You kind of have to differentiate, like, is a game hard as in, like, pixel perfect precision execution kind of hard, or is it, like, hard in brutal and unforgiving hard? And Project Zomboid is definitely in category B there. That, as far as, like, that it's a completely masterable game. You can get down to the point of just knowing the rhythm of combat and everything, to where you can reliably perform extremely well and all that. But it is still an extremely punishing game, where when you make a mistake, you find out there. Why are you finding wild mangoes and bananas beyond you? It's just a thing where you're just like, I mean, we're in Kentucky. Why am I finding, like, tropical plants? Like pineapple. Why am I finding a pineapple randomly growing in a field in Kentucky? It would die every winter. Like, different if it's, like, in someone's greenhouse or something. but I also don't really care that much. It's just kind of like, oh, weird, a pineapple. Alright, pipe wrench is finally done. So take that, because it's heavy. Alright. Let's also go ahead and we'll put that in our primary hand. I mean, you can find stuff like a fresh taco. Yeah, that's kind of like the way you can explain it away. It's like, oh, it wasn't a pineapple grown here. It was someone was on their way home from the grocery store and dropped their pineapple. But then, of course, you have like the silly nonsense of you've been surviving for a year and a half and you find the pineapple on the ground and you're just like... Like, okay, that doesn't really make sense, but whatever. Again, a wee bit cold. Our character is in a mini skirt right now, so, you know, fair enough. The people in the helicopter bring pineapples for snacks and they just clumsily drop them out. Oh, okay. Let's see, as of right now, your main food producer is frolicking through the farmlands, getting bait and veggies. Yeah, no, I mean, very, very genuinely until you're trying to keep your weight up. Just running around in the woods is, you know, just like running around like woods, farms and all that and foraging. Oh, yeah, there's two general strategies that people use for the helicopter. One is to kind of just hunker down in place. I actually don't recommend that strategy, because the way to think of the helicopter is wherever you are when the helicopter is at, that's where the zombies are going to be brought to. So if you just hunker down in your main base, congratulations, you just brought all the zombies into your main base area. My general recommendation is the moment you hear the helicopter, find a big road, start walking. And just go. Just go. Until the helicopter's done, then you try and loop back and get, you know, if your base is back there, you loop back to your base. If you don't have a base, then you just move on. Just a random bread knife on the ground. But yeah, no, there's a lot of people who go and they're just like, oh, hide. Because there's been arguments about over the years, like, oh, if the helicopter doesn't see you, this is the way its behavior is versus that. And I've had people go, oh, actually, there is some minor differences, but it's kind of one of those things that, okay, in reality, if the helicopter doesn't see you, it stays around slightly less amount of time and circles slightly wider. But it's still going to stay around and circle enough that hiding from the helicopter versus being seen by the helicopter really doesn't make a meaningful difference. And then again, if you're hunkering down at home, that's the relative area the zombies are going to be at. Also, you'll notice we're not running. My big recommendation, like my big new player advice thing I give people, is slow down. More than anything, it's slow down. Because very much people will run all over the map, like actually run, and then go, why am I getting exerted in 2 seconds every time I get into a fight? Yeah, because you spent all your energy running. Because what if you were asleep, and you wake up to the helicopter there? Would it already have drawn the zombies by then? Or are they inactive while you sleep? No, the zombies will still move while you sleep. They won't attack you while they sleep. So they'll smash your windows in, get right up to you, and they'll hover over your bed. But you know, they're respectable. They're not going to go and mess with someone while they're asleep. Now, the moment you wake up, they're going to bite you in the face. But yeah, the zombies do still keep moving around and doing stuff while you sleep. It's a little different because they have some optimizations and all that, but it's not so different that strategically, I wouldn't be like, oh, just go to sleep or whatever. Do you build walls around your bases? Or is it not practical? Regardless of the run, as I usually don't build walls around my bases. Not typically. Like, sometimes I will, as just a project to work on that gives me a nice separation from just kill zombie. But I wouldn't say walls particularly do anything meaningful. The zombies can break through your walls if they run into them and all that kind of stuff. It can be worse sometimes walling certain areas off, but generally speaking, if you're actually trying to make a defensible position, focusing on building your walls isn't the thing to get it done. The thing you want to be focusing on is killing all the zombies in your immediate surroundings. And then the broader and broader you kill the zombies around, the more and more secure your area ends up being. That's kind of the main way you secure your base. Yeah, no, there was like a sleeping event or whatever it's called. And it was just a thing with the sleep event, is regardless of whether you cleared the whole time, you would randomly have it where zombies would wake you up from your sleep. And so what it was reality doing was spawning zombies in the house with you. Not nightmares, like, it was like legitimately it was be spawning zombies in the house with you. But they got rid of it because it was, it was like a reflex kind of save yourself type of situation, and it was a real BS way to die. So they just turned it off. I think even if you turn it on, I don't believe it works right now, but I could be wrong about that. But yeah, it's just like the idea that no matter what you did, suddenly zombies would just sneak in the room with you, that kind of thing. Which aren't wrong. Yeah, no, exactly. That was the reason they got rid of it, is you could do everything, get yourself all prepared, and then just die because the game rolled the dice and was like, okay, think fast, defend yourself, and it happened to be like in a spot you really couldn't defend yourself. So it was kind of just like one of those things that was... Oh, I mean, most people that probably just quit, because again, it doesn't end up even being a player skill or player strategy kind of thing. It's just the game rolling the dice and saying, haha, you died, is the way it worked out a lot. It was supposed to be like a skill reflex kind of thing, but this just isn't that kind of game. Like, Project Zomboid is very much a slow, meticulous game. Hey, look, Nimble 2. It is a game that you play slow, meticulously, strategically, all that kind of stuff. It is not a game where you need to be reflexing at top speed for any engagement to make it through. You have a vivid memory of the event happening back when zombies were like gray alien-looking shamblers. Yeah, that's before my time. That like the gray thing. My time was like around when Build 40 was around, and I will back up my save Build 41. Like the unstable Build 41 was relatively new. I'm happy we found a hunting knife. I'm gonna go through the less durable weapons first. Keep our inventory from being too overburdened. Because our strength is still negligible. Yeah, knowing the BS of the game, after you barely make it out, ridiculously tired, thirsty, hungry, wounded, barely alive, boom, zombie event in the night. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, the game doesn't have some, like, logic where it tries to, like, take the screws to you. It doesn't be like, oh, wait, this is my moment. They're weak, they're vulnerable, let me meta-event them. But those meta-events, sometimes, you're like, you could not have timed this worse game. But that's part of what keeps the game spicy, and that's why I like the meta-events and that kind of thing. Is you'll do everything right, but just bad timing, you were kind of overextended, and you hear the gunshot and you're just like, crap. Because now you're kind of not really in a good situation for a big fight, and depending on which way the meta event, it can either help you or it can just absolutely screw you. This game with a RimWorld style storytelling, I wonder how that would be. Because, like, I keep thinking I'm hearing the helicopter because we should be about due. But, I wonder how that would be, because, like, you know, RimWorld, the whole thing with the storytellers, as you get more pawns, more wealth, all that, it escalates. So the game is actively getting more aggressive against you as the game goes on. In Project Zomboid, with the way the mechanics work, is it'd have to be, like, more meta events and helicopters. They don't really have more systems for, like, flipping the board on you. And it would be weird that, like, oh, you've survived for, like, 5 years, and just every 30 minutes you hear a gunshot or a dog bark or whatever. What's the stupidest way you've died? I mean, I've poisoned myself. That was actually, even after 4,000 hours, I've only poisoned myself probably, like, twice. So, like, I absolutely know better, but 100% was just not paying attention to my moodles. I was already sick, slammed a poisonous berry, and that was that. And I definitely had one situation where I was probably good like 20, 30,000 kills into a run that, there was like a fence line here, so I was fighting this way. There's a fence line here, and I'm backing up this way, fighting a group of zombies behind me, and there's a tree, like, right there. And I was just kind of like, man, if there's a zombie behind that tree, I could be screwed. As a relatively new player. And I got here, and I saw the zombie, and kind of just panicked, like, walked into the zombies I was backing up from and just got grabbed. Like, it was definitely a brain shut off and die. Yeah, we are going to get our basic version of NPCs in Build 43. I do think it's going to be one of those things that I'm worried that people in the community are going to end up upset because they're just going to hear we're getting NPCs and be all excited thinking we're getting, like, fully fleshed out NPCs, when Build 43 is, like, very, very basic NPCs. It's around Build 45 that we start getting, like, the really involved NPCs that are going to be what people actually want. And it's not to be like the devs are under-delivering or anything else like that. I think it's just going to be one of those things that the devs have been fairly transparent about the nuance there. But people don't listen to that. And they're going to be like, why are these NPCs so dumb? You know, after all this wait, why have they just given us this crap kind of thing? Well, that's not my one. What I really don't like about the meta events is their story implications. There's enough other survivors out there that one dies in earshot. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I've mentioned a number of times. I'm not as excited about the NPCs being added to the game. For me, thematically, Project Zomboid has always been effectively, the world ended and you are the lone survivor. Like, this is it. You're it. You are humanity. You're what's left. And yeah, that's an incredibly depressing fact that's like, oh, hey, there's no coming back from this. But that was kind of the whole setup of Project Zomboid. Literally, the game says, it's the end of days, there was no hope of survival, this is how you died. It doesn't say like, oh yeah, no, things were grim, this is how you overcame, this is how you survived, or anything like that. It's like, no. That's the end of the world, man. And I actually like that it has that tone. Because, you know, we have a ton of games where it's a zombie apocalypse situation where you find the cure or you rebuild society, like you rebuild your little community or whatever the story of that particular slice of zombie lore is. Mechanics 4. Right, I don't want to carry that with me right now because we're not going to be able to use that for a long time. Let's go ahead and mark our map. Okay. So we're down here. Put a circle there. I don't have my pen on me. All right. We have Mechanics 4 and Bellows in there. Is what I wanted to remember. So I'm going to eat some food real fast. Sit in the chair for a minute. Just waiting on that muscle strain to back off a little. Alright, so I want to save the knife. We're going to kind of go with lowest to highest durability. Let's see. You can favorite items like your pen so you don't accidentally drop them. Well, it's not that I'm dropping them. I am dropping them. I'm dropping them in the sense that I have a really big duffel bag that I've been keeping most of my stuff in. So when I go out fighting, I drop the duffel bag so that I don't have all that carry weight. And it just so happens my pen is in the duffel bag as opposed to like the main pocket, so I have the weight reduction. Later on, what I'll end up doing is when I get like a fanny pack, I'll probably keep like the pen, a flashlight, stuff like that in fanny packs. You know, the stuff I never want to leave. Because there's definitely times where things are bad. They're just like, yep, my bag, chuck it on the ground. So that I've got like all that carry weight cleared up. Let's see, you played the game with the original NPCs. It had like a masking system where you could select your character's emotion that you'd present to the NPC when you tried to talk to them. Most of the time, the NPCs were huge jerks, rightfully, end of days and all. So your character would get more and more irritated until you couldn't mask it anymore. Yeah. My bigger concern is just the lone survivor vibe of just trying to make it that you're by yourself. Like, it's like Subnautica 1 versus Subnautica 2. Subnautica 1, you are on this planet, you are by yourself, there is no one else, and you are trying to survive. And I won't spoil the story bits to it, but you're trying to survive. You're trying to get to the other side of this whole thing. But then Subnautica 2, you're not alone. There are other people on the planet, and you're going there for entirely different reasons that you've kind of opted to go to the planet as like your actual thing to go. And story-wise, to me, Subnautica 2 doesn't really hold my attention. Like, we played through it, I enjoyed it, I don't think it's a bad game, but like the being kind of, you know, alone and desperate kind of situation of the first game really sells it to me way better. Versus the second one, you're kind of going, it's like, right, but you did this to yourself. Right, but you chose this situation. You knew you were putting yourself in this kind of danger. Like, this is self-inflicted. And then again, you're not alone on the planet. And so even if the other person doesn't like you or isn't being cooperative or whatever, you know, there's just a different feeling. And so I kind of worry we're going to lose what Project Zomboid is so far as the vibe and feel because we're going to have NPCs running around. Now, granted, I like what I've heard about the idea of how they're talking about implementing it, where it's not, you know, you don't have like some shopkeeper you're just interacting with to trade and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, I mean Below Zero, correct. My apologies. Below Zero is what I meant when I said Subnautica 2. Subnautica 2 is not out yet. But yeah, the second one. Yeah, Below Zero. And then there's other things that kind of hurt Below Zero as well. Like, the vehicles, to me, in Below Zero were far less memorable. Like, the Cyclops, to this day, is just a very cool vehicle for a game to have. I feel like it does the mobile-based kind of vehicle extremely well. Versus the equivalent of Subnautica 2 is like this, like kind of this, multi-segmented sea truck kind of thing. Which was cool, it just didn't really have that same feeling, same vibe. Again, not saying it was a bad game, but my fear is for the addition of the NPCs, the cost might be higher than we anticipate. And you'll be able to turn them off and all that, but then we got to consider, okay, but the game is balanced around that, and all that. That's going to significantly impact things. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna grab a couple more zombies. So I don't think we're getting into these two buildings right now. It is about 5 and some change in the game. And it's gonna take me a little while to walk all the way back to our previous thing. That's gonna be an ongoing problem. Later on we'll get a car and that'll be like nowhere near as big a deal, but that's gonna probably be a while. If you're not modding or changing your default settings or whatever, bites are guaranteed death. Like, zero question. You will find on, like, the subreddit and all that, you don't see it much nowadays, but every once in a while people will argue that you can. But the only way to survive a bite is to mod dev mode. What bag do you have? Is that just a regular backpack? I think it's just a regular backpack. Yeah, I think it's just a light color regular backpack. It just kind of looked weird. But yeah, without modding or changing your settings, once you're bitten, it's over. You got 2 to 3 days to live, and then you die. I'll take your granola bar. Yeah, and it was just like kind of a weird angle and being a very light color. Okay, no alarm, love it. I'm going to start in this half. Away from where those zombies were. We can use that. Use that as a weapon. We can go ahead and drink the water from the sink. I know. It's rough in the apocalypse. Again, I'm going to avoid moving for right now, because we might aggro the zombies when I go in that back corner. And we can get ourselves a bunch of stuff here. How are we doing on weight? So we're no longer considered overweight. I believe it's 75 to 85 is the sweet spot. And according to this, we are no longer getting the endurance penalty. And the way you can tell is you'll have the endurance penalty. If you see over here, it says overweight. You'll have the endurance penalty. And then if it says underweight, you've got the damage penalty. Because if you go too low on weight, it hurts how much damage you do. If you go too far overweight, it hurts your endurance recovery and all that. But yeah, so I'm just cooking these while these are fresh. Honestly, our power is held up much longer than I would anticipate. It can hold up to 30 days. We're at 16. So very genuinely, I expect our power to probably die soon. Our water's already out. But, usually, with having it set, or whatever the default is, we're set to the default. I don't remember if it's like 16 days or 30 days or whatever it is. I think it's 30. But, usually, just because of the odds, you end up having both your power and water are off roughly by the middle of the month. You can get it to go the whole month just about to the end. I think it's like 1 day shy of the whole month. And then there's sometimes you boot up and you just realize that the power or water's off immediately. The last run we had, I think we had the power go off like 6 or 7 or 8 days. And then on the multiplayer server we had it go off probably like 14 or so days. Oh, it's always 14 days in that? Interesting. Which is curious because they still have settings. Yeah, 0 to 28. Yeah, it's basically 1 month is how long it can be. I'm not too fussed. Like, for example, if we just didn't bother change, like if we just had the power off at the beginning, because I've done lots of runs where you start with it off, all that would change is instead of cooking on the stove or whatever, this food would be rotten. I would just still be eating like we've been eating. We're gonna eat scalding hot ground beef directly out of the oven. I just wouldn't be eating this, we'd just keep going with other stuff. Oh, I forgot there is a timer you can set on that. I'm honestly surprised it didn't aggro through the wall there. There's the key. I don't really need it, but that's fine. The painkillers can be useful in a pinch. Alright. I don't really want this style of radio. It's not particularly good. It's a bit on the heavy side for a radio. But I do really want a radio. Oh, of course. Put that in your second hand. We'll research to craft it as well. And we need to get back home. We're going to be extremely overburdened when we get our other bag. But this has been a very productive day. We got a lot of zombies cleared. Yeah, no, I'm not going to bother grabbing another pen. That's fine. So I'm going to put this in my second hand. I do not like that you turned on immediately. Okay, so let's check. I believe, yeah, emergency 90.2, because I found it way earlier. Yeah, so we're going to work our way back up. Because we dropped our bag. But first, I'm going to turn the radio on. We're going to add a preset. We're going to set it to 90.2. And we're going to go, let's see, emergency. Save. Tune into preset. We can see up there it says automated emergency channel. We'll turn it off right now. Oh, let's turn the volume down to 1 tick. Wait, do I still have another set of earbuds? Yeah, earbuds in. Alright, so it's not ideal, but yeah. That's fine. Alright, so we gotta work our way back. It's gonna get dark in not too long. We want to grab our bag. Because also, I think our bag has our flashlight, and we do not want to get caught out here without it. It also has our sleeping bag. That's something I gotta be careful about. Maybe we don't drop our bag that far back in the future. Yep, so we're going to listen to see what it says with the thing. Let's see, is just a bandana to protect completely from sickness? I don't believe so. You're fighting probably a few hundred corpses. Few hundred corpses for like a week. Oh yeah, no, if it's a week, 9 days the corpses disappear. Generally speaking, if it starts getting bad enough that you have enough corpses in one spot, take a couple of days to try and like detour and just go someplace else. That's sometimes easier said than done. But like, for example, when I was pushing Louisville, it was a thing that at every once in a while I would just change the route I was taking so that, you know, I could give the bodies a chance to despawn while I went the other way. We're gonna overeat and just eat this ground beef and all that right away. And this... What am I doing? Oh, I'm eating the ground beef. This is why I don't set my search to have specific stuff. Because of the good chance if I set it for, like, rocks or whatever, I wouldn't find a magazine. Not one I care about, but, you know, it's a magazine I haven't read. Yeah, so I definitely should have circled back and grabbed my bag. Did I really leave my bag this far back? I'm a little worried that I missed it. If I miss it, I miss it. We'll have to go back. Alright, so I'm just checking the radio broadcast mostly to see if it mentions that there's, if it mentions there's a storm or anything coming in. Ideally, we want to get, like, a really small walkie-talkie. Like the little Toys R Us kind of walkie-talkie. I want to say that's the most battery efficient, unless that's changed, which is very possible. Okay. Nothing exciting on the weather. Because, yeah, other people go out of the way to get, like, the military ham radio kind of stuff because it's cooler. And then they have, like, a ridiculous broadcast range and everything. But if you're playing solo, that means nothing, and they eat batteries way faster. You can slam that pork chop, eat it whole. I'm not going to worry about sapling. We'll want those later, but right now I can make it into a spear, but they're kind of on the heavier side, and my bag is mostly full. Okay. It'll also be a pretty good thing when we get near another body of water or a well or anything that's renewable. So I can start tearing stuff and washing things. Yeah, it's fine. I'll take some lemongrass. Is there portable ham radios now that you can equip on your back that weighs like 4? Useless for single player, but at least it's kind of cool. Yeah, there are a lot of items in this game that if you're objectively comparing it to stuff is like just a bad idea start to finish. But is cool. I'm now really worried about where I must have left that duffel bag. Usually I'm good about, like, if I'm going to get so far scattered with it. Ah, there it is. Okay. I did leave it right by a town. I thought it was farther up the road and be like, where's my duffel bag? Because my duffel bag has my backpack in it and all that. And those are the important items, is like, you know, the sleeping bag and all that kind of stuff. That lets me sleep anywhere. That's the one thing I don't want to get separated from. Alright, so where are you? We're going to be exceedingly overburdened. Let's start shifting what we can over here, which is not much, apparently. But that's fine. We'll make our way into the house. There shouldn't be many zombies over here. And we can pop in there, read the magazine, probably dump the branches on the floor. Unless I get low on weapons, not even worry about the weapon kind of thing. Okay, we can eat the steak. Now grab that lemongrass as soon as we're done with the steak. Just chomping down a whole steak. Does multiple copters have an upside? So, I would say yes. I know a lot of people disagree, but I would say yes. When you're dealing with the helicopters, generally speaking, they're mostly seen as a negative. You know, it's a thing, it throws the zombies everywhere, it causes you grief, that kind of thing. And all of that's fair and true. But at the same time, when you look at the helicopter, it's also a thing that's going to help you maneuver and move the zombies around. And I use that, like, early game, I kind of had to just endure the helicopter. But once I start getting properly established, you'll see me spend more and more time using the helicopter to draw zombies to places. So, like, when I'm clearing a city, early on, I might be just dealing with the helicopter at the edge of the city kind of thing. But later on, you'll see me actually take the helicopter right in the center of the city to try and pull out all the zombies that are, like, hiding in different buildings and whatever that I may have overlooked. That said, it is a thing that creates a certain amount of risk. But, like, you know, that's a big part of it. You know, as Jab's saying there, it's fun. It's fun to have something in the game that can potentially catch you off guard if you're not paying attention and cause you grief. Okay, so we're going to read the magazine, get that out of our inventory. We're still very overburdened. How are we doing on our next point in strength? Probably nowhere near it. Nope. We're right about to max out foraging. Doing pretty okay on all our other combat skills. You can drop you off. We'll eat that berry. Is there anything? Oh, before we forget, we were down here. There was stuff in here. What was? There was something in there that I was like, oh yeah, we want to come back to, but I didn't have the carry weight for it. It was mechanics 4, and then there was something else. Some best Mary Zomboid are, oh crud, I'm in deep. Not all the time, but sometimes, yeah. You love the anxiety of checking it every day. Let's see, have they ever mentioned adding animals or zombie animals? Zombie animals they said they would never do. Animals are already in the game. Bellows, thank you. Animals are already in the game. Like, we literally just left a chicken farm. Like, there were chickens on the screen just a little while ago. But you got stuff like deer and all that as well. No hostile animals, nothing that will fight the player. I don't think they have intentions of adding that to the game. Like, you're not going to have wolves and bears coming after you. And I believe they said zombie animals is just, you know, not a thing in the game. They don't intend it to be. In the Project Zomboid universe, the Nox virus only affects human beings. Animals are immune to it. They did say that they were eventually going to potentially have, like, you could get a dog or whatever. How close are we? We're pretty overweight. We're carrying too much, and I just need to... Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll grab 2 of these hammers. We'll drop them off. Yeah, no, I don't think Kentucky has much you have to worry about for wild animals too much. You know, as far as, like, lions and tigers and bears, oh my. There could be like smaller bears or something like that I'm not aware of. But the implication was that it's not really a thing that they intend to pursue. Because it's also one of those things that people are like, but what if there was a zombie bear? And my counter argument is like, but what if there was just a normal bear? It doesn't actually change the way the bear behaves. The bear's still going to F your day up if it's going to F your day up. It being a zombie is, you know, okay, there's the horror factor, but it's still just a bear. It's still just a giant, strong animal that's exceedingly dangerous to piss off. I played the Long Dark. Bears are scary. Don't you screw me, meta event. Man, I have had very little luck on getting our character. I will never figure out which watch it is. I don't think... I don't think we actually woke up on time because we were done sleeping. I think it was literally just that watch alarm went off and woke us up. Well, do I still have caffeine tablets? I don't think we do. Nope. Alright, well, today's gonna suck. That's what that means. You think of an actual bear as scarier than a zombie bear? They're clever. I mean, that's fair. Alright, well, that's gonna be putting us off, so we're probably gonna get sleepy early today. Hopefully we find... Hopefully we find a screwdriver before the day's up. Just because with a screwdriver I can take apart all those watches. If I have to come back and that watch is going to keep going off, it may be... Alright, well there's literally maxed out foraging. You saw a frog? Yeah, I put it there. Yeah, the frog's there. I found it earlier and I put it on the table. I couldn't afford to carry it with me, so it's just like one of those things. Okay, so how is our weight going? Yeah, so you don't want to be gaining weight, so you don't want to slam the entire bottle of olive oil. Okay, Barry was safe. No, drop the branches on the ground. Gotta be something I can do to deal with this carry weight. Let's just go ahead and just keep eating stuff. I know it's being wasteful, but right now we're slowly draining our endurance because I'm carrying just too much crap. Honestly, right now, I really don't need all these berries. I got a granola bar and a whole bunch of other stuff. Just dump the berries for right now. Why carrying around the rolling pin? It's a weapon. I'm bringing my weapons with me so that when we do get down to where the zombies are, I can dump my bag, fight the zombies till I break my weapons, fall back to my bag. A heavy one? Yeah, but it's... I mean, the alternative is the stone hammers. They're both heavy. Like, neither of those are going to be winning on the weight department. I think they're both actually 2, if I remember correctly. Yeah, rolling pin is 1.5. And the stone hammer is 2. So it's actually technically lighter than my other weapon. It's still crappier, but, you know. It's not purely a weight consideration there. Can you sort by weight? I don't believe so. Oh, no, you can. Yeah, you can. You can sort by weight up here. Probably less effective. Yeah, it is. But the thing is, I'm in the very beggars can't be choosers kind of weapon situation. So, it's a weapon. I can hit a zombie with it. And that's good enough for me. I probably should have dropped one more Munworthy stone hammers than I did. But it should be alright. We just get down here where we can start fighting. We drop the bag. I'll probably have to rest immediately afterwards because we are slowly draining endurance by walking with all this weight. Okay, so we got our first stuff here. Let's drop our bag. I'm going to sit for a minute. And it is go time. I'm also realizing I still have the radio in my offhand. Okay. Oh, so we got all that. Gonna move the watch over to the duffel bag, because it's more efficient on the carry weight. I'll pick this back up, snap my spine in about 6 places, and move on with our day. Yep, no, that's what we've been doing, is I've been overloading the duffel bag, and then, like I said, when we go to get into a fight, I've been dropping on the ground. It's not ultimately the way I want to go long-term, but we don't have a vehicle yet, and I don't have a better backpack yet, and our strength is very low. So we're kind of just dealing with what we're dealing with. It'll be fine. We should probably be searching in case we get another piece of flint. Because while I got a decent number of weapons right now, that is not going to last. Okay. We are finding an oddly large amount of lemongrass right now. One egg. I'm probably not going to bother picking up the egg. I have to cook it to make it safe. Yeah, lemongrass is useful. I'm not happy with lemongrass. My comment is more I'm just finding a lot of it. And I'll put a little bit of oil on our salad. You're gonna need our salad. With some luck, we can start finding happiness in this life. One grape leaf apple with olive oil on it salad at a time. Okay, device, turn on. Cool. Can't just eat that for protein. I have to cook it first. Why is YouTube chat gotta be so weird? Alright, do we get to have a helicopter today, or like, what's the deal? Alright, so we're gonna lose the power grid anytime now. No fishing? I mean, I can fish if there's water nearby. I don't need to. My carry weight's fine, and I've got tons of food. Alright, so it sounds like the power grid's going out in, like, the next day or so. Today might actually be the last day. Don't you do it. Okay, no helicopter today. Alright, so with that, device options, turn off the radio. Unequip the radio. Shove the radio in the bag. Okay, and we'll drop the bag right here. Alright. I'd like to spare the hunting knife for a little while. So let's go over here. We'll attach you on the left for my next weapon. Oh no, I don't need to spare that. I wanted to make sure I still had a knife. Alright. Okay. So I've got my pipe that's right about to break. We got a hand fork, and we got a hunting knife. I'm pretty sure we fully looted this building already. We did not get into this back building. We got chickens right over there. I'd like to make sure we don't have any surprises hanging out this building before I go inside. Looks good. So we got mechanics 1 and 2. I'll grab mechanics 1. Okay. We've got a screwdriver. We got a saw. So we're gonna go over here. I don't have my pen on me. Did that say tool roll? Yes. I actually didn't look. I'm pretty sure that's a container. Okay, so it's got a saw and files. I actually did grab a saw, but it's good to know there's another saw in there. I wish you would please stop stressing out the chicken zombies. It's mighty unkind of you. We'll go around and kill this group first so I got more room to maneuver. But first, let me go down here. I want to mark on the pen that we've got mechanics 2, a saw, and a tire pump. I have to have actually on my person. Let's grab the pen for right now and just chuck it in this bag. All right. Mechanics 2, tire pump. And then we looted that building. Drop off tools into big... Oh, big duffel bag? Oh, I'm not going to worry about that right now. The duffel bag's already getting us to overloaded, so I'm just marking it to come back later. That's not letting myself get myself killed with greed. I'm already carrying more than I should, but a big part of that is because weapons. About to see what you just became. So what did you become that after you broke? Because you didn't used to become something. Broken iron pipe does not give maintenance XP. That's fine, I got spares. Broken guitar neck. That's fine. Next weapon. So it's trying to wait till they got out of the pen a little bit, because I'm a little bit worried about them, like, breaking down the pen walls. But it is what it is. I'll try and just grab them a couple at a time and just take them through different parts of the wall. I don't know if we're going to keep the chickens or anything like that so far as like going out of way. We can use them as a source of eggs. And it's not the worst in the world. It's a low effort food. Okay, there goes our hammer into position. Drop you off, got you. I will dismantle this. Alright, and as we need to rest for our muscle strain and all that, we now have another book we can read. So at least we're not just sitting around doing nothing. So little by little, we're going to work our way through our books. And it's unfortunately looking like pretty soon I'm going to probably have to have my character change their outfit. Something about the miniskirt is just not really working with keeping ourselves from getting cold. I haven't quite figured out why. Go for the stone hammer. I'm gonna keep breaking all my stone stuff because they're heavy or not. Function over fashion. I mean, at this point, our poor miniskirt is more saturated with blood than it is an article of clothing. It's just a blood sponge. Okay. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you playing and all that good stuff? Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way, and our fantastic content creator on the platform? Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Bringing a bunch of zombies in here? Nice. Ah, Vintage Story. Nice. Yeah, no, I saw. It's your first time playing, right? I think I saw that was the first time. Maybe that was like last year or whatever. Same brain cell. Yeah, no, Vintage Story is excellent. We played a decent amount of that in the channel in the past. Actually planning on doing some more of that in the not too distant future that Been talking to some other content creators about doing like a collab on it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, check out Italic's. Absolutely fantastic time over there. Highly, highly recommend. Plays a lot of the similar stuff to what we play over here, like Rimworld, Product Zomboid, and all that kind of stuff. Vintage Story. But yeah, no, they've definitely both had the survival aspect for it. Granted, Product Zomboid has a lot more bonk and a lot less starving to death. But yeah, there's definitely overlap between the two game communities. All right, we'll go ahead and do that. Now, for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for playing this game, even though I don't really play this game very much nowadays. I used to hold a world record in the game for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed with no mods, chains, itemization, or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. That said, we are doing 16 times population, so maximum zombie populations. So if it feels weirdly like I'm walking up to middle of nowhere farms and then fighting entire cities worth of zombies, that's kind of what's happening. And thank you, Azarus, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 15 months, and thanks so much for that. But so your friend did a video where he killed every zombie on the map. It took over an in real life year. If he killed every zombie in real life, or every zombie in the game on the map, he should really go and make sure that's out there, because I'm pretty sure, I don't think someone's actually done that I've heard of so far. Like that would be potentially a record. Because genuinely, okay, gotcha. Rick's Tech Tricks, gotcha. I'm not familiar. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I know there's a bunch of people who started trying to do that, but it is not a mild task. To understate things greatly. It is a substantial task. Can you drop the link? The link will just get eaten by Twitch. It'll just turn into like 3 asterisks or whatever. Yeah, killed every real life zombie? Yep, already done. You're welcome. But yeah, I know it's all good. It's not like me trying to not share other creators' stuff. It's just a whole thing otherwise. Because I'm assuming you're going to like post the whole video or whatever. But yeah, so it's good for people to like know the name and everything. Right now we're very early game. I do actually have a character that's alive that's got over, or it's around 300,000 kills. But that's build 41. That she was still alive when build 42 came out. We just never went back to her. Versus this is a fresh start from yesterday. How do you know when you're done killing the zombie? You back up your save and you go into debug mode. It's the only way you're able to do that. Unless they change something, there isn't something being like, 10 zombies remaining, 9 zombies remaining. Or you'd have to get a mod. But even then, the mod would have to kind of pop through the map and check each and every cell and be like, okay, is it empty yet? But yeah, so we are early game, so if it seems like I'm constantly sitting down and resting, we're not only playing on the highest zombie pops, but we're also playing where we started with literally no stats. So, our character walks out of their house, gets around the corner to the garage, needs to sit down and have a break. It's very strenuous, very tiring. We were very, very overweight. We are now just have gotten into the healthy weight range. But, there's things. Is your character receiving random XP bonuses? No. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If you are playing in multiplayer, there is a bug going on right now where people are sharing their profession bonuses. They're not supposed to be, but people are just randomly getting each other's profession bonuses. But that's a multiplayer issue. For me, there's no one for me to share, and I'm a non-profession profession. So I don't get any bonuses like that. Oh, if you're talking about, specifically if you're talking about foraging, it's not a bonus. Foraging is just bugged right now, where it gives a completely obscene amount of XP. That's not a bonus. It's just giving more XP than it's supposed to be. But I haven't noticed any bonuses otherwise. It's also those things that right now in Project Zomboid, avoid modding. The new update was a major code overhaul, so pretty much every mod is broken. And there's been a decent number of mods that have come out and be like, we're supported on the new version. And they didn't test anything. Like, you boot up the mod and it starts throwing errors and all that kind of stuff, or it just doesn't do what it says it does kind of thing. Yeah, the Build 42 multiplayer bug right now is where the skills of every online player combined as single XP give other errors. Yeah. Maybe the unemployed occupation. I haven't noticed that. They get huge XP bonuses if someone has higher skills than you. You found a tree branch in the forest. You're a master forager right now. Yeah, no, there's definitely some like silliness going on with the foraging. And that affects both multi and single player just in general. Like we're level 10 foraging, and like the next highest skill is like maybe 4. Maybe unemployment's glitching out. It happens after quitting the main menu and then loading in the game, vanilla single player. Weird. I haven't personally noticed it. I'm not saying it's not a thing, but it's not a thing that stood out. To be fair, I'm not often exiting to the main screen, then loading back up my save again. Look at your long blunt skill. Long blunt skill. Oh. Weird. Okay. I am getting the bonus. I hadn't particularly noticed it because I didn't bother mousing over it. It's also weird which random ones it seems to be giving it to. Huh. And none of those are from any traits I've taken. I will definitely say for unstable branch, this has definitely been a bit more unstable than we're used to seeing. This is definitely like the unstabler branch. Like, and I get all the multiplayer stuff, but there's been a lot of weird stuff. And they did a major refactor of the code, to be clear, which is probably where a lot of this is originating from. And it's something they probably have been overdue to do for a long time. It feels like an internal-only build got pushed to public. So, I actually am an internal tester. And I wouldn't say, well, that's not what happened. I wouldn't say that, like, that does feel right, even though I can assure you that's not what happened. But it feels like both multiplayer and this were kind of in the same thing, where it's just like, you know, things were like really working along their way kind of thing. And then suddenly it's like, oh, okay, we're dropping this tomorrow, and you're like, you're what now? Like, really? Are you sure? Because yeah, we only knew about a day in advance that Build 42 multiplayer was dropping. Okay, so let's go back over to our bag and grab some more stuff out of the bag for weapons. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like this has been one of the rockier builds we've had. I'm gonna go ahead and slam the granola bar and grab 2 more of these hammers. Yeah, like right now, my general feedback I've been giving people, if you're excited for multiplayer and want to play with your friends, no problem. It is in a perfectly fine state if you're planning on jumping with your friends, having some fun, and that's kind of just what you're looking to do. You're in a perfectly good state for Project Zomboid to do that. if you are looking for a long-term survival playthrough where you are going to keep working at a playthrough, you know, progress, get your generator up, that kind of thing, you might want to wait till the hotfix. There are quite a few pretty substantial bugs in multiplayer. Like, I believe it has to do with where you log in and log out. That detail I might have wrong. But there is a bug where foraging just stops working in an entire cell, with the exception of things that kind of were handcrafted, like roads, after a little while. And so you just have to relocate to a new area anytime you want to forage. The Nimble does not gain any XP at all whatsoever in multiplayer right now. You physically cannot get any XP towards leveling that up, so you can never get over your starting level in Nimble. You are sharing a bunch of your bonuses. That's not as big a deal. There's a lot of things with the animals that aren't working, like trying to lead them around a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of that just does not work right in multiplayer. And so it is pretty rough to do a long-term survival in multiplayer. You just got to be ready for a lot of stuff to break, not work, and lose progress kind of things. For solo, there's still a couple of bugs, but generally speaking, the bugs are pretty mild in single player right now. Okay, so we need to rest. So we're just going to go ahead and sit here, read our book. You're definitely waiting until the boost issue is fixed, both single player and multiplayer. Yeah, I didn't realize, like, I knew about the multiplayer one where it seemed like everyone was benefiting from everyone else's professions. I hadn't noticed down here, because again, I don't just like mouse over my skills and be like, what's my bonus? Like, I might do that sometimes when people ask me about the books. I'll be like, oh, hey, you can look right there. I'm getting a multiplier of 3%. I see like I'm getting an XP. I wonder if maybe they have like an undocumented that unemployed, because it was always a thing that the the unemployed was what they used to call it, but like the no focus bonus one, you did get a bonus to finding stuff while foraging and all that. That's always been a mechanic. It was never a thing that's like, oh man, this is a game changer or anything like that. But it was always kind of one of those things that was just quietly functionality that existed in the game. And then there's a couple other things that were under there. So there were actual perks with taking the kind of no bonuses setup. I'd really like them to quit climbing over those fences before they break, because then it's going to let the chickens out, and I don't really care about the chickens that much. It happens with our professions too. You can't retain blacksmithing bonuses. Yeah. No, I had honestly a little bit of venting earlier on the stream about how I'm a little frustrated that Product Zomboid seems to be in a very, very heavy scope creep kind of situation where they keep adding more and more, and you're like, right, but there's a lot of stuff in your game that is inconsistent. It's not working great. There's been bugs that have been around for a very long time I would really like addressed. I could use you not adding new features for a while and just kind of working on that. Like the big one that frustrates me is for about the last 2.5-ish years, when a zombie falls over and becomes a crawler, you'll quite often get a really long hitch where the game will kind of just lag for just a second while it switches between the two. And I'm of the mind either that needs to be fixed, or you need to just disable that functionality. If you can't figure out what's going on with that, it's been like well, that's a fun one. Apparently, if you shout out without saying any name. The theory is that it's despawning a zombie and putting it as a crawler. Yeah, that's basically what I've said is my expectation there is pretty much exactly on the thing, is they're taking the object that is zombie and then swapping that with the object that is zombie crawler, or a zombie with the state crawler. And so there's just a memory allocation, deallocation going on that is just inelegant. And so it's running rough. That's my guess. Obviously, I haven't dug into the code, but it's been one of those things that's been like, am I in the right ballpark saying like 2.5 years? Because it feels like it was something that was introduced with Build 41, not like right away. Like is somewhere along the lines of Build 41 that became a thing. That like the performance hitch. Yeah, and so as well as things that's like that's been a known issue that's been complained about for a long time, and I kind of wish they would just tone off adding new features and just go on a big bug bash for like 6 months. Just 6 months of I want nothing but bug bashing. Bug bashing and getting things to work consistently. And they may have been doing that and they just haven't gotten the bugs I notice. Yeah. But it's frustrating. That very genuinely, as much as I like to be very supportive and say, like, you know, I do think the devs do really good stuff. I think they do good work. I think they're just very passionate and excited about adding more stuff to their game. And you kind of want to be like, look, man, I need you to stop. And I need you to just polish. Like, get the game into a state that if you said this is now the release version, people wouldn't complain about stuff. I figured that was coming. Alright, do we sleep here? I think we do sleep here tonight. They do great work, but another example is the fishing animation lock took many months to fix, and that was a lethal bug? Yeah. Alright, you are right there. I don't really want to go all the way back. Let's evaluate. So, yeah, we'll go back. I don't want to, but I think that is the right call. Because we got a couple weapons and all that hanging back there. We can move stuff over to duffel bag. Yeah, no, it's to be fair, people would always complain. Like that's not reasonable, but more I'm just kind of annoyed that, you know, a bug that can get really bad. Because, like, what happens is you'll be in the middle of a fight, and you'll go to swing. You'll have that hitch that happens when a zombie becomes a crawler, and you'll completely beef your next swing because you clicked when you wanted the swing to go, but it just so happened that's while it was hitching. And so now your timing's off. And if you're lucky, you still hit the zombie, it's no big deal. But there's enough time that's like, no, that hitch, that second, messed up your swing, and now that zombie you were really counting on stunning is not stunned, and now you're in a bad way. And it's a real feels bad man kind of way to die. And deliberately making myself salad to try and slowly improve her happiness little by little. Not so worried about the nutrition or anything like that. It's just using up material, giving us some happiness. Unless I see like that we're over our max, it's whatever. Okay. As we're eating a one hunger salad, but it's a salad that makes us really happy. Because it's just a grape leaf with a little thistle tossed on it, and then some olive oil. Okay, and that's that, so I'll put you back in there. And that's enough for me to shift that over, and that should lower our weight even more. Okay, not enough to get us off of overloaded. I could also just drop back here a little ways, not the full way back, and just put down the sleeping bag and call it a day. I think that's what I'm going to do, is we'll just go over to this intersection, and I'm going to put my sleeping bag to use. Because it is a bit of a hike. We do have 2 hammers back where we were, which we'll want to use sooner or later, but I think we're fine for a little while. Oh, right, but I won't be able to read my book, will I? Alright, fine, we'll go back. I was just thinking, the problem here is I won't be able to, like, read my book or anything like that. So as we wait for, like, midnight to roll by, I can't do much with it. Do you have enough room for more weapons than that? No, you're basically full. So I could lower my weight more by chucking these in here. Wasn't enough to do anything. And we can eat the thistle. And we'll finish off the olive oil. Just tank our happiness. We got all happy from our salad, and we're going to immediately get rid of it by just slamming a bottle of olive oil. Hey, look. We went from happy to miserable all over again. We're losing hope. So if I've learned anything, it's that olive oil is so unreasonably terrible that just drinking a partial bottle of it literally puts you at your absolute limit of depression. So yeah. It's good to know that. It's good to be aware that olive oil is that dire. Now, to be fair, I don't want to drink a bottle of olive oil. Doing ourselves a little bit of a jog, because we should be pretty clear up here. Alright. You feel like a bottle of olive oil would go down smooth at least? Yeah. The good news is you can't get any more depressed than you are, so you're free. Yes. I'm actually surprised we're not already exerted. Stretch 2? Yeah, now it's going to have to wait. I want to pause and sit here. That'd be a good thing to do when I get back. Get back to the house, crack open the book, do a quick stretch. Right, and I've got my mountain of digital watches we can take apart. So we don't wake up in the middle of the night again because one of the digital watches in the room went off. You suck, game. Alright, so before we get ourselves in trouble, let's drop our bag. Just sit down. Give herself a minute to recover. This is a mod that you could say automatically loot X from corpses when you kill them. There has been mods that have done that kind of stuff. That, like, they'll detect a nearby loot and they'll grab it kind of things. Generally speaking, most of those mods can be pretty rough. That's what you get for copying my style. Coming out here with her pink flower summer hat. Didn't you know that I'm doing it first? Everyone's a copycat. So we want to avoid fighting too much. We are drowsy. Oh yeah, no, I get that a lot, that people read as rural storage, but it's Rual Storge. That's what happens when you come up with a name when you're a teenager and you don't think through the way other people would read things. Yeah, probably the more correct decision I could have made here was to just take the safe sleep we had earlier and just go with it. We'll probably be fine. We've been good about clearing this area out of zombies. And even if I do pull one of those groups of 4 or 5, it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we're drowsy. Yeah, we'll probably get exerted. We'll probably waste a weapon or two we otherwise wouldn't need to waste. But, you know. Okay. You know, it's definitely my real first and last name. Just go ahead and go with that. Thought my name was like Scandinavian? No. It was very much, I went to play this game called Ultima Online back in the day. And I was just like, that sounds like a real name. And that's where the screen name comes from. Pretty much it. Okay, so dismantle electronics. Max 12. Alright. So I'll stretch really fast, so we're taking apart all of these watches. I was like, man, what an odd accent for someone from Northern Europe. Something, something, it's a small world after all. And the reason we're taking apart all these watches is the odds I find a generator magazine with our settings is pretty grim. It's pretty low. It's pretty bad. So most likely I'm going to need to go to electrical 3 as my means to hook up the generator. And with that, that shouldn't be actually that bad. We're already electrical 1. We did read the electrical 1 book. So we're probably not too far off from electrical 2. Now, I haven't really been putting a focus on it because I don't have a generator yet.
Oh.
I don't know why. It's a new sound effect for Build 42, but they added the sound effect for when you're depressed, your character's like, oh. And every time I hear it, it's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I do this to you, poor person. You deserve better. You're not going to get better. It's Project Zomboid. But you do deserve better. For what it's worth. But every time they have that, like, they're on the edge of, like, almost sobbing, like, just depressed sigh, and you're just like, I'm so sorry. I got you a nice hat. It's covered in blood, and that blood's been on there a while, so it's definitely pretty ripe. But, you know, it's a nice hat. You had to remove it from a corpse, and that, I'm sure, has psychological implications, but you know. Oh yeah, when you have the cold and they're just hacking and coughing constantly. Okay, there's the next 8 radios. And how are we doing on... That's not what I wanted. How are we doing on our skills? So for electrical... We are about level 1 1/3. We're also gaining a bunch of cooking. I was really hoping to snag those chicken eggs and cook everything they had in the oven before the power goes out. I'm not too fussed about it, though. Very genuinely. Yeah, that XP boost really kind of sucks the fun out of some of this. Because I love the slow burn challenge, and the fact that the game is giving me an XP boost kind of against my will kind of sucks. But it is what it is. If you want to be playing on the latest version, them's the breaks. Okay, and dismantle the earbuds. You can drop all that in there. Okay, so there are things to process right here, right now. No, we want to keep the radio. You can go in here, which should help reduce the weight a little bit. I'll put you on the right side. So I got you ready for when I need it. And her water is off, and we did get the warning on the radio that... Wait, what did I see on the ground? Oh, can I craft anything else here that's worthwhile? I could carve a bunch of these. I'm gonna do it. You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life. Yep. I mean, that's giving me some solid carving. Yeah, so I could be saving these for other things, but honestly, tree branches aren't particularly hard to come by. Okay, so chuck all those in there. Okay, we can carve medium handles now. That's fine. I know I'm carving a large handle into a medium handle. I'm just doing this for carving XP. I don't expect to find a bunch of the other stuff here anytime soon. No, actually, like, managing happiness is really not bad when you're not being lazy. Pretty much, you get a salad bowl, everything you find goes in the salad bowl. Congratulations, eternal happiness. That's just how it works in Project Zomboid. Cool, and we're just getting a little bit more carving. Okay. Love to see it. Alright, so with that, we also need to sharpen our blade now, because we dulled it up doing all that. A cereal is salad, milk is salad dressing? Yes. It's also soup. Those are just the facts. Yeah, so with carving, we have unlocked the ability to make medium handles. We've unlocked the ability to make shivs, cutting boards, long handles. We can carve planks, medium handles. We can't make the bats, which apparently have been moved to 9. We don't really care about the bone hook. We can't make a bucket yet. We can't get quite the short bat, so we got some solid stuff we can make, which is pretty solid. And we stayed up way later than I probably should have doing that, but I think that's worthwhile, because then it's like we're grabbed everything we care about from here. Oh, I need to actually forage for real food soon. That's fine. We can go to sleep. So your hardest thing so far with the new version is getting enough calories. Your character is down to 7, you just can't put on weight. Do you still get minus fitness or weight loss gain? Let's see. 1 second, before I forget. Whip on to secondary. Do you still get minus to fitness for weight loss gain? I turned you off, and I know I turned you off. I've noticed that one for a number of times, that I'll turn off a radio and it won't be off and then the battery will be way lower. Had that happen many a time across many a thing. So give me the flint. We'll leave the stone, that's easy enough to find. They must have already grabbed all the hammers. Okay, so the power's not out yet, but it should be going out pretty much any time today. But do we get a helicopter? That's the question. We do not. No helicopter. Okay, so I have turned off the radio. We have verified the radio is off. I am unequipping the radio. And it was at 82% battery. So I should see it within 1% of that, just in case, like, you know, it drained, like, while I took it out of her pocket or while I were equipping it or whatever. Alright, well, I'm not seeing the other zombies that moved down here, because we had about 8 moved in the area. I don't know where they went. They may have just kept moving south, or east. I don't want to pick up the sticks right now. I got some weapons. I don't have carry weight. Alright, well, there's a group of them. That's 3. I'm going to drop my bag. So we're not overburned. Okay, have your broken stick. That's a bread knife. We'll grab the watch. And are you broken rock? Yeah, you're broken rock. That's fine. You can just stay where you are. And we can go down here. Equip that in the left hand. We can dismantle that watch. And that should let me move the radio over to the main bag, which should lighten our weight a little bit. And drop you on the body. Alright. I'm going to walk over some of these bodies. Did we see any pants we like or long dresses we like? Because our character's starting to get a little bit cold because we're wearing a mini skirt, and I'm kind of having to accept that. Maybe, just maybe, she might have to change into something a little bit more reasonable temperature-wise.
Oh.
I know, it's so sad you don't have a nice pair of pants. What about you? It's not great, but it'll have to do. You'll see we can't find you a better top for her, too, because her top's torn from trees and all that. Hey, Pelanova, how's it going? I wonder if that tank top will be better for right now. Because again, her shirt is like torn right in the middle. It's a long sleeve. But weirdly, tank top actually gives you better insulation on the core part of your body. We'll see how that does. Because we don't want to get to the point where we're starting to see that we're getting warm. We just want to make sure we're not seeing cold. Like, between the two, I'd rather deal with a little bit of cold here and there than accidentally go into the side of you're getting slightly overheated. Oh, what was that complaining about? Marigolds, we can eat those. There's just more sticks I've chucked on the ground. Okay, so we're just gonna eat a bunch of the stuff here. But we find like actual crops, we can make all sorts of goodies happen. Hello, free kitchen knife. How you doing? It's weird that I keep finding kitchen knives around the railroad tracks. I think this is the 3rd one. I'm not unhappy. I'm just a little concerned of why there's such a large abundance of kitchen knives near the railroad tracks. Cooking on the rail all the living long day. What? What are you? What? Oh. Okay, just a straight up cooking pot. I don't really got the capacity for you right now, but I'm going to chuck you on the ground. Actually, let's chuck you on the ground in the road so I can find you again someday. It's a shame I'm so overburdened, or I would carry that with me. I'm not super fussed by it. We've been actually pretty solid. That's an empty water bottle because I kept finding full water bottles everywhere. Just slowly drinking them and getting rid of them. Just leaving them on the ground. There's just like 4 or 5 of them. Okay. Alright, so we're getting exerted, so I'm going to do, so I don't aggro more. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop my bag in the ground. I'm going to sit. I'm going to read a little bit more about cars. Oh, and Allison, we do have a frog. It's just chilling at the other house because I didn't have the room to carry it with me. But we did find a frog, and we've left it sitting on the picnic bench watching our last house. So that the froggo can live its best froggo life. Being out there in the rain. Alright, so this hammer should break relatively soon. That'll be time for our next weapon. And more random zombies standing out and about. Okay, but the idea is here, we no longer have anything at that previous house that I really care about. So we should be kind of just moving up to the new house, and that'll be like our new base of ops. And that's kind of the way I intend this run going until we can manage to secure a gas station and a car kind of thing. Or if we were to hit something that like is just too good to leave behind and we can't really move it. But right now, we're very nomadic. Because I do just kind of slowly burn through my resources as we go. And then just move on to where we can get more resources. But we are kind of center map, like north center map, decent ways north of Lake Fallis. I was up by West Point doing the area up there, and we just like kind of slowly got bullied around by the helicopters and all that. But it is this kind of a thing. I'm like, all right, well, where I left is like I can go to Riverside or Lake Fallis, and I kind of want to go to Lake Fallis. Between the two, I'd rather go towards Lake Fallis. Kind of relive the roots of how I played. When I first started playing Project Zomboid, I usually spawned in like Riverside and all that. I'd like to hang out in that area. Then when I was like, oh, I want to do like the high pop, that kind of thing where I did like sweaty tryhard settings. You know, it's far more strategic in where I spawned. And a lot of times I was using like the random spawn and all that, where I would spawn in, figure out where I am, and usually I made my way to center map because it was, you know, much easier to get into a couple of houses, that kind of thing. Secure some early game weapons, maybe a couple books, that kind of thing, and I'd almost always go after Lake Fallis as kind of my opening thing, as like the first town to hit, just because you got relatively good loot for relatively low number of zombies, so it's kind of a perfect place from working your way up of having next to no stats to being at least somewhat alright. And then by then you'd end up clearing out that town, and then be time to being like, alright, am I hitting Riverside or Rosewood, or where am I going from here? And we're just gobbling down stacks of marigolds. Alright, we're about to hit an ad break here in a second, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to take a quick, 2-minute break, stretch my legs, all that stuff. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. No one needs to see that. No one needs to see the death of my third highest kill count run. No, you don't need to see that. No, definitely don't need to see that. Nope. Didn't happen. Exactly. You didn't see anything. You definitely didn't see a character at 100,000 zombies whiff and die. Needlessly. You agree, they live forever. Exactly. Clark ultimately followed his dream, became a performer, playing, music on the stage and all that. Definitely did not die in the zombie apocalypse. Just like Venus will live forever being her fashionista self. Lived forever in the quarantine zone. Yep. As a zombie. Look. Why would you do this? Why would you hurt Clark so bad? Some say he's still performing to this day as a zombie. Yeah, that was one of our runs that was a really long run that we, like I said, we got to over 100,000 kills. And his whole none of my characters start with a backstory. That's not the way I approach it. But just, things happen in the game that we kind of eventually give them a background story. And what their character, personality arc, whatever. What's your biggest kill count? It's around 300,000. I don't know the exact amount. That character is still technically alive, but is build 41. So to show that, I have to go out of the unstable branch to show the character. But it was a character that, using random spawns, I spawned directly into Louisville, and she has never left Louisville on 16 times pop. With, I can't remember if it's often or sometimes helicopters, but with multiple helicopters, kind of nonsense. Actually, remember to grab her weapons out of here. Alright, so let's start by checking for stone hammers and that. Yep. So stone hammer on the left. Rolling pin on the back. We'll go and break that kitchen knife. And this kitchen knife. And the hand fork. It'll still leave me the paring knives. For carving and all that. Alright. Yep, 300,000? Yep. Yeah, no, Jeremiah Wiener was the one I set the record with, which was 135,000. And then Venus got up to around 300,000. But at that point, the record had been higher than 300,000. So she didn't set a new record so far as like broadly in the community. But that's been my personal best character, is the 300,000. Like I said, I don't remember exactly where it was. But yeah, it was one of those things that, very genuinely, she had pretty much almost all of her stats maxed. The only weapon skill I never did max out on her was Spears. I think Spears was still at like 9 or something. But I had maxed out literally everything else. And that's because, very genuinely, I don't really like Spears. In like, Product Zomboid. It's just my least favorite weapon category. Would you die already? Short Blade's the weapon category I like the most. But you'll generally find I'm going to use whatever I can get my hands on. I don't go out of my way for any specific weapon category or whatever. It's just not really needed. But like, to give you an idea, Venus Orozco, who is again that character that's got the 300,000. Her favorite weapon is the hunting knife. And Jeremiah Wiener, who was the one I set the record, was also hunting knife. Clark Burke, who was the first character I broke 100,000 with, was also the hunting knife. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So there's no water in here. What? Why do the chickens just not have food this time? Okay, so I want to grab these eggs because the power's about to go off. Today it's going to go off. And so I want to grab all the eggs we can in order to cook them real fast. Unfortunately, I'm in a weird situation where normally when these spawn, they tend to spawn with lots of food. And they just didn't in this case. Well fed, not thirsty. It's okay. Let's improve our mood. Okay. Is a condition of the record to stream? We generally have for those records, we do have the requirement to stream because it's too long for a YouTube video. And it is a lot of ways you can, you know, you can absolutely cheese it and lie about it. So it's kind of one of those things that it's just kind of the unfortunate, the only way is to like verify. It's the same thing like with speed runs, where if someone's like, yo, trust me, bro, I finished that in 2 hours and like the current record is like 10 or whatever. You know, there's no way to verify it. You've always preferred the bat. Why the hunting knife? When you look at the hunting knife, the short blades have a thing where they take significantly less endurance. So it's kind of one of those things that when you're getting into late game high pops, where you're just trying to kill as many zombies as possible, it's almost entirely about endurance efficiency. Being able to just kind of keep going and going and going without stopping. So stuff like axes. Axes can get you to one-tapping zombies faster than, not counting execution animations, than like any other category for the most part. But the problem is they're incredibly endurance inefficient. So it is just kind of one of those things. Yeah, the community verifies and does it themselves. It's not about the number, but the journey. Yeah. Like Twisted Fire says, I'll never play these settings again. He prefers other settings. I actually prefer... Oh, was Twist doing the rat race? Or was Twist doing just 16 times? Because, like, for me personally, I prefer the absurdly high populations. That's my preferred way of playing it. So very, very genuinely, like, this is my normal way of playing. But it is a thing that you do eventually start to just, you know, you start to burn out just the grind of killing the zombies. Because it is a thing that you get to the point that once you start getting your skills up, and it's not even that high, that you can just go up to a single rally group and just kill the rally group without really having to consider much beyond, like, when was the last time I rested. For hill kills like that, do you just group and burn them? No. When you're talking kill counts, burns don't count, cars don't count. But see, there are aspects of the rat race that are just pain points. And when you have like 2k hours to endurance test? Yeah, no, Product Zomboid does not consider a burn kill a valid kill. It does not consider a car a valid kill. You don't get credit for it. Is this multiplayer? If so, did you get all the cows? No, we're not playing multiplayer right now. The multiplayer right now is pretty rough for long-term runs. For short-term runs where you're just gonna hop in, have some fun, hop off, it's perfectly fine. But for like your really long-term kind of runs, marathon kind of runs, it's not in a good place. Now granted, it might only take like one hotfix to get there, but like some of the bugs such as the foraging just breaking and all that is a pretty heavy hill to get over. Cars count since recently? Did they make cars count as kills? Because it used to be a big thing that they specifically did not make them count. That they were considered like an environmental kill, so they didn't work. Regardless, even if they did, my argument would be, I can kill zombies faster without a car than you can kill zombies with a car once I get going. Like, the car will be objectively the slower way of killing zombies, and a more dangerous way at that. Like, even ignoring kill counts and all that, I always discourage people from using the cars as a weapon most of the time, because my consideration was you'd take a perfectly good car and turn into a perfectly good coffin. Because what ends up happening is you start running over the zombies, the car stalls at the wrong time because you trashed its engine and now it won't start, and now you're dead. And people's like, oh, you just back over them. Well, what you don't realize is that also destroys the gas tank, and that's even worse because when the gas tank goes completely, there is no starting the car because it has no gas anymore. So it's kind of the exact same problem of you push it and then suddenly the car just quits. And if you're in the middle of a group of zombies when it happens, there's a good chance you just died. And I understand why people do it. It feels good to be like, haha, you know, I'm still learning the game and like 12 zombies is really rough for me. But I can jump in the car and just drive through them and they're dead. And so in that part, it feels like you've gained a bunch of power or whatever. But it's kind of one of those things that just does not scale. Like, even fire, I would arguably say you can kill zombies faster when you get to high level using melee weapons than fire. Because of how much time it takes to rally the zombies up to do a burn. And then on top of that, zombies take a long time to die by fire. They don't just get lit up and then they fall over 2 seconds later. It's like in-game hours that they're walking around still on fire before they finally do succumb. Yeah, plus they wander off and burn everything and now you've lost all your loot and all that kind of stuff. And These days, it's more likely the zombie can wander off and, you know, the rain can put it out or whatever. They have a higher chance of surviving. But people like to be able to be like, you know what? You know, day one, you know, killed 100 zombies. But again, you don't get credit unless you're using mods. Let's see, it would be nice if high skill level would let you reinforce cards. Mad Max him a bit. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It's just not the vision the devs have. It's the same reason why we don't get, you know, the small pile of weapons and guns and all that. Is the devs really do want you to get down in there and fight the zombies and not be safe. Like, not being safe is a core mechanic of the game. And thank you, Wings, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Oh, do I have the book on me? Yeah. Do you use guns at all if you have the ammo? Imagine being much faster than melee. So, in theory, if you're sitting there with the shotgun and that kind of thing, it can be faster, but ammo is a very finite thing in the game. So, realistically, it's just not a sustainable thing. Now, if you turn around and you get, like, again, like, Burrito's gun mod and crank all the loot to the absolute max and then crank all the in-game loot to the absolute max and all that, you can get to a run where you basically run, you know, do, like, run and gun. But generally speaking, if you're doing anything shy of that, the amount of guns in the game is just woefully insufficient to main firearms. So it is just kind of one of those things you just kind of have to accept. You can certainly use guns, and I will use guns occasionally, but from a practical effect, you're not going to be using guns consistently. Like, you can get away with a lot of guns on, like, apocalypse settings if you go and, you know, take your van and you drive to the prison and you unload the gun there, and then you drive over to the next gun store and you unload the gun stuff. You can get it where you can use guns for a little while, but the ammunition is nowhere near sufficient to make it a primary weapon against the zombies. It's kind of like being like, I want to run a long blades only run. I'm going to use only katanas and machetes. Sure, that would be cool, but like, there's not enough of them. The cartons of ammo now that are like 12 bucks, you think? You found 3 cartons of shotgun at Survivor House? That's interesting. Because that used to not be a thing. I know they massively buffed loot, I had heard. I'd heard someone else talking about it that loot got effectively doubled in the base apocalypse settings. I haven't verified that one way or the other, but I was watching Drongo play, and Drongo found a Survivor House that was like utterly stacked with goodies. And it was like very impressive. People were like, oh yeah, they boosted the loot, and I was like, oh, I didn't know about that. There's a lot of stuff. One box Rual more than our whole runs. Well, at least the Survivor houses are really worth it then. Because they used to be kind of one of those things. You found the house that's all toilet paper? Yep, that's a classic. Yeah, so we're going to be dropping back to the house. I'm just going to be foraging down the road really quick. See what the next area we're going to be working on clearing is. Alright. This is a dead end. That's fine. Yeah, so we go up and around, and that leads over to, there. Yeah, from 0.6 rare loot before, the default is now 0.4 rare to now 0.6 custom. Gotcha. I mean, that'd be a 50% loot increase. Just taking it from 40 to 60%, 60% is 50% more than 40. Yeah, well, yeah, no, I'd be on the new loot settings because they didn't mess with the loot settings because I hadn't realized they changed. I just basically took the game, turned off respawns, cranked the zombies up to the moon, made helicopters happen multiple times, and kind of stopped there. Because I mentioned a couple of times, well, I'm not gonna like throw the run or whatever. I don't intend on doing like another 100,000 playthrough. It could be a thing that happens really long over time, like that I pop in, play, you know, for a week or two, maybe get a couple 10k kills or whatever, and then, you know, move on to some other things for a while and come back to. That is possible. But I don't ever want to feel like I'm trapped in a game again. It's not a good feeling. Like, it's not a good feeling for a whole range of reasons. Because you burn out and you're like, okay, well, do I keep playing the game I'm utterly burning out on because, you know, make numbers? Or do I move on to something else I'm going to enjoy more, but maybe will perform less? And then very genuinely, like, when the category you're in is not performing well, like, you know, you become the, like, this game channel, whether it's RimWorld or Product Zomboid or whatever, you become that game channel, that's what you're known for. And, like, in that time, it's been a long time since there's a major update for that game. You know, viewership is pretty heavily down on the platform. And so you're kind of, like, fighting for scraps with the other people who are in the category. It can be very difficult. Especially if you share time slots that you're watching the category's numbers dwindle, and you're kind of looking at it being like, okay, me and this other person are splitting the audience between us, and it's hurting both of us because it's just not enough to sustain both our channels. And, you know, it's not like you look at them as a competition who's got to be knocked down or anything like that. But, you know, when they're having a good day and you're not, it can be stressful. So it is one of those things. Like, right now, Product Zomboid's doing really well. We just had Build 42 multiplayer. I know I didn't see if they got it. They were on the trajectory of potentially beating the numbers they had for the drop of Build 42. But, I don't think they were on track to beat the numbers they got for, Build 41 multiplayer. Because we've been talking about that with a bunch of people in the community, with like keeping an eye on the numbers, being like, how's the game doing, that kind of thing. Because, you know, you want to see the game succeed. But it's also curious being like, okay, well, how big is Build 42 multiplayer going to be? And my thing I had been saying before that is that I figured Build 41 multiplayer was the most we'd ever see in the Product Zomboid category, both on Twitch and on Steam. And I believe that's still true. But Build 42 has had pretty solid numbers so far as, like, people playing it on Steam. And it's just, again, Product Zomboid, Build 41 is this huge thing that people loved. Like, once it came out, people were really kind of done with Build 40. And in a lot of ways, we had been without multiplayer for an extremely long time. And it just had, like, a lot of things aligned for it, like timing and everything, that really, really worked for the devs' favor. Because there's a lot of games that had been supposed to come out around that year, and they didn't happen for unrelated reasons. And so there's kind of this, like, gap in releases, and they happened to drop the multiplayer, like, right perfectly in that. And I don't think it was, like, a deliberate, conscious decision the devs had. It just worked out. And I'm not saying it would have done well otherwise. It would have. But I think they had kind of a perfect storm with so much of that it took what was already going to be a successful drop and just amplified it. Which is great. I don't think Product Zomboid would have been half as known if it wasn't for it. Because, like, when I got in the game, you know, Build 40 was the main build, and Build 41 was, you know, fairly early unstable. It was the I will back up my save build. Product Zomboid as a category was real quiet. Like, there just was not a significant number of people playing, not a significant number of people watching, both on Twitch or on Steam. But what was the game before Build 41? Build 42 added crafting and animals. Did Build 41 have a focus like that as well? So build 41, man, what would I say the focus? They revamped foraging, because the way it worked in build 40 and early build 41 is when you went to forage, I would right click and I would choose forage, and there'd be just like a little window, and you'd be like, I think you could choose to focus or forage, and your character would just stand there and effectively just claw at the ground like that. And it'd be like, how much stuff is left in this spot? And it would just slowly tick down. It'd be like, you found a berry, you found a this, you found a that. And then what you'd do is you'd move over like 10 tiles and you'd do it again. And that's how foraging went. And your character would get tired and overburned with a bunch of junk you didn't want. But as far as like being broken strong, it was really good. Like I had a run where I goofed and I set a really high population with respawns and went to a very high pop area. And honestly couldn't really, I mean, that's an interesting find. And honestly couldn't really punch my way out of it because I didn't realize until afterwards I was literally having hundreds of spawn, like zombies respawn every single day, like in the neighboring cells. And so even as many zombies as I was killing every day, I was just losing ground. And the only reason I was able to survive is I'd managed to carve out just enough space that I could go over by this fence and forage the same spot every single day, where it was a spot like genuinely like this big, and I'd just go in the corner and forage and I'd get enough berries and all that to survive. And that run only ultimately died in the end because I was just losing weight. I'd survived for months and it was just the weight was just slowly dropping off, and it's just like I'm gonna starve to death. I'm gonna malnutrition to death. Trying to think of like, because obviously the crafting was simpler. Why are you telling me pick up dung by the bed? Do I? Tommy, did you have an accident? It's okay, we're not mad. But, you know, you should let someone know. You shouldn't just leave it there. But yeah, trying to think of like what else. So we didn't have the muscle fatigue. That wasn't a big thing. The gun rework hadn't happened. So guns were a little bit memey in that like you would just straight up miss half your shots, like the zombie wouldn't even react. So that was a whole big thing. I want to say, didn't cars get a lot of love going into build 41? Am I remembering that right? That we caught, like, a lot of the trailers and all that got expanded on and improved for build 41? I'm trying to remember what else. We definitely got a bunch of new areas on the map, and a lot of those areas got fleshed out in a very big way. Because, you know, like, Louisville got introduced in build 41. Yeah, towing got improved. I remember that. I remember towing was a pretty rough before that. I know they fixed there was a lot of physics problems with cars, that your car would just spontaneously shoot in the moon every single time you'd hook up something. So hooking up a trailer, you'd always hold your breath for a second, be like, all right, are we gonna make it through this one? Okay, we're good. And you can still occasionally get that to happen, but it was really rough with that kind of thing. But yeah, I can't think of a distinct focus on build 41 versus build 40. Because I don't remember enough about build 40. Because like I jumped very early build 41. So it's kind of harder to make that context. I'm just blasting this book because why not? Multiplayer? Well, I thought we had multiplayer in build 40. Build 40 had multiplayer, because there was a whole big thing at the I will back in my save build that if you wanted to play multiplayer, you need to play on build 40. Build 41 wasn't going to give you what you wanted. You know, eventually multiplayer got added to build 41. But it's exactly like build 42 here, where it got added kind of after the fact. I feel like, did they Did they do a massive animation like rework, like the rigging of the characters and everything? I feel like that was something that happened in Build 41 as well. Is that they updated the character rigging to allow the characters and the zombies to do a lot more. And I know they advanced that even farther with Build 42. Oh, there goes the power. Goodbye, electricity. Okay, well, it did at least come back up at 82%. Okay, do we have any other food to eat? Yeah, we got the eggs, so we're gonna scarf eggs. Let's do the lap around the house. Make sure there's no zombies chilling nearby. And it could go the whole way back to get the site to feed the chickens. Man, I really don't want to deal with it. Okay, so no zombies immediately nearby. So basically the plan comes down to this. In the event that the helicopter's not here, we just start working our way back down towards Lake Falls, so keep working on it. If the helicopter is going to show up, that gets more complicated because I'd want to ditch enough weight that I can just walk and not have to worry. But that's going to be a tough one to manage with all the junk I keep collecting. I didn't notice. Okay, I mean, I guess we're fine. I should be foraging. Just in the off chance we get something good. All right. Well, we'll not learn anything. So drop you off. Can I bring the carry weight down to just a hair above overloaded, I think. We'll just keep eating eggs. Yeah, because we got plenty of all that. Because each egg is a little bit of weight. Because I'm trying to push where we'll be at just... Not overloaded, but like the one below that. Put the rake in your hand. Oh, right. I forgot I also had the rolling pin. Oh, so put that back on our back. Grab you. Put the rake in our bag, and now reduce the rake's weight. 8 carry weight is rough? Yes. And that's what we've worked our way up to. I'm grabbing that and chucking it back in the ground. I've got those for later. Finally, a little bit of flint. That's not helping us drop weight. You're not allowed to have fun? This is the way I enjoy playing these games. We're gonna take our torn top and chuck that in the garbage. For me personally, I like my games to have like the slow burn start. Usually for a lot of these kind of games, it's the beginning of the game that's the best part. in my opinion. And so if I do something that gets me through that early game really quickly, that's a bad thing. Because it means I get out of the best part faster. Alright, so we're going to move up here and to the right. Beating the challenge, the fun part? Oh yeah, no, it's definitely... Lego chant? Yeah. No, absolutely. It's like one of those things like, when you play a game, they give you like your startup kit and you're just able to like knock into it no problem. It'd be hard to feel as fulfilling. When you have a game that's like, okay, like I've got to really struggle to get over this first hill, there's definitely something to that. That's the reason I like with like a lot of the Path of Exile challenge leagues. It used to be a lot of fun when you're playing, you know, a non-meta build, because there would be this point that maybe you start off strong because of the build's early high damage or whatever, but then you get to like mid-game, it's a bit harder, and then you get to end-game and you start scaling and it gets amazing. But then there's definitely the ones where you start and it's just, you know, it's like the conventional wisdom of, oh no, you start with this other skill and you play that up until mid-game, till you have the equipment to then take off with the arrow. Like, nah man, I'm taking my main skill that I'm just not ready for, it just doesn't have the stats, and I'm going to make it work anyway. Which gets real spicy when you're doing something like Righteous Fire and you don't have the regen and resists. So you have to like run around with that and you watch your life going down, you're juggling between your flasks, just trying to go fast enough to keep your stuff up. And when you realize you're going to miss, you back off and let it drop you to 1 health before it cancels, and you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, exactly. It extends the time between surviving and thriving. Which is just, unfortunately, one of those things that in a lot of those games, once you are starting to properly thrive, like, you start getting bored because there's not as much of a stress or whatever, or strain. Someone needs a shower? Oh, our character needs a lot of things. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Been a hot minute, let's have an egg. Okay, so down this way should be another farmhouse that we can kind of work our way down to. I'm low-key hoping we'll either find like a survivor zombie with a better backpack. Okay, now I'm finding all that flint I want. After not finding it for a long while. And that's pretty annoying, actually. I mean, I want the flint. I'm not going to complain about the flint itself. Well, there's a dead squirrel. Yeah, so the plan is we basically keep going down the road until such time that we see the zombies. I drop the big bag, grab a couple of weapons out of it, we start fighting, repeat the process, you get the idea. Same thing we've been doing. And eventually I'll have enough carry weight that I don't have to do that all the time. Alright, so it looks like we're in the outskirts of where the zombies are going to be. We're going to back off for a minute, drop our big bag. I'm going to sit by the big bag while I shuffle things around. So let's grab this fork, the hunting knife, the kitchen knife. You can have my sharp flint. I'll take the lemon. Give me the rake. And I'll grab one of the other knives. Okay, so we're no longer overburdened. So plan here is I'm primarily grabbing what weapons break first, or break fastest, whatever you want to go with. And that way, as I break the weapons, our carry weight goes down. and it makes managing our stuff easier. And it also usually means I'm opening with the crappy weapons. Okay. Did you change the font? If you go into your accessibility settings, there's a setting for dyslexia-friendly font. I just turned that on. So I didn't go through and customize a whole bunch of settings. It's literally just one tick box on your accessibility settings. Is this still the one that you saw tent sleeping bag day one? This is the one with the sleeping bag, yeah. Her sleeping bag's in that duffel bag. Okay. We're just waiting on our muscle strain. Because the rolling pin is a very terrible weapon. But surprisingly, actually... Oh, you don't generize. Alright, well, I'm getting rid of that. If you don't give me main XP, you're dead to me. Get out of here. Alright. Well, we noticed that before. It was way too much burned. Okay, we just basically lost every roll with that kitchen knife. And broke it almost instantly. Okay, you can have the handle. Give me that. Okay, and we're mostly focusing on trying to work our way from the north-south. So we're not trying to skip groups or anything like that. We're not trying to rush the next spot. That's just not how you do these playthroughs. It is just work your way, little by little, keep killing zombies. Okay, and let's get you into position. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And get you into position. Drop you on the body. There's one of these ones over here. But another kitchen knife. Grab your watch. Okay. Oh, chuck that in the body. Okay, so we're getting through those really crappy weapons that break really fast. Slowly getting up to the ones that'll hold up. And then part of me is hoping we'll get lucky and we'll find like a nightstick or a claw hammer or something like that would be a really big find. I'm not picky though. They want to give me a long blade. I'm okay with that. Okay. And we'll also eventually want to get some other stuff in here too. Okay. Screwdrivers will be good too. Obviously, hunting knives, hand forks, all that's good. Basically, any weapon I can get them to drop is a win in my book, because the weapon I... Alright, we're going through this a little faster than I want. Because all of them keeps me from having to sit back and just craft a bunch. So we keep up this pace on breaking our weapons. That's going to be what I'm going to have to do. When breaks, music gets suspenseful. Yep, oh, that's good. So we broke our hand fork and they gave me a hand fork. I can live with that. Yep, we are still alive. Still alive, still thriving, doing all that stuff. Actually, let me see your outfit. No, it looks better up there than it does on you in person. I'm just gonna walk by here. See, there's a group of zombies back there or there. And then if not, I'm gonna go back, grab our bag, and we'll start moving our way down. Okay, so it's weird that there was like 2 groups of zombies down there. It's entirely possible they were up by the house up there and got pulled away from a meta event. You got a little smudge in your hat, perhaps? Oh yeah, little bit of giant smudge. Also my entire body, because with the water turned off, you know, I can't afford to waste water on cleaning the character up. When we get like a river or a lake or something, then I usually won't prioritize cleaning up, because mechanically it doesn't really do much in the game. It doesn't do nothing, it's just not enough for me to really care. How many days are you in? On this character, we are 19 days in. It's a relatively new character. And we talked about not swimming in the Ohio. Yep. Yep. The Ohio is a very, very polluted body of water. I'm just taking apart all these so I can chuck them on a body and they won't count towards my carry weight. Drop you off. Drop you off. Hey, we're no longer at overburn. We're now just slightly overloaded. You haven't been able to play Product Zomboid is broken for some reason? Said your Product Zomboid is broken for some reason? Gotcha. I mean, if you're playing on the unstable build, there is just a lot of stuff there. Unfortunately, that thing's... My hunting knife is starting to look pretty dodgy. Here, weight's fine. Probably turn that back on just in case we see something particularly good. But yeah, later on in the run, it gets to be the point where, with fighting the zombies, that I can usually just kind of stay in the fight. You'll knock down an entire rally group in a couple of seconds. And then you could just go up and pick up the next group. So, while you still should, you know, like when you're fighting, kind of always backpedal, the idea is like you backpedal and you're right back to where you pulled the group in the first place to grab the next group, so you kind of do move forward. Hey, I believe that's Short Blade 3. Love to see it. Alright. Grab the next knife, drop the hand fork. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and sit down again. Now I got a couple rocks over here I could craft some more weapons on. So what I might do here in just a second is I might grab a couple of the branches I see on the ground here and just make a couple of backup weapons. So like some more stone hammers, stone axes, whatever. We'll see. Switch to the kitchen knife. Trying to use the crappy ones first. Is it when you hit 5? Oh, I don't know when the animation switches. I could show in a minute. We started on southwest West Point, worked our way west to the mansions and the cabin, looted the cabin. We got bullied out of there because of meta event and helicopter kind of nonsense. Worked our way west, and now we're just north of Lake Fallis. So we're kind of center map. And that's because we're playing on 16 times pop, so our ability to just stay pushing on a town depends on my ability to get my hands on weapons. And so we've been struggling a bit on that department. But yeah, so I could show real fast that we did spawn... So like, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, so this is, we spawned over here, so I actually wasn't on the west side, but yeah, so we're in West Point, and you know, we followed the river up over here, cut across. I dumped a bunch of useful books I found over there, but there's the mansions, so I went to the log cabin. We worked our way south, because again, we got with the helicopter and all that, and then I ultimately, you know, came around. We've been clearing the house along the ways. But yeah, so we're down here pushing Lake Fallis. Because the weapon situation in this run has been rough. We've gone a long time finding very little flint. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Do you use, let's see, do the knives have good practical use? You hope some stealthy approach to burglar. Stealth is a meme in Product Zomboid. If you want actual stealth, Product Zomboid is not a good game for it. They have improved it, but it's still RNG on whether you get detected. So it's more by chance than by skill. So if you're looking for proper stealth play, now you can kind of sort of improve it a little bit with changing the memory to none on the zombies, because that means you can get away from them much easier. But it is one of those things that unfortunately, let's see, you take conspicuous every time, because why not? I generally consider conspicuous as a you know, bonus strong good skill, and I consider inconspicuous as a bad skill, like that having it is actively a bad thing. Because one, you pull the zombies reliably and consistently. The other one, it's a lot more fluky. So it makes the zombies harder to predict and all that kind of stuff. But you're really hoping for some silent kill approach, but they said should fix stealth. It has improved stealth. To be clear, it has improved stealth, but the fundamental problems with stealth are still there. That it is a lot more RNG and a lot less just reliable. Let's see, you only add stealth stuff to mean build? Yeah, no, it's a thing. It'd be cool to with true stealth, but you feel braver taking up big pop settings. Yeah, no, generally speaking, I consider stealth kind of a meme in Project Zomboid, just because of how unreliable it is. You can choose to do stealth things, but by and large, it's gonna get you in trouble more. What am I missing? I don't have the rip cloth. Did I use it all? I must have used it all. Well, that's a problem. Let's see, even normal pop settings, the points of interests with loot, zombies around them. Stealth doesn't work unless you're okay with living in the woods. Raid not barn or whatever. Yeah. Let's see, wait. In the new settings, there was a setting about loot being greater if there are more zombies in the area. I think you're thinking about it the other way around, is I believe... Well, either way, it was... Yeah, there's a thing about where the loot, generally speaking, and where the zombies are, generally speaking, should be better. Kind of thing. Let's see, that game is in development for like 10 plus years. You hope for the progress in the past too, but it's somewhat odd. They can't think they even opened the issue since Multiplayer 42 release. Well, Multiplayer 42 is only a couple days. Like, literally, it's only been a couple of days since Multiplayer 42, so they haven't had a chance to do anything with that. If you're expecting changes there, I mean, you're gonna have to just wait a minute. It's been like 3-4 days. You're gonna need to give them a little bit more time. Because multiplayer broke a lot of things, which is true of 41 as well. That's the reason I was surprised when they went with the idea of being like, hey, we're going to kind of circle back and, you know, get the multiplayer sorted on the other side again. And it was like, okay, but that's kind of the thing that got you in trouble the last time, too. Is that you let the versions deviate so much. And I understand bringing a lot of functionality alongside multiplayer also has its challenges. But it's definitely one of those things that are like, but you're just going to have that thing where everything's desynced and you're going to have to refigure it out. Either way, I mean, I'm less worried about, you know, multiplayer being in the state it is, because honestly, there's only like 1 or 2 or 3 bugs that are properly bad. Most of the other bugs are just kind of weird, inconvenient stuff. And even stealth being not good, I'm actually not that worried about that. I just think Project Zomboid is not a game catered towards stealth. And I actually think it is a mistake to really bring up stealth like in their own stuff, because like their tutorial talks about like ducking behind fences and all, and it works. It's just the way it's implemented, it's an RNG thing, not purely a skill thing. And unfortunately, with the numbers of zombies and all that, the moment it goes to RNG as a pure line of sight or whatever, it's just way too unreliable. Especially, it was a weird thing when they first came out with Build 42, and it had the pinpoint hearing by default, like the randomization with pinpoint, because like we made stealth better. Also, we made the zombies, you know, have like near perfect hearing. So, good luck, get wrecked, nerd. That zombie can like laser focus on you from 10 miles away, and it was kind of one of those things like, okay, what? Which I was messing around with settings, and obviously it was a bad fit, because they did ultimately revert that setting. And I understand what they were trying to accomplish with it. They were trying to get it... The devs don't seem to like where we grab a group of like 10, 20 zombies, and we ball them up, and we just walk back in the highway, and we just knock them down one after the other. Like, it's not a good look for the game. I disagree. It may not be the most aesthetically pleasing thing in the game for what that is, but one of the big things that's the allure for me in Project Zomboid is the combat. It is a combat that you can master. It takes a lot to get there, but you can master it. You can reliably and consistently and 100% control the fight once you hit the ability to do that. Like once you're gotten that good at the game. And I think that's a good thing in my book, because, you know, it's not fun when you're going and just like RNG, the dice rolled, you missed your attack, and then zombie grabs you, whatever. Don't play as No by his fault. Chance of sprinters was on random. That is not a thing by default. I'm not sure. Or did you mean that if you turn on sprinters, it's random who is one? Yeah. No, it's if you turn on sprinters, it would randomize who is one, like that kind of thing. The sprinters, sprinters are not canonically Project Zomboid. They're a setting you can turn on if you wish, but sprinters are 100% just kind of like a silly add-on fun thing. But yeah, no, they're not on in any capacity by default, because the moment they turn on sprinters, the entire game comes unraveled. It's why sprinters will never be on by default. Is the combat of the game, just the nature of how it works, does not work when the zombies move faster than you do, like as their base movement speed. Like you've got to do a lot of stuff to play around it. And you can succeed doing it. But a lot of how you succeed doing that is pulling them in incredibly small numbers. Or using fences and windows to cheese them. Effectively making the sprinter into not a sprinter. And you can survive long-term with sprinters. Mr. Lamper used to run a server that was a permadeath server, multiplayer sprinters only, and they would have like their weekly reset or whatever. And it was, or I can't remember when the resets were, but there was a reset every so often, so you actually were motivated to survive, because once you died, you were off the server for a while. And it was just a thing that I survived most resets while also having not necessarily the highest. There was definitely a couple people who did better than me, but I usually was in within like the top like 3 or 4 people, 4 kills on sprinters, and most of the resets I survived. I definitely died in I definitely died in 2 of the resets. One I thought some zombies were chasing somebody else, and you know, just went on that assumption, and then the zombies turned on me from the side, and just like at that point, you know, I had 4 sprinters like getting hit from 2 sides, and I was just over. Yeah, I just never play it. I actively think sprinters are bad when it comes to the game. Like, they can be fun as like a weird arcadey, like, I want to do something different. That part's fine. I don't think it's bad that they exist as a mechanic you can turn on. But Project Zomboid, again, is about slow, methodical combat, you know, risk mitigation, managing your resources, these kind of things. And Sprinters is, you know, Sprinters is going back to, like, playing Call of Duty and all that, where reflex is more part of the game than... I mean, that's not to say there's not strategy in games like Call of Duty. There is. But it's so much more about, like, how fast and how precise you can act in any given moment and reacting really quickly. And that is a skill, to be clear. I'm not saying it's not a skill. It is absolutely a skill. But it's fundamentally what Project Zomboid is not. Okay. As far as opening the doors and windows, that's actually how I normally play with Project Zomboid, is the zombies having the better cognition, better navigation, open doors and windows. I just noticed with Build 42 multiplayer dropping that I was getting a lot worse performance when I turned that on, so that's actually the reason I have the other character I was playing with that on alive still. I just ultimately was like, I was getting just too much performance issues. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to start a brand new run. We're not that far into that run. I'm just going to turn it off, because it doesn't really make it that much harder, in all honesty. Like, the odds some zombie randomly walks into your house in the night is pretty low if you're clearing around you. And then if you're going and doing, like, really dicey sleeps, I mean, that's on you. And then even then, you can actually get away with a lot, so far as getting caught in the sleep by a zombie attacking. If you know how to get out of it, you can get away with a lot of stuff so far as zombies, you know, hovering over your bed while you sleep. It's only when you get like a full rally group or something in there that you're pretty screwed. Not that you don't want to rely on a lot of those tricks. It's just getting caught in your sleep is actually not as much as a death sentence as people think it is. Okay. But yeah, I actually only know a couple content creators who do regular sprinter content. I know a bunch who will like jump into sprinters for a while, but the vast majority of them don't do sprinters. It's also an unfortunate thing in just nature of how sprinters work, that it's kind of the classic, if you turn on 1% sprinters, you just have to treat it like every single zombie on the map is a sprinter. And that's because it rolls a dice for each individual zombie and says, okay, did you become a sprinter? Like, here's your 1% kind of thing. Which does mean, in theory, I could pull a group of 20 zombies, and all 20 of them could be sprinters. It's extremely unlikely. It's extremely, extremely unlikely. But technically a possibility. Which does mean you just have to survive long term, you just have to approach it as if you're treating the entire group of zombies as if they are sprinters. Which means you pull them ones and twosies. Ones and twosies the whole time. And you just do that. And that's one of the other reasons I also don't like sprinters. So as time goes on and we get more and more stacked with these zombies, we can go from pulling small groups to bigger and bigger groups and be more ambitious and aggressive. And you can do that. There's a feeling of progression, all that. What's the name of this game? It's Project Zomboid. But with sprinters, unfortunately, that never changes. Even if you like max out every single one of your combat stats, if you're pulling groups that are in more than like 1 and 2, you're just gonna die eventually. I'm gonna move this bag up. If you're living for months in a game killing thousands of zombies, it gets like a lot less likely. What do you mean? The sprinters thing? I'm missing the context on that one. Oh, you never woken up? Oh, yeah, like getting caught? Yeah. No, if you're clearing the area around you reliably, you're going to be far less likely to get woken up in the middle of the night by a zombie, especially if you're having to like commute farther and farther to actually reach the zombies. You know, one would assume that you're going to have like maybe a forward base, maybe a drop back base and all that. You know, your base where you keep all your stuff, and then a forward base just so you don't have to like run back to your main base every other night or whatever. But yeah, that's the reason why, even if you're playing with respawns on, my general advice is make it a priority. Like, every single morning, you wake up, you take a look around the block, and you kill all the zombies within visible range of your house as kind of a minimum. Because any zombie you miss there's a very good chance you're gonna come home, you had a bad day, you got caught by a meta event, you're limping home so far as how much, you know, rest and all that you have. And that'll be that one zombie that catches you out, and now your run's over. So it is just a thing to continuously like clean out the area, and just make sure you're staying on top of it as much as you can. Being kind of worried that's a migration down there. No, it's just probably the rest of that rally group. Yeah, group of 10. Let's see, yeah, a group of 10 having like 6 sprinters, even with just 1% sprinters, is what you mean? Yeah, no, it doesn't change as the game goes on, really. Because it's always the same thing, you pull a group of zombies, and as long as you're pulling a group of zombies, you know, that whole group, part of that group, whatever, can still be all sprinters, or mostly sprinters or whatever. Yep, exactly. It's just one of those things. You can always have the unlucky thing where you just roll a full group of nothing but sprinters. It doesn't change. It's literally every single zombie on the map. It says, are you a sprinter? And whatever that percent you says, it rolls a dice. As opposed to people seem to behave like it's, oh, 1 out of 100 sprint, you know, zombie the sprinters. Like, well, no. Technically, in theory, with how it works, you could, in theory, obviously this would be like a statistical impossibility, but you could, in theory, have your million zombies in the map or whatever at 16 times pop, and it could, in theory, roll for every single zombie on that entire map to be a sprinter. Now, obviously, we're so far into like statistical impossibilities, it's hardly worth mentioning, But technically that is possible. That technically that could happen. They should add combine harvesters. There's a mod that adds a combine that you can drive over zombies with. It's one of those silly memey like chaos mods that are just kind of funny nonsense. But yeah. Now, obviously, realistically, what'll end up happening is if you go and you're pulling groups of 20 zombies, that over the period of time, you will have zombies that you'll have a bunch of groups that literally don't have a sprinter. You'll have some that have like 4 or 5 sprinters. You might get like that one group that you run up and there's like, oh, there's 10 sprinters. You're going to have some stuff kind of all over the place because you did set to 1%. And statistically speaking, the most likely thing will be 0 or 1 sprinters. But again, it's RNG. It's kind of the whole thing about, like, people complain that a game isn't random as they sit there and they roll 10 dice and they're all sixes. They'll be like, oh, the randomization is broken. And it's like, no, truly random, every once in a while, that's going to happen. Like, truly random, you're going to have the thing where you literally get the same result 10 times back to back. Is it likely? No. But if it's truly random, that can be random. But given the sheer volume of zombies you deal with, eventually you'll hit groups of sprinters. It's almost inevitable. Yeah. Well, that's just the thing. Because it's going to be one of those things that there's going to be like some normalization margin of error kind of when you look at the data. Hey, look, it's Bambi. For people who are asking about animals, we got deers. I am way too overburdened to do anything with them, nor could I really take advantage, so there's not really worth me running a deer down and trying to kill it. I have done that before. I have actually run down the deer and smacked it with an axe so I could eat. It's not worth your time. You can hunt, and it can be fun to do. Oh, right. The house is all the way over there. Well, crap. Okay, hey, Bambi, I'm gonna go chase you away. Sorry about that, but I'm really tired. Yeah, the zombie virus in the lore for Project Zomboid cannot affect animals. It's strictly a human virus. You go ahead and pop that canteen. One wasn't enough. We'll pop the second canteen. There we go. Which is why Spotify's shuffle feature was changed. It was very good at simulating randomizing your playlist, but people complained it wasn't random because occasionally played the few same songs over and over again. Yep. And very genuinely, with actual random of your playlist of 1,000 songs, it could play the same song 5 times in a row. It's pretty unlikely. It's very unlikely, but if you're listening to your playlist start to finish again and again and again, sooner or later, you are going to hit that kind of thing. But that's kind of the difference between actual random versus, like, you know, random-esque, weighted random, that kind of thing. Generally in video games, you usually want, like, weighted RNG, not true RNG. So, like the classic, one of the examples that came up was stuff like Warframe. Warframe, you'll be trying to get some item to drop. And so you'll have it where it's like there's a 5% chance, a 10% chance, whatever percent chance. Maybe they'll have an item that's got like 0.5% chance. And you're grinding and grinding and grinding and just not getting it. Or Path of Exile is another one where it's like, okay, there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of this item dropping that is to fight this boss. Well, you want to fight the boss. But the problem is, because it's RNG, in true RNG, you have the chance of literally doing that, you know, thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of time, and you could just be that poor poor fool who, despite doing it hundreds of thousands of times, just doesn't get the dice roll. And so you don't get to progress because RNG has told you no. And just the same, you're going to have the person who literally, like, the first or second attempt gets the item to drop immediately. That's just the nature of RNG. So what a lot of stuff is, a lot of games will do what's called weighted RNG. And so what you do around that is, say, like, again, we're talking, it's the 1 in 10,000 chance you get that boss item to drop, that now you can fight the boss. And you don't get the first time. Well, instead of keeping it at its, like, 0.01% drop rate, it goes, okay, well, you didn't get it. Well, now we're going to double that drop rate. It's still ridiculously low, but it's going to be a little bit higher. And you don't get it. And it goes, okay, well, we're going to increase it just a little bit more. And it can be a thing where either eventually it guarantees it, or it just keeps increasing the odds until, like, the likelihood of you not getting it is higher than the likelihood of you... Like, the likelihood of you getting is higher than the likelihood of not getting it. That they kind of buff those numbers over time. There's horror stories about old RuneScape. People have it going for, like, 1 to 4,000 drops and getting past 30,000 and nothing. Yep. And with actual RNG, that happens. It's one of the reasons why I'm a big fan of weighted RNG. I don't mind being the outlier who's like, okay, it took me twice as long as most people get it. That's fine. But it is when you sit there and you have this league or whatever, and there's someone, like, trying to run, and it's like an RNG thing. It's like, oh, well, you have to fight the boss, like, to access the content. Like, it's one thing if it's like a completely unnecessary stretch item, whatever you want to call it. It's just kind of a fun item. Sure, lock that crap behind RNG. It doesn't matter. But when it's like, okay, to do this content, you must get this RNG drop. Then there's definitely a point where you got to be like, okay, if it's gonna gate progression or that kind of thing, you do need to make it so that there is a way to kind of guarantee eventually you'll get it. Let's see, the other option is to give fragments of the item fairly regularly. Right. A much lower amount, like a much easier to accomplish RNG. But, yeah, like a much more frequent thing, but it's like you need 100 fragments. So you're going to get it, and that's actually not a bad way to approach it. That's been a pretty popular way for a lot of those things, because, like, then you can give a relatively okay odds for each fragment. And then, you can say, all right, we expect people to get this in 1,000 attempts. All right, well, 1 in 10 chance you get a fragment. Okay, so now you need 100 fragments, and that should be roughly in the right area. But some of the new content where there's no old nostalgia around it have mercy rates along with a few of the other things. Really important for progression. Yep. Let's see, personal info here. You're a math teacher, and you used to be very good at flipping a coin in predictable manner. So you'd often flip heads several times in a row and asking a student to choose the heads or tails, and then flip the opposite, and then have the conversation. Am I cheating? How many times in a row do I need to flip the coin or flip the coin right thing before you start asking questions? And is it impossible? And then doing the math of how likely it is to actually be, like, 10 or 15 flips, which would be 2 to the 15th. Yeah, that's the whole thing when you're talking about probability of a thing occurring, that you get into the whole situation where people be like, oh no, like when you're playing like a tabletop game and you're rolling your dice, and you have a bunch of these like bad dice rolls, and the person be like, this is statistically ridiculous. Like, I should be getting, a 6 here because I've done this many rolls and I should get a 6. Like, well, no, it's 15%. It hasn't changed. There's still 6 sides on that dice. When you roll the next one, it's 15%. When you roll it 50 more times, each one of those rolls, it's 15%. Now the cumulative changes, where you roll 10 dice and you say, okay, what are the odds that of these 10 dice I have certain numbers and all that? But I love people who get caught up in that math. They're like, well, no, the odds of this is 50-50, and I'm overdue. And it's like, that's not how statistics work. When you flip that coin, it's 50-50 every time. Yeah, gamers think tend to think that success chance stacks every time you miss. Oh yeah, no, it's exactly that kind of thing. They're like, well, I'll grab it. Like, I'm gonna get it this time. I'm owed. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is sunk cost fallacy, man. You have just invested this much time. You're like, no, I'm due. I should win. And yes, again, out of 10,000 rolls, if you have a 1% chance of winning, you should have won a bunch of times. But the next time you roll, it's still 1% chance. Even if you got to the 6 flips, you'd likely be incredibly suspicious. 10-15 is ludicrously unlikely. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing where you can get up to statistical impossibilities, where statistical impossibility does not mean impossible. It means it's so ridiculously outlier of improbable that it might as well be impossible. That it's so very unlikely that it's not worth reasonable consideration. Versus, statistically improbable means it's unlikely, but it could happen. And that, again, statistical impossible doesn't mean actually impossible. The classic 1 in a million shot. Let's go ahead and go to sleep. You think it's a common bias, similar to investment value? Oh, it is. It is absolutely. It's one of the reasons why it's a very fun thing to drill people when you're talking like statistics and not random chance and probabilities. So statistics, probability, that kind of thing. Because it is a thing that it's a very easy thing to like mentally get yourself in the way of, well, 1 out of 10 times I'm supposed to win. I'm on time 20, so clearly now it's my time. It's like, well, no. That's just one of those things. You're not guaranteed that win. 1 in 10 means 10% chance every time. But yeah, no, it's got to be a fun thing to teach, because it's also one of those ones I feel like you can kind of see the kids' eyes light up on that one. Because for me, when I volunteered with like elementary, middle school, and high school, which is primarily, it was elementary and middle, it was teaching STEM education, and I wasn't so focused on the math so much as like the engineering process of you come up with an idea, like how are you going to like plan this out, build the thing, you make it, it doesn't work. Okay, now we gotta step back and we gotta iterate. Does it like what can we change to make it more likely to work? Where's my radio? There you are. And so we did a lot of that kind of stuff. Yeah, so that was another one, because people saw me turn off that radio, and it's drained its battery. So that's another bug. That one's been a thing, where you turn off your radio, and it doesn't really turn off. I've almost gone to the temptation of turning off the radio and yanking out the battery. But I really don't want to deal with it. It's not consistent either, because the last one when I grabbed it, it put in our hand and we were at the same battery charge, but this time we've dropped about 17% since the last time. And I'm just waiting to see if we have the helicopter. If we don't have the helicopter today, I might be wrapping up. If we do have the helicopter, well, we'll see. I might go long to not leave you on a cliffhanger, but I also do need to wake up tomorrow. I'll be more torn on it, versus the helicopter's not happening, I need to be wrapping up. We'll play it through. We'll play it through. So we saw the radio's off. Radio's off. Radio's off. We all agree the radio's off. 65%, the radio is off. We see the radio is off. Alright, so the question comes up. We're going to have a helicopter today. We'll see as the fog rolls in. Yeah, I mean, it's Product Zomboid. Okay, so we have to make the decision. So what's going to happen is the helicopter is going to arrive. And we got choices. So generally speaking, for areas with zombies, we have an area down around... That's too small of a mark. It's not relevant. We got an area down here that's got a decent number of zombies. That's Lake Fallis. It'll be right down here. There'll be like the farmhouse there, and then this is Lake Fallis down there. I do not want to be north of Lake Fallis when the helicopter happens. Not nearby north. Because then I'm dragging all the zombies from that town into the area I'm going to be fighting into the town from. That sucks. I believe there is a decent population center around here. There's a point of interest. And then right up here is Riverside. I'm leaning towards potentially walking up in here if there's fields. And we can potentially walk over there. One thing I should probably do is, where did we have the helicopter show up? I feel like it's around here. I wish I had marked the first helicopter, because usually I mark each helicopter when it happens, like where I am. Yeah, so I think what we're doing is we're going to go north. We're going to need to juggle our stuff to get the weight down, though. Right. So that's not going to work. Let's start eating a bunch of our junk. Because I need to lower the weight. Oh, we could drop these tree branches. Because right now I need to not be overburdened. I can be a little over, but not full-on overburdened. We got our screwdrivers, we got all this stuff. So let's go here. Drop you in there. Now, the helicopter could show up as early as 9 o'clock in the morning. And it could show up as late as 7 p.m. It can stay after 7 p.m., but for its arrival time, it's 7 p.m. is as late as it goes. Not quite dipped under. Statistics hurt your brain. You do, which is why you think it's important to learn. It's a natural weakness related to the order of mistakes or false positives. In short, your brain cannot intuit probability. Yeah. Like I said, is I think one of the reasons it's such a good lesson. Or a good thing to teach. So my only hesitation with eating the berries is if I hit a poison berry, we'll be fine from that regard, but it will lower our max carry weight, which will defeat the entire benefit of eating the berries to, like, ditch the weight. So I'm going to deliberately not eat them right now. I'm going to keep eating all of the lemongrass. But yeah, so the downside is, like I said, the helicopter, it could show up in just a couple minutes. Like when we get to 9 o'clock. That's the earliest. It could show up as far later as 7 p.m. And the reality is, if I were to keep trying to push this in-game day, you're almost guaranteeing yourself you're going to screw up your ability to push into the town in a timely manner in the future. So today's not a push day. There's some days when you're doing these marathon runs. I mean, this isn't intended to be a marathon run, but when you are doing a marathon run, where you're expecting to try and kill 10s and 20s and 30s and hundreds of thousands of zombies kind of deal, that you have to accept is like, this is a bad day for me to fight. So like today's actually foggy in game, which is not great in its own right. But that's still manageable. Okay, so we got the nettles, so I'm going to probably do is drop the berries on a body. Yeah, we'll drop the berries in the body, but between these two, we got enough to snack on. I mean, part of it is I'm sitting on, like, 15 lemongrass. Then realize I'd gotten so much lemongrass piled up. Yes, let's drop the berries. And honestly, we'll drop the lemongrass right now. There we go. We don't want to lose a lot of time fighting. But I am down to clearing a couple zombies here and there. Okay. So maybe what we do is, I was going to say we go north. Let's actually go west, because I'm noticing this looks like it's kind of loosely forested. And I think that's going to be a bad time. So instead, I'm going to approach this with the plan that we're going to go ahead and just spend the day clearing the zombies in this field, foraging this field, that kind of thing, till the helicopter comes. And then there should be a really big field I can just do laps around with whatever shows up, if it's more than I can fight, which is very likely. Okay. Polonaise. All right. Yeah, so kill this one. We'll rest for a minute, because we definitely want to make sure we don't push ourselves. There's always a chance these, like, the helicopter gets messy. How are we doing on ripped cloth, by the way? Bad. Well, okay, so nice, almost as early as possible. Not quite as early as possible, but pretty close. So the helicopter can do up to 4 passes and stay in the game about 4 in-game hours. That's by the clock, not real life time. So the entire plan here is we just got a big old field, and when the zombies start showing up, if it's a couple zombies, we kill them. If it's more than a couple zombies, where I can't kill them without risking, you know, getting worn out, because there's likely I'm not going to be able to rest once this thing kicks off, we will just basically run in a circle until the zombies, or until the helicopter's done. And then we'll go on our merry way. Okay, so right now I just got a little group over here from the left. Now, fortunately, we have cleared this area out a lot, because we had the other house there, and we kept fighting the zombies in the area. It's very likely I have missed a bunch, because I just wandered off into some field or whatever, you know, and I just didn't see them. Okay, next batch. Now, each pass the helicopter does, this gets more and more dangerous. Alright, so surprisingly we got a gap. Let's try and rest for a minute. So you actually can collect a whole lot of the gold, and you can use it for blacksmithy. It's not really good for anything other than leveling, to my understanding, but it is something you can do. You hope your bugs get the bugs get fixed pretty soon for Build 42. I imagine a lot of the more glaring multiplayer bugs probably will. As far as like the bugs for Build 42, you know, before the multiplayer update kind of thing, no idea if we'll see much there or not. Now, if this helicopter gives like 3 poor passes, there's a very good chance we'll have zombies from like a nearby farmhouse where there's like, you know, 100 zombies or whatever will find their way over here. And at that point, like, the fighting as we go will come to an end. Or also, if we start to see that I'm starting to get fatigued, we will immediately stop fighting at that stage, because the important thing is to survive, not to maximize our kill count. Okay, there we go. We'll take a moment. We'll sit down again. So far this has been pretty manageable. Usually with 16 times pop, it's way worse. I believe we're only on the second of 4 possible passes. So we shouldn't see too much with just 2 passes. It's past 3 and 4 if we get those. That is when things will start to potentially get properly nasty. Alright, I'm thinking this is where we're going to start running out of steam for continuing the fight. Because this is more than 4 and 5, and now we've had the previous waves. And our muscle strain's kind of stacking up. We haven't had a chance to properly break away. Still pretty tame. Probably more than I could fight through safely, because like I said, we're probably going to go exerted any time now. And we're not going to get a chance to rest, most likely. We are getting a 3rd pass. Oh, it's 4 hours for the entire helicopter event. About roughly 1 in-game hour per pass. Little bit of wiggle here and there because like how far you are from the edge and map, that kind of thing. Alright, there's fatigue, so we're done fighting. Because the odds I break away from this are pretty low. Sorry, the odds I break away enough that I can sit down and just rest while the helicopter's zipping around. Let's have a sip of our water, keep ourselves topped off. Okay. Because so far this is still getting tame, but you're seeing how we're getting a little bit more. Normally I'd expect to see more than this, but like I said, we did clear out the one place that had a lot of zombies that was nearby here. I don't really know what's on the other side of these fields up here, so we might be lucky and there might just be a forest and there's just not much there. But it also very well could be that anytime now we're going to start seeing a lot more zombies pop in here. Especially with 3 passes, we should be able to get zombies from relatively far away in the area. Okay, nothing in the bag, that's all I cared. And then basically every time I see out of breath going away, I'm just slapping one hit back there, because a lot of those are nearly dead. Alright, that was 3 passes. And you have 1 more pass. Honestly, between driving the car and walking, it's pretty indifferent. The danger of driving is just in the chance you run into zombies. The car is far more difficult to maneuver around zombies. So you just kind of slam into them and hope for the best. Where walking, you can easily like pivot and cut through some trees and all that. But that said, most of the time, like, for driving, I mean, I would set your cruise control to, like, 10 miles an hour. And just very, very slowly work your way up. And then you can speed up if you see zombies start closing in from the sides. You know, or you can slow down and turn around if you start seeing zombies cutting you off. But I would say walking's probably safer, but both work. It's kind of being more aware of where you might run into a bunch of zombies with your car, that you don't just drive into the next city and suddenly find yourself overwhelmed because you drove into a city while a helicopter was chasing you. It's also weird because the helicopter seems to be drawing the zombies to me and then taking them away from me. It's only the group that's actually directly aggroed to me that seems to be kind of keeping pace. So it's been a pretty tame helicopter, all things considered. We've certainly had on the 16 times pop, we've certainly had some really gnarly ones in the past. Like, if you went back to when Build 42 first dropped, and go to some of the tail end of the Project Zomboid, VODs I have on YouTube, you could see, because those ones, it was like every time the helicopter showed up, it was like biblical numbers of zombies, and me just desperately trying to clutch on to life. There was so many close calls in that time. And that's because I set up really nearby one of the big towns, and the zombies had kind of migrated past me. So, like, I was just, you know, this one rock in the river of zombies going by. And with the helicopters, like, the net kept closing in on me, and just, I'd have to fight my way around, just trying to desperately claw my way out. You gotta be about dead. I shouldn't be greedy with those, because like I said, all it takes is just to see that wall of zombies coming across because, you know, the neighboring farm or neighboring, like, little subdivision or whatever dumps all its zombies on you. And then you're in for a rough time. Okay. We'll just sit down and rest in the middle of the helicopter. It's no big deal. And that should be the last pass I can have. We got all 4 passes. Now, the catch is, we don't know what the situations we left behind are. That's the reasons why I didn't push for even more. Is because very, very genuinely what you can run into is the helicopter goes smoothly and you get over compy like, yeah, we'll just push the town. Like, I'm in good shape. I've done this one, which is why I'm bringing it up. And then you get over there and you start getting home and realize the zombies got dumped on where you're trying to get back to. Yeah, you're right. We can mark this on the map. So it's 7:29. Okay, so the helicopter was over here. Second heli 07/29 space 10 a.m. Yeah, and I think the other one was around here. No, I think the other helicopter was over in this area. I was like collecting, yeah, I think it was like up here collecting stuff. So I'll just say first heli. Yeah, I was collecting flint when the helicopter showed up and I was like, all right, well the jig's up there, I gotta go. You shouldn't be able to be here, helicopter. Oh, right. Days are 1.5 hours by default. That means I guess technically 6 passes could be the new max? Assuming they haven't changed how long? Because that was what it was normally, previously days were 1 hour long in game. And so the helicopter would stay for 4 hours-ish. 4 passes, about 1 pass per hour as its max. It could be less than that. But with 1.5 hour days, you know, that's a 50% increase. One would assume that the new max is now 6 passes as the maximum for 6 in-game hours. Well, no, because it'd still be 4 in-game hours. Because you've prolonged how long the hour itself would be 1.5 hours. I don't know. It's weird. I would have expected the helicopter to be done by now. But I'm willing to bet it has to do with the days being 1.5 hours long as the new default versus 1. This is the 5th pass, I believe. It's possible I miscounted. That could also be a thing, that I, you know, got distracted, you know, fighting the zombies and thought we had a brand new pass. And those rabbits are just running around freaking out because of zombies. This is 5th? Gotcha. I thought so. We're lucky there's nowhere nearby that has a decent number of zombies. I was expecting there to be just to the west that I thought there was like a, Yeah, it was a 10 a.m. start. That's not what I wanted. I didn't like that we pushed it. Okay, this is more what I'm expecting. This is still not that bad, but this is more what I'm anticipating. Where there's not really room to stop and fight. It's still not bad. It's mostly coming from one direction. It's pretty not dense. Yeah, no, pain is nerfing the damage. Yeah, coming from the home direction too? Yep. My plan is here to cut to the right, where we had like that midway place we were staying, not the forward base. Just that way I can kind of, you know, do a quick rest there, get settled in, assess the situation, and then once we've done that, I can worry about, like, okay. Oh, you know what? I mean, I don't think these wouldn't have gone here all the way from, like, well, maybe. No, it's pretty far out for, like, don't get me wrong, we probably aggroed the zombies from Lake Fallis, but them getting here in that time would be unlikely. Alright, so I think the helicopter's done. But it does look like we're leaving. It does look like it's time to go. Because unfortunately they are moving north, which means it's fairly safe to say that the zombies have spread past where we had pushed up to. And I'm down to assess in the morning and see, like, okay, are we going to be pushing down this route or do we redirect? Still pushing Lake Falls, but do we take a different road? Because my hope is, if we cut over this way, we can ditch the zombies back here. We'll start taking advantage of some of the stuff to kind of line of sight break. I don't care about that one. If we have one to clean up, that's whatever. So we line of sight break, we work over here. The good news is I'm not seeing any more zombies coming from this, so maybe it's not that bad. When I saw like the solid wall, I was like, oh crap, do we actually pull the city itself out? Because I figured we were far enough away that we would potentially aggro some of them as the helicopter came and went. But I also hadn't anticipated 5 passes, and I kind of hoping for not as many passes. I am not... Am I north of it? I am north of it. Yeah, so I ditched the other ones and I got the one following me. So I want to see if we check where we slept the last couple of nights, not the recent spot, but the one before that. I want to check if that place is looking pretty okay for us to try and use for sleeping again. Because then we can kind of backfill clean all this stuff. What? You stupid. I didn't get hurt by a zombie. I scratched myself on the corn. So we scratched our neck on the corn. Okay. How bad are we looking down here? Not great, not terrible. Pretty mixed bag. How do I want to approach this? I'm gonna Pied Piper them away. Lead them to the dangerous corn. Sadly, the corn is only dangerous to you. So the actual plan is just draw them over here, dump them, and then that house to the top right is where I'm expecting to try and set up shop tonight. And then we got a mess to clean here tomorrow. Zombie crack corn and he don't care? Yep. And this is the other part of 16 times pop, is it's sort of a tug-of-war. So you see I had gained a bunch of ground and then the helicopter happened and now I've lost a bunch of ground. You kind of get in this tug-of-war back and forth. In early game, the zombies can end up being the ones that bully you out of places. But as the run goes on and you get more and more stats and you can kill zombies faster and faster, the frequency you get to be the one bullied out gets to be less and less, and how far they push you out of areas tends to be less and less, and how fast you can get back into areas tends to be faster. What do you have, friend? You're just wearing leathers? I think you're just wearing leathers. Oh, no, you're not even wearing leather. You're just wearing, like, plaid. It's just really gross plaid. Very, very dirty and mucky and bloody plaid. Yeah, no, so basically what I'm trying to do there is we're just drawing them away. They don't really care about what's in this building. So what we're going to do is we're going to circle around that building to ditch the main group. I'll probably pick up a smaller group along the way. But the idea is I'm going to trade a group of 100-something zombies, 200-something zombies for a group of like 10. I do see there's at least one zombie back here. Probably a full rally group. So now we've got them all over there. We're going to jog up here. Because they lost sight of me back here. I'm not stopping at this house, but I am going to use this house for line of sight. So if any did manage to keep track of me, now they don't. And this is where we're actually planning on staying. Now, those zombies, what's going to happen is they're all going to get stuck there and, you know, do the whole, which way did he go, George? Which way did he go? And then they're going to try and all spread out. So more than likely I'm going to have zombies out front in the morning. But that's fine. So the zombies will follow you to the last place they saw or heard you. With a little wiggle room, they actually do get wall hacks for a couple of seconds when they lose you, which is mechanically how it works. So yeah, so you can see those zombies saw me get over here, but they didn't see me go all the way up here. Because I lined to sight them over there, so that's the last place they saw me. And they'll scatter out away from there. But they do kind of get wall hacks for a couple of seconds. That's just mechanically how the way they handle where they test to see if the zombie can still see you. It's not constantly checking every single zombie's line of sight at all times. So it does like wait a little bit and then go, okay, can I see you? waits a little bit, okay, can I see you? And then eventually it kind of drops off, where it goes, oh, no, I can't see you. And again, they'll follow you to that last spot that it did, you know, did give them the thumbs up. How far they can see me? It depends on your settings. Here, if we walk up, the moment they aggro, that'll get you an idea. Because I'm not ready to turn in for the night in-game. Yeah, so those ones just aggroed, so it's about that far. Oh, I meant to snooze that as my apologies. It is what it is. I'm not going another hour over. Let's check here. Still, the fact that I cut my neck on the corn. I went through the corn, for a moment I thought I had, like, missed a zombie because my character screamed, and I was like, wait, what? And then realized we had just sliced our neck on the corn. Luckily it was just a scratch and not a laceration, because a laceration, luckily I had a rag, so it probably would have been fine. But that gets very sketchy real easily. Pull the next group, because it looks like only this group managed to see me up this far. Dirty rag, don't care. Dirty rag doesn't mean anything. Genuinely, when you get those, there's literally no reason to take that rag off. Now that I've got that on there, we'll leave it there for the rest of the game. Doesn't matter. Regular infection, literally meaning... It's not literally meaningless. It does ever so slightly increase the pain when you have a regular infection, but it'll clear itself up after a while. It also slows down the rate things heal just a little bit, but it's, in all intents and purposes, the big old nothing burger. Okay, we got a hammer. I want you on the right side, not the left. Yeah, usually I'll eventually take it off just because I get tired of seeing it there when I'm trying to check, like, fatigue and all that. Yeah, it doesn't even look like that many saw me get this far, even. I mean, genuinely, I might literally never take it off. It doesn't hurt anything. It's usually when I get annoyed at seeing it there is when I'll take it off. There's no negative or consequence or punishment for leaving on dirty rags. The consequence of not having a clean rag there is if the injury's still there, you have a chance of getting a regular old boring infection. So not the zombie infection, just like your everyday mundane infection. And like I said, in Project Zomboid, mundane infection is, you know, it's a pretty big nothing. Let's see, if the part gets injured again, will the bandage just be removed? Yes, the bandage will just disappear. It sucks that so many of those are coming up dirty. Okay, so that's our first big rally group down there. Which makes sense with where I ditched it. So what'll end up happening is they'll gradually spread out from that point, like where the rally groups are. And that's when things will get kind of dicey. because the zombies, since there's so many bunched up down below, the rally groups will try and spread out to have enough space between them. And that's where they can kind of push into where you are. Which isn't the end of the world, but it is the thing that can be dangerous, where you can be just chilling and then 20 zombies rolls in on you. But that's part of the reason why I am trying to take the time to kill some zombies while we're out here. So that tomorrow, whatever I wake up to, at least, you know, maybe there's 20 or 30 less zombies to deal with. Plus, I didn't get to spend that much time killing zombies a day. A lot of it was just running around in circles with zombies chasing me during the helicopter. There you go. I'm hoping to find a bit more rags, but I'm getting nothing but fully bloody rags. Okay. Because you can clean them in, like, the sink and all that, but the water's turned off. And that's kind of my limited, like, push forward water. If that all goes, I end up having to live out of cooking pots and all that, which is fine. It's not that bad, but it's a lot more laborious. Oh, hey, cool, garden trowel. I missed that. That's a weapon. And then when we get to, like, a lake or something, I can clean those all. That's part of the reason I'm chucking them on the ground. I don't actually anticipate coming back for them. But it could be a thing that later on, when I have access to it, I could see walking by and be like, oh yeah, there's a stack of rags. I'll go grab them. Because I need these to make our axes and our hammers and all that. Now, it can be a thing that I got, like, a sauce pot over there. It can be a thing that I use the water that gets in there from rain and clean them that way. It's still probably not worth my effort to do that, but that's fine. Okay. But yeah, with that said, if you haven't been enjoying tonight's content, don't forget to drop the follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. We do stream usually every day, but Thursdays and Fridays are officially on my schedule. That said, I do tend to do a decent number of streams on Thursdays and Fridays anyways. It's just, you know, if I'm going to take a day off and do something with my wife, Toom, and all that, that's usually when that happens. Alright, so at least we're getting a decent number. Between what I've got here and what's in my bag, I've got about enough for 6 weapons so far, because I'm not counting those. We're definitely going to scratch off our lotto ticket. See how well we're doing. Yeah, no, I do have a tendency where sometimes it's like, oh yeah, this is coming. Hey, we won $2. Big winner, $2. Yeah, and there's definitely days where I'm like, oh yeah, there's gonna be no stream today. You know, I've got plans, and then the plans get canceled, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna stream today. I have done that more than once. Like, we've had more than once, like, where weather got bad and it got canceled, or the other person had something come up and couldn't attend, or, like, whatever. More than made her money back? I don't know. Even in 1993, those lotto tickets usually cost a couple bucks. The scratch-off ones, like, the nicer ones. Oh, yeah, no, you're good. I wasn't taking it as a thing wrong. It's like, yeah, no, I definitely am guilty. Like, there is honestly a pretty good chance there'll be a stream tomorrow. Tomb has to wake up, like, very, very first thing in the morning to go to the dentist. Like, we're talking, she'll be up before the sun goes up. She'll be up probably in the next hour, or so, to go to the dentist. So, she's waking up very, very early. And then she has a really, really early work day the next day, too. So there's a good chance she is going to crash early tomorrow. And since I'll have nothing else going on, I'll probably stream. Yeah, no, it's probably, like, there's a good chance it's Thursday and Friday. It might not be the normal time, like, it might end up starting late, because I want to make it a point to make sure to spend time if she is up for it. Because I found out that she hasn't seen Fallout yet. And then that new season, I believe, drops yesterday. You know, no spoilies. But yeah, so I figure catch her up on that. You got a big fish for the first time? Nice. There's apparently legendary fish, like, kind of like Stardew Valley has legendary fish. That's apparently a mechanic in this game. That you can catch legendary fish that are just, like, stupid big. But they make you work really hard for it. Okay, and this will be the last piece of clothes we tear. Because I'm feeling pretty good about the, You're just happy you're able to get food for your friends, to be honest? Oh, yeah. No, that's, is getting dicey on the... on Ultra server, just desperately trying to have food. How? So the windows are all intact, the doors are all intact. This door was destroyed, but the entire rest of the building is fine. Which means the zombie that must have come in here must have come in this door, gone back here, destroyed that door, and then walked right back out the front door. You got last concentration and defeat an infected wound? Yeah, no, if it's regular not zombie infection, the infection will go away on its own after a while. Okay, so there's not really a single safe bed here, and there's no... So the thing that I'm getting a little concerned here, and why it's like there's not really a safe one, is I can't cover up any of the windows, and all the places I could sleep are directly in line of sight of a window. And I've got nothing I can cover the windows with to block line of sight. Because these are all glass bottles in here. And this is all like electronic junk. Because I took a lot of it apart the last time I was here. Could the cop be moved? They can be. I'm just trying to decide where I could even move it for line of sight reasons. Because I got the front door, so this room's off limits. This area here is probably the only area that doesn't have direct line of sight, like in this middle area. Well, I mean, there's that back window there. This one's a bit sketch. I do think we move it away from the window here. So I think we're kind of put in this middle spot there. I don't think it'll fit in the bathroom. Oh, it will let me put it there. It doesn't really help too much. Because I don't think... Actually, you know what? I bet you I can close that door. I cannot close the door while in there. That's fine. I could probably sleep at the edge of the bed, and that'll be fine. So I am visible from this window, but I don't think there's an angle in here I can really get away where I cannot be seen. Let's go down to this corner real fast. We can have ourselves some nettles. Okay, so there's nothing for me to craft here that I care about. We're going to eat the nettles. Alright, so I've got enough for 7 weapons. We got some things. So I don't have the sticks and all that, but we do have the fabric for 7 weapons. So we're going to chill here for a minute and just rest. Just get a bunch of moodles to drop off. Save our calories and whatever. And it's midnight. I guess because I put it there, I can't actually sleep in it. Oh. Oh, I've put it in there. I can't get it out anymore. I can't retrieve it. I can't get to the right angle. Cool. I guess we sleep by the window. Do we hear a window shatter in the middle of the night? There's a good possibility. And no curse. All right, chat. So it is getting to be about that time. I have gone a bit longer than that. So we blocked our water source? Yes. Yes, we did. No, that's all good. I didn't expect that either. But, yeah, so we did block that, but that's fine. We've got a bunch of houses here. If things actually go by, I can run up to, like, where we've got water up on the right. Like, it'd suck because that'd be a lot of running back and forth if that happens. But hopefully that's not going to be a problem. But in the meantime, again, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be abruptly ending over there as I do not have a host ready. But thank you so much for tuning in. And everyone over here on Twitch, I'm getting a little tired, so I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and I'm going to go find someone for us to raid. So we'll see who's available to drop a